Poison Pen, Forensic Handwriting Mystery Book 1. Written by Sheila Lowe. Narrated by Anna Crow. Chapter 1. Forest Lawn Memorial Park. In Claudia's view, Lindsey Alexander's funeral was the worst kind of Hollywood spectacle. The steady clatter of the Channel 7 newscopter beating in the sky above the cemetery. The paparazzi shouting to celebrities as their luxury wheels rolled through the biggest pair of wrought iron gates in the world. The fans, in defiance of the blazing Southern California sun, lugging beach chairs and sunshades from cars shoehorned along Glendale Avenue. All that was missing was Ryan Seacrest with a red carpet and bleachers. Lindsey would have approved. Standing on that hillside, struggling to keep her heels from digging divots in the dry grass, irritation pricked at Claudia like a splinter working its way under the skin. Burning and stinging, a foreign body that didn't belong. The problem was, she was the splinter. Maybe if she'd had the tiniest shred of affection for the woman they had come to bury, her presence at Forest Lawn would have made an ounce of sense. Hovering on the edge of air kisses and crocodile tears with sweat trickling down her back, did not. Kelly Brennan, her closest friend, stood beside her at the rear of the Tinseltown crowd. They were sharing the same 95-degree heat, and yet, in her socially incorrect, sexy black cocktail dress and sassy attitude, Kelly seemed impervious. "You know, this is the wrong kind of day for a funeral, right?" Claudia said. Kelly snorted. "How about a thunderstorm? Would that make you feel better?" "It might tamp down the carnival atmosphere a tad." Yes, that would make her feel better. Claudia let loose a deep sigh. The sharp point of Kelly's elbow nudged her arm. "What are you thinking about? I see that faraway look in your beady little eyes." "I'm thinking that I want to be anywhere but here." "Liar! You're exhuming memories of Lindsey, aren't you?" Claudia felt herself bristle, but she couldn't deny it. Kelly had known her for too long and too well. "Isn't that what you do at a funeral? Think about the dead?" Kelly pressed her palms together in the namaste position and made a slight bow. "Some memories are better left buried, grasshopper." "Then remind me what we're doing here." Kelly grinned. "We're making sure she's really dead, silly." Not for the first time, Claudia was caught between being appalled by her friend, who rarely filtered her thoughts before blurting them, and being amused. Some unkind part of her had to admit that once again, Kelly was right. There was no time to find a snappy comeback. The hearse had crested the hill, followed by a long white limo, and was stopping at the curb. Claudia's breath caught. Lindsey's final journey. 38 was far too young for anyone to die, especially so senselessly. "She always knew how to make an entrance," she said softly, as 6 GQ-worthy men exited the limo and assembled at the rear of the hearse. The casket always went in feet first. The obscure fact from some Netflix documentary on death popped into her mind. She wished it hadn't. 2 of the pallbearers took up a position on either side of the rear door and pulled the white pearl casket out. 2 bearers in the middle, 2 at the rear. Like a platoon of white-gloved Marines bearing a fallen hero, they hoisted the casket to their broad shoulders. Funeral as screen test. "Damn, if she didn't always snag the hottest dudes in the room," Kelly said admiringly. "They must be melting in those suits," Claudia said. "It's hot as hell out here." "And how appropriate is that? Lindsey wouldn't be caught in hell without her entourage of hotties." Lindsey wouldn't have recognized appropriate if it smacked her in the face. But then Kelly had a fairly relaxed relationship with the concept, too. They had all been friends, the 3 amigas. Not that any of them spoke Spanish, the appellation just felt right. And then Lindsey had showed them who she was. All those years of bad blood clawed at Claudia. She had tried the forgive and forget route, but the rancor was as fierce as it ever was. It was the lump of emotion that suddenly clogged her throat that took her by surprise. There were no family members to lead the solemn march to the burial site. The chief mourner was Ivan Novak, Lindsey's business partner, who walked alone behind the casket. The most mega of Lindsey's mega clients followed him, trailed across the grass by the lesser personalities. The thought of witnessing the casket being lowered into the waiting hole in the ground made Claudia shudder. "You go ahead," she said to Kelly. But Kelly wasn't paying attention. She was focused on two women a few feet away. Claudia followed her gaze. The brittle tension in their body language signaled the mood. This was probably not an exchange of funeral condolences. In beaded Fulani braids and a designer dress, the speaker, late 20s to early 30s, spoke with an angry jab of a finger at her younger companion. The girl, close to anorexic thin with blonde-tipped spiky black hair, was sobbing into a soggy tissue. She wore a top that showed off a tattoo on her upper chest. 7 daggers stabbing a heart that bled tears. A curved silver barbell pierced her navel, on display above jeans fashionably ripped out at the knees. In the crowd of dry-eyed funeral goers, she stood out like a dot of spaghetti sauce on a white dress. "Who are they?" Claudia asked. "That girl is shaking all over." "No idea, but I want to know what—" Kelly broke off and inched closer to the pair, yanking on Claudia's skirt to come with her. Once they were close enough to hear but still far enough away to pretend they were not eavesdropping, she angled her body to make it look as though she and Claudia were in a conversation of their own. "You might as well put antennas on your ears," Claudia said sotto voce. "Shh! Listen." Claudia did. "Suicide." The woman spat the word as if it tasted bad in her mouth. "That is too stupid." Her accent suggested steel drums and dark rum on sunny Caribbean beaches. The girl swiped her tissue across pasty cheeks already smudged with a muddy trail of mascara. "How do you know it's stupid?" she whimpered in the tone of a petulant child. "How do you really know?" "I know it because I knew Lindsey. You did as well." The comment sounded like an accusation and brought on a fresh flood of tears. At least someone had cared about Lindsey, Claudia thought. But the girl quickly disabused her of that notion. "What the fuck are we gonna do, Des? I'm freaking out. I'm scared shitless." So much for the naive assumption that her tears were for the dead. "You should be freaking out and all," Des said. "There is plenty to freak out about." "They're all tweeting out that she killed herself. It's what the cops said." The girl was full-on whining now. A scathing look of contempt hardened the other woman's features. "And you believe what the policemen say, do you now? Look, I am telling you this one more time. Before she come to the earth, that one make a deal with God on how she is going out. And suicide." She shook her head and the bead swung hard. "No, that is not her way." "Couldn't it be an accident?" "An accident!" Des stared at her young friend, incredulous. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she turned, her spine as straight as a lance, and stalked toward the graveside. The girl stood there and watched her go. Claudia approached her with a clean tissue from her purse. "Are you okay?" With the suspicious glare of a feral cat, the girl snatched the offered tissue and, muttering something that might have been thanks, blew her nose with a loud, wet snuffle. Then, stuffing the waterlogged mess into her jeans pocket, she turned her back on the funeral service and headed down the hillside toward the parking lot. "That was interesting," Kelly said. "I wonder who they are." That woman was implying that Lindsey was murdered. Why so surprised? Everyone hated her. Claudia frowned. Enough to kill her and make it look like suicide? All humor evaporated from Kelly's sky-blue eyes, leaving them bleak. I wanted to kill her. That's a pretty big leap from wanting to kill someone to doing it, Kel. Yeah, whatever. Let's go see if we can get close enough to hear. The canopy next to the burial site had roped-off seating for the big-name guests who needed protecting from the blazing sun. Kelly shook herself out of her grim mood as they walked to where the hoi polloi were jockeying for standing room on the grass. They should have called you to look at the suicide note, she said. You might have had a different opinion. Claudia shrugged. Of all the times the police had called on her expertise as a forensic document examiner, this was one case where they had not. If there was no question in the coroner's mind that Lindsey killed herself, they didn't need me. There's Ivan in the front row, Kelly said, pointing out Lindsey's business manager. Who's he talking to? He looks familiar. If I'm not wrong, that's our illustrious state senator. As if he had heard his name invoked, Ivan Novak's head swiveled, and he looked right at them. Excusing himself, Ivan rose and came towards them. Think he'll invite us to sit with him? Kelly asked hopefully. Nope, and don't suggest it. Is that a challenge, Kimosabi? Claudia gave her the side-eye. Definitely not. And then Ivan was pumping their hands, thanking them for coming. To Claudia, the puffy pouches under his eyes meant that, unlike so many others, including her, he had shed real tears for Lindsey. It means so much that you're here, Ivan said. It couldn't have been easy for either of you. Kelly gave him air kisses on both cheeks. Are you doing okay, Ivan? You kind of look like shit. No offense. None taken. Okay is something I definitely am not. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed at rivulets of sweat dripping down both sides of his face. You and I have to talk privately, Missy, he said to Claudia. Not here. Come find me at the reception. Her heart sank. Cocktails with Lindsey's crew did not figure in her plans for the rest of the afternoon. She opened her mouth to decline, but Ivan, reading her intention, gripped her hand. You have to come, Claudia. Please, it's urgent. The service is about to start, she said, seeing the funeral director approach the podium. Ivan gave her sad puppy dog eyes. You were friends once. Don't let her down now, he said, and hurried back to his seat without giving her a chance to respond to his request. Scowling at his receding back, Claudia resisted saying what she was thinking. Lindsey may be dead, but the drama goes on. No wonder Kelly called him Ivan the Terrible. He could be as sweet as a bottle of Moscato, and when he wanted something, as unshakable as the Rock of Gibraltar. The reception is at Lindsey's penthouse, she said. It's where she died, for Christ's sake. How creepy is that? As creepy as Lindsey, Kelly said. Hey, I'll be there, and so will Zebediah. Look at him, under the canopy, of course. Their friend, Zebediah Gold, was seated between two recognizable actors. Claudia smiled. I guess being Ivan's therapist has its perks. But what's up with that seersucker jacket? In this weather, I'm surprised he didn't show up in a thong. Jeez, Kelly, I could have gone all day without that image in my head. Her friend's retort was cut short by the funeral director, who was introducing the officiant. In his long purple vestment, mopping his bald pate with a handkerchief, Bishop Patrick Flannery looked miserable. He would be lucky not to come away with a nasty sunburn, Claudia thought, as he opened his gilt-edged missal and peered out over the assembled throng. We are gathered together on this sad occasion to bid a final farewell to a woman much revered. Good thing he didn't say much loved, Kelly stage whispered. Claudia shushed her. At the time or place, Kel. Another dab at his head. Often seen in the news with the clients to whom she devoted her life. Lindsey Alexander came to Hollywood with nothing but raw energy and a unique gift for recognizing talent in others. We are here to bid farewell, not to a celebrity in her own right, but to one who ably represented those whose reflected light is shining on her now. His reedy tenor was no competition for the news choppers and drones overhead. Claudia, who could not bring herself to care about the eulogy, gave up trying to listen. The fact was, Lindsey had been a self-serving ballbuster who exploited the hell out of her clients. But brutal truths like that did not belong in a eulogy. Chapter 2. Traffic between Glendale and Beverly Hills was brutal, as usual. The AC in Claudia's classic Jaguar was on the fritz. Again. Parking along the Wilshire corridor, non-existent. Trudging the 3 everlasting blocks to Lindsey's building in high-heeled sandals. Excruciating. She entered the lobby, cursing herself for a fool. Ivan had caught up with her after the service and again begged her to come to the reception. She had let his intensity get the better of her, and she had caved. Now, instead of kicking off her shoes and plunging her aching feet into a tub of cool water, she was click-clicking her way across the marble floor to the front desk. Before allowing her through to the bank of elevators that would take her to the penthouse, the concierge requested ID. He looked from her face to the driver's license photo. Emerald eyes framed by attractively winged brows, a slightly pouty mouth, straight, glossy auburn hair that fell just below her shoulders. Satisfied, he handed it back with a professional smile and asked her to log in. Running a practiced eye over the signatures above hers on the login sheet was a habit of the trade for a handwriting analyst. The names on this one read like roll call at the Kennedy Center Honors. The who's who interested her less than what the signatures told her about the personalities behind the pen. The tall capital letters and strong rhythm of powerful people. The showy, elaborate styles of the rich and famous who wanted to be seen. And the scrawls that demonstrated a need to hide the reality of a poor self-image behind the grand, public one. Loud music and chatter assaulted Claudia's ears before she stepped into the circular foyer at Lindsey's condo, the place where 6 days ago Lindsey had been found dead. The chandelier would have done the White House proud, shimmering down on an array of glorious floral tributes, rose sprays and chrysanthemum crosses, carnation hearts, arrangements of lilies. Claudia stopped to sniff at 1 or 2 blossoms, but their natural scent had been bred out of them. A good metaphor for Lindsey. Impressive on the outside, but lacking heart. She stopped on the top step of the sunken living room, reminded of an Ansel Adams photograph. Everything was black and white, both stark and beautiful, all at once. It might have been an Oscar party. The condo was already buzzing with Hollywood's A-list. Spanning most of one wall, an Italian leather banquette was occupied by TV and film actors, some of whom Claudia recognized, among directors and other industry people shooting the breeze, champagne glasses in hand. Lindsey herself gazed down on them all from a life-sized oil portrait above the fireplace, impossibly slender in a low-cut, satiny Jean Harlow-style gown. The artist had captured not the hard-boiled armor Lindsey had worn to get what she wanted, but a wistful expression in her eyes, around her mouth. In the portrait, she stood with one hand resting on the Steinway grand piano, pearl-colored, like her casket. One of her famous guests sat there now, playing Memory the melancholy ballad from the Broadway musical Cats. What was on her mind when she posed for that painting? Claudia wondered, deep in her thoughts. She startled when warm breath touched her cheek and a light kiss. "Darling, I've been looking all over for you," Zebediah Gold said. "Were you at the cemetery?" Old friend, one-time lover. These days, there was more hair on his chin than his head, but daily workouts on Venice Beach kept his body in good shape. Claudia stepped into his hug and hugged back. "Kelly and I were sweating it out at the back with the other peons. Unlike you, I might add. Sweetie, where else would I be? Who do you have to sleep with for the privilege?" The glint of humor in her eye took the edge off the words. Zebediah grinned and threw an arm around her shoulders. "In a bitchy mood, darling. Tell Daddy all about it. Chalk it up to shitty traffic and too tight shoes." She glanced around. "And this. Poor baby, I know how much you hate this kind of thing. Considering how things were between you and Lindsey, I didn't really expect you to be here." "I didn't plan to be, but Ivan twisted my arm. Something urgent we have to talk about." She used air quotes on urgent, quite sure that Ivan was over-dramatizing and that whatever he had to say could probably have waited. "Where's Kelly?" Zebediah asked. Claudia grinned. "Probably making a date with the pallbearers, all 6 of them at once. That's our girl." He gestured at their surroundings. "So, what do you think of this place?" "The austere look is not what I would have expected from Lindsey." The news that Lindsey Alexander, arrogant narcissist that she had been, was dead had shaken Claudia. And although she was not proud of it, there had been a twinge of relief, too. The guilt that followed the twinge was just one of many mixed feelings that had been part of her relationship with the Hollywood agent. Zebediah, who had given up his full-time psychology practice a few years back for semi-retirement as a consultant, studied her with clinical interest. "Lindsey had many faces, sweetie. I doubt those of us who thought we knew her ever saw them all." He hooked his arm through hers. "Let's you and I get out of this iniquitous din and find somewhere we can talk." Snagging 2 champagne flutes from a waiter bearing a laden tray, he shepherded Claudia through the sweeping condo as if he was familiar with the place. They passed through the stunning outer glass wall and onto the sun deck. Too high up to hear the traffic sounds of Wilshire Boulevard 15 stories below, the west side sprawled for miles, a panorama of old and new L.A., shoulder to shoulder like old pals. Dwellings and commercial properties, the UCLA campus, the Arm & Hammer Gallery. In the distance, a bloody sun pushed through the late afternoon marine layer, lolling on the horizon just above the Pacific Ocean. Claudia raised her glass. Champagne at a funeral. Now, that's the Lindsey I knew. Her smile was rueful. I keep expecting her to pop out of a cake and yell, "Surprise!" Zebediah chuckled. Can't say it wouldn't surprise me if she did. She would enjoy the shock value. Shocking people with her so-called jokes gave her a sense of power, Claudia said. Most of them weren't the slightest bit funny. Just ask Kelly. Kelly is the quickest person I know to forgive and forget. Is she still holding a grudge? There were so many awful things. It's hard to just let them go. Clue me in, darling. The first time Lindsey scored with one of Kelly's boyfriends, just for fun, we were still at university. She begged for forgiveness and Kelly believed she was really sorry. But it got way worse. Some things are unforgivable. Zebediah's brow quirked upward. Now you have to tell me what that means. A cascade of memories took Claudia tumbling back through the years. Kelly and her boyfriend Dan were getting married in Las Vegas. A bunch of us friends drove out there with them, and after the ceremony, we all partied pretty hard, like you do when you're young. Kelly woke up in bed, stark naked, with Lindsey. Dan was in the other bed, also naked, with Lindsey's +1. As Kelly realized what had happened, her initial confusion and panic had grown into fury and threats against the laughing Lindsey. Zebediah's brows rose. Lindsey roofied them? Claudia nodded. She was in stitches. She couldn't understand why nobody else thought it was funny. And the worst part is, nobody remembered what actually happened that night. The wedding night from hell. Christ! It tainted the marriage. They got divorced within 2 years. Claudia drew a deep breath and puffed it out in a long sigh. Hey, maybe this whole suicide thing is one of Lindsey's bad jokes. Zebediah grinned. That's why they had a closed casket? It was empty. And she's living the high life in Brazil in the witness protection program, laughing at us all. They were joking, but it would not have surprised Claudia if it turned out to be true. She turned her face to a welcome breeze. Maybe the world wasn't any poorer for losing someone who had made a career of hurting people. Zebediah drained his glass and set it on a side table. Did you see the coroner on the news? He said the drugs and booze in her system would have impaired someone twice her size. Lindsey had not clawed her way to the top of her field by missing meetings with important clients. When she did not show up as expected and there was no response to Ivan's calls and texts, Ivan had rushed to her condo and found her floating face down in the jacuzzi. Without the note they found, her death would probably have been ruled accidental, Zebediah added. Do you believe she killed herself? Claudia asked. A look of surprise crossed his face. What else? She repeated what she and Kelly had overheard. Zebediah frowned. These women think someone killed her. Claudia shrugged. We both know there are people who hated her. But murder, that's far-fetched. I imagine what you heard was out of context. Context or not, there was no question that those women were scared. At least the younger one was. The other one just seemed pissed about it. But there was the note. It was enough to convince the police. I wish I could have seen it. Claudia thought of something else. Lindsey was no churchgoer. How did Ivan get that bishop to officiate? A hefty donation can change minds, Zebediah said with a knowing smile. The powers that be in the church were dead set against burying a suicide in consecrated ground, if you'll excuse the pun. Bad pun. And you know that how? The ubiquitous grapevine, of course. Zebediah could always be counted on to know what was going on. He dipped a hand into the pocket of his jacket and brought out a coral-carved pipe. He had given up smoking years ago, but liked to joke that contemplating the universe while holding the stem in his mouth helped satisfy his oral needs. A year or two ago, that bishop was on TV defending a priest who had been arrested for keeping the altar boys on their knees a little too long. Claudia swallowed the last of her champagne, too disgusted to find a response. She glanced past Zebediah to the throng of famous guests. Through the barrier of dual-pane window doors, they looked like silent movie actors playing their parts. I hope Lindsey had a will and that she took care of Ivan the way he always took care of her. I'm sure the lawyers will get fat figuring out what to do with all the contracts. There's some very high-priced talent in that stable. Zebediah shook his head like a dog drying off after a swim. This conversation is far too maudlin, my dear. Let's find a refill. I plan to get shit-faced. Inside, the funeral reception was now a bash, with bodies packed as close as the Chateau Marmont bar on a Saturday night. Bel Air, stick-figure women, and men who spent as much time at beauty salons as their wives. Botox was in abundance in all genders. The air in the penthouse, heavy, with a potpourri of high-priced perfumes and a hint of perspiration. Claudia left Zebediah to flirt with an up-and-coming actress and excused her way through the crowd, looking for Ivan. She turned a corner just as a very large man came from the other direction. In the collision, his boat-sized shoe landed on her foot. Her squeal of pain was lost in the music and voices as she careened backward. Grabbing her before she fell, the man set her upright and dropped to his knees. His broad face splashed crimson with embarrassment. "I am so sorry," he said, probing her foot. "Do you think anything is broken?" "No, I'm fine. I'm fine." Claudia tried to push him away, but he was the size of an industrial refrigerator, impossible to move. "You sure I didn't break any bones?"
"Martin, what are you doing down there?"
The sharp demand had come from a woman who had appeared from behind him. Letting go of Claudia's foot, he hauled himself to his feet. The woman's 5-inch heels narrowed the gap, but her coiffed platinum head still barely reached his lapel.
"I just stomped on this poor lady's Tootsie, Lil," he said, offering a beefy hand. "I'd like to say, Martin Granger, delighted to meet you. But in case you haven't figured it out, I'm the neighborhood klutz."
I had figured it out.
"Are you injured?" the woman asked. "Do you need a doctor?"
Her throbbing toes felt as though a car had run over them, but all Claudia wanted to do was get away from these people, find their host, and go home. She put her hands up, protesting. "I'm fine. Please don't make a fuss." The woman's sleek black designer dress whispered, "Money." Parchment-thin skin stretched over sculpted cheekbones. She extended a well-manicured hand, weighed down by a 12-carat headlight.
"Lillian Granger. And you are?"
"Leaving." Claudia turned to go, but Lillian Granger reached out to stop her.
"Please, wait just a moment. I'd like to take your name and number in case you need medical attention later. We're happy to cover any costs, of course."
"Thanks, but I don't need a doctor, and don't worry, I'm not going to sue." The woman's eyes narrowed as if trying to puzzle something out.
"Have we met before?"
"No, I don't think so."
"Look, I'm not so good with names, but I never forget a face, and I know yours."
It only took her a moment to make the connection she was looking for.
"You were on the TV last week, weren't you?"
She snapped her fingers.
"Wait, don't tell me. Poppy, no. Camellia? A flower name, am I right?"
Channel 2 News had done a series highlighting women with unusual careers. Handwriting on the Wall, a 3-minute profile of Claudia, had played several times on the air and was posted on their website. She forced a thin smile. Claudia Rose.
"There, I knew it. Rose. This is an incredible coincidence. You're the handwriting expert, aren't you? I saw that piece and I told Marty we have got to call that woman."
Her husband gave an affirmative nod.
"It's the God's honest truth, Ms. Rose. Lil's been talking all week about getting you to analyze some handwriting for us." "We're looking to hire some new consultants for our event planning company," Lillian said.
"We've been catering parties for Lindsey's clients for years," Martin added. "In fact, we're handling this." His wife quickly interrupted the impending gaffe.
"I'd love to get your take on an applicant we're considering."
Talking business at your dead client's funeral reception. Tacky. "Let's talk next week," Claudia said, hoping they would take the hint. Lillian Granger snapped open her Gucci handbag and removed an embossed business card from a gold case.
"Our office is in the same building as Lindsey's agency. Call my assistant, Yolanda Palomino, and ask her to schedule a meeting."
Claudia took the card and stuffed it in her purse.
"Would you excuse me? I need to find Ivan."
Chapter 3. When Lindsey Alexander first met Ivan Novak, she was working out of a one-room office in a rundown building on Beverly Boulevard. They were poles apart in personality, looks, philosophy, yet something had drawn them to work together. Years later, Lindsey would say that it didn't matter whether hiring Ivan had been a stroke of genius or pure dumb luck. His business savvy had transformed the agency into a successful corporation that occupied a corner suite at a 90212 address. The trouble was, Ivan, with his thick black mustache and round cheeks the pink of a baby's bottom, the thinning patch of dark hair spread over too much forehead, he had never been young enough, handsome enough, or thin enough to fit the Hollywood success profile. In the final analysis, the Alexander agency had never been anything but Lindsey's business, Lindsey's money. Claudia found him standing alone in a corner of the formal dining room, looking dazed. The odor of weed clung to his jacket. She touched his sleeve. "Here I am, Ivan. What did you want to talk about?" He stared at her as if he didn't know who she was. Then his eyes focused. He reached into his pocket for a fresh linen handkerchief and wiped his nose. "It's a confidential matter. Come with me." Ivan led her to a floating staircase. "Lindsey's office is upstairs. It'll be quiet there." Before they had ascended the first step, a booming voice called Ivan's name. Sighing under his breath, Ivan turned back. Senator Bryce Height was at the foot of the stairs. The man who had sat beside Ivan at the graveside was handsome in a hand-tailored silk suit. The slight dusting of silver at the temples labeled him as distinguished. "Before I forget," he said, "I wanted to be sure and invite you to church with Mariel and me tomorrow. Our minister will be eulogizing Lindsey. We've reserved a place for you in our family pew." A less than delighted expression flashed across Ivan's face, but he quickly pasted on the Hollywood version of a sincere smile. "That's so kind of you, Bryce. I'll let you know." Ivan swept a hand in Claudia's direction. "Have you met Claudia Rose? Claudia, I'm sure you recognize Senator Height." Bryce Height took the hand she offered in a firm grip and flashed a high-intensity smile that made his eyes crease at the corners. His signature on the sign-in log in the lobby had more style than substance, Claudia remembered. Attention-grabbing capital letters, an elaborate swirl under his name. He would not smile so wide if he knew her voting record. "Nice to meet you, Senator." "I'm delighted to meet you, Ms. Rose." "Claudia's a world-famous handwriting expert," Ivan prattled on to her dismay. Height gave her an appraising look that Claudia guessed meant he was measuring her possible value to him. "Is that right?" he said. "Who do you work for, the police?" "As an independent document examiner, I work for all kinds of people." Height favored her with another 1,000-watt smile. "So, what exactly does a document examiner do?" "Handwriting authentication, for one thing, identifying forgeries, and I sometimes work in behavioral profiling." The magnificent brows rose into his hairline. "Profiling? From handwriting? Are you serious? You're telling me you can tell how someone behaves by looking at their signature?" As accustomed as Claudia was to dealing with skepticism, it still stung when people didn't take her work seriously. At least the senator had not held out his palm and asked her to read it. It would not have been the first time someone had asked her to tell their fortune. Not just a signature, Senator, although a signature does provide some information. Handwriting reveals a lot about the writer, like body language and tone of voice. She'd repeated it all so many times before. The words came as automatically as a recorded message. Height chuckled. "Maybe I should have you analyze my opponent's handwriting in the next election. You could be our secret weapon." When pigs fly. People often don't realize that handwriting analysis is based on scientific research. It gives clues about how the writer functions, shows their potentials and weaknesses, and so on. Claudia looked around for Ivan. He had disappeared again. "Senator, would you excuse me?" Haidt looked disappointed. "Oh, don't go yet, Miss Rose. I want you to meet my wife. You can look at her handwriting and tell me what she's been hiding from me all these years." "I don't do quickies, and I don't talk business at funerals." She said it without a smile. "Oh, come on, be a sport." As Claudia opened her mouth with a sharp retort, something behind her caught Bryce Haidt's attention. The grin faded and the blood drained from his face. Turning to see what had brought on his look of sheer panic, Claudia got a jolt of surprise. The woman from the cemetery was moving rapidly in their direction, and her gaze was laser-focused on Haidt. Elegant Louboutin threads clung to her curves like paint on a wall. The beaded braids were swinging. Passing Claudia as if she wasn't there, she pressed her voluptuous body against Haidt. "Hello there, Mr. Senator," she said, her voice low and sultry. Haidt recoiled as violently as if she had held a match to his bare feet. "I'm afraid I don't... excuse me." Her smile showed off a set of movie star perfect teeth. "Oh, come on, Senator. You haven't forgotten me already, have you?" For what felt like a long moment, Haidt and the woman occupied a private zone of frozen silence in the noisy condo. Then the moment passed, and the mask of poise slid back into place. "I'm so sorry," he said smoothly. "You must be mistaken." No, Senator. There is no mistake. Let me remind you, I am Destiny." Destiny. Haidt was already starting to move away. "The name doesn't ring any bells." Destiny winked at him, long and slow. "No, I thought it rang your bell." "Destiny, dear heart, how are you? Let me get you a drink." Ivan had returned. Placing a firm grasp on Destiny's arm, he spoke to Claudia. "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." As he hustled Destiny away, the senator abruptly excused himself and strode off too. Claudia stared after them. Who was this woman? A spurned lover? Drunk? She had looked neither spurned nor drunk. She had looked downright pleased with herself. Chapter 4. At last, with the party noises following them, Claudia and Ivan mounted the swirl of white Carrara marble stairs. She glanced at the framed photographs lining the hallway as he led her along it. Lindsey laughing with Johnny Depp. Lindsey snuggling up to Tom Cruise. Lindsey having drinks with Brad Pitt. She had not seen any of them at the burial. "She never expected to live a long life, poor thing," Ivan remarked when he noticed Claudia looking at the photos. "She made plans for her funeral long ago. She hated looking at long faces. A party was more her style." "You've certainly given her that." Claudia trailed him across a grand home office to a glass-topped desk on a black lacquer base. He removed his suit coat and hung it on the back of the throne-like chair before seating himself behind the desk. Treating it with an air of ownership, he shook a smoke from a pack of Marlboros that lay on the glass top and lit up using a silver lighter. "I don't smoke," he said, giving the lie to his comment by leaning back against the inset moir's silk and sucking in a generous drag. He puffed it out on a long sigh, his eyes following the blue smoke that curled toward the ceiling. It was not until he had finished enjoying the nicotine rush that he broke the silence and got down to the business at hand. "Of course you know that Lindsey's death was ruled a suicide." "Yes, of course." He set the cigarette on a glass ashtray with a scattering of half-smoked butts and took an envelope from a drawer. "I'll tell you one thing," he said, pushing the envelope across the desk to Claudia. "She may have planned her funeral, but one thing she never planned was to kill herself." He stared at her, daring her to dispute him. Taking the envelope from the desktop, she opened it and withdrew the single sheet of paper from inside. 6 words had been printed in black ink on Alexander Agency letterhead. The paper had been crumpled up and smoothed out. "It was fun while it lasted." "This is what they're calling the suicide note?" Claudia asked. "That's what they called it, but that's horseshit." Claudia's brain flipped to automatic as she studied the note. Nothing remarkable in the style, not enough writing to suggest depression or suicidal ideation, no apparent tremor of illness or drugs or forgery, no signs that the writing might have been coerced. Nothing unusual at all. A longer sample of writing would have offered further insight. "You don't believe Lindsey wrote this?" "Indeed she did not," said Ivan firmly. "What makes you so sure?" "She never used printed writing. Ever. She never wrote in black ink. She wouldn't have used company letterhead." "Even for a suicide note?" Ivan turned a knowing look on Claudia, well aware that she was long familiar with Lindsey's odd quirks. One thing that had irritated both Claudia and Kelly from as far back as their university days was Lindsey's habit of bragging to her friends that she had more money than God, while sending personal letters scribbled on the backs of junk mail, sent in reused envelopes, a mailing label slapped over the original address and written in her trademark green ink. Extreme recycling. Ivan lit another smoke from the first one, which was less than half consumed, and pointed it at the note Claudia held. "I'm not satisfied with the way this situation was handled. The cops came up with this ridiculous theory. She wrote it, changed her mind and balled it up, then went ahead and killed herself anyway. I'm not buying it, not for a second. What about the drugs and booze in her system? What if it was an accident?" Claudia heard herself repeating the words of the tattooed girl at the cemetery. Ivan slammed his fist on the glass top hard enough to make the silver lighter jump off the desk. "No, Claudia, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. Lindsey was murdered." On some level, she had known all along it was coming, yet the bald words shook her. Reflexively, she massaged her temple, which had begun to throb with an impending migraine. "I suppose you've told the police what you think." Ivan slumped back against the chair. "They aren't interested in my opinion." "Wouldn't they have to be extra careful investigating someone as high profile as Lindsey?" "They would if she was one of our clients. The only limelight Lindsey ever got was because she stood next to them. Reflected glory, isn't that what they call it?" Bitterness curled Ivan's lip. "That damn detective never took it seriously. He claimed he had the note examined by their experts, but I'm telling you, she didn't write it." He paused to let his words sink in, and Claudia knew they had come to the crux of the meeting. "The insurance companies are jerking me around. They won't pay on a suicide. I need you to prove she didn't write the goddamn note." Opening the drawer again, he withdrew a fountain pen and a leather-bound checkbook. "What will it take to get started?" He folded open the checkbook and began to write, the platinum nib scratching against the paper. Claudia's hands shot out, palms forward. "Hold on a minute, Ivan." 4,000? 5? "It's not the money. I need time to think." Ivan sprang to his feet. "There is no time. Look, Claudia, you're the best in the business, but you also used to be her friend. Don't you want to know if she was murdered?" Sitting in front of Lindsey's desk, with Ivan's eyes boring into her, Claudia silently catalogued the long list of inexcusable acts Lindsey had committed against her and against Kelly through the years. Then she weighed them against the time they had still been friends. And when she was done, she knew there could be only one answer. Chapter 5. Claudia kicked off her shoes and dragged herself upstairs to her office. After the loud crowd at Lindsey's, she was more than ready for some downtime. Her bruised toes were throbbing, keeping time with the headache after that Granger guy stomped on them. Sinking into her desk chair with a sigh of relief and a tall glass of iced tea, she downed some painkillers. Wielding guilt with the skill of a Jewish mother, Ivan had extracted a promise from her to take the case. She had accepted a retainer check, put her foot down when he urged her to agree with his belief that Lindsey had not written the supposed suicide note. Her opinion was not for sale. She made sure Ivan understood that she would have to make a thorough examination of samples of Lindsey's handwriting before she could reach an objective conclusion. She would measure the size and proportion of the letters, the angle of slant, the amount of space between letters and words. Her stereo microscope would reveal additional pieces of the puzzle. A special piece of equipment called a handwriting comparator would add more details. After the handwriting had yielded all its secrets, would Claudia be equipped to decide whether or not she believed the samples had sufficient similar characteristics to qualify as a match. And she would give him her honest opinion, regardless of what it was. If she was unable to make an identification and concluded that Ivan was right, that the note was written by someone other than Lindsey, she would write a report for him to take to the police. It might persuade them to reopen the case. And the big question, if she did not kill herself, what had happened to Lindsey? Claudia sipped tea and pondered the question raised by the two women she had overheard at Forest Lawn. Kelly was right. Lindsey had made more than her share of enemies. But was that simply the price of a trip up the Hollywood ladder? Or was there someone who hated her enough to kill her and arrange her death to look like a suicide? If the samples were authored by the same hand and the suicide note was genuine, Ivan would have to accept that, for whatever reason, his friend and business partner had found her life too unbearable to live. Claudia thought for a while about why people kill themselves. Money worries, being jilted by a lover, fear of damaging information being exposed, terminal illness. Always at the bottom line was the hopeless belief that life will never improve. Lindsey had been a top film agent, usually seen in the company of some gorgeous hunk she was promoting. Judging from her penthouse condo, money appeared to have flowed freely. Was it possible that things were not as rosy as they appeared to be? Had she made unwise investments or otherwise struggling for money? Had she been ill? Another possibility entered Claudia's mind. What if Lindsey had authored the note under duress? Could someone have forced her to write her own death sentence and then carried it out? Agreeing to get involved with anything that involved Lindsey Alexander was a no-win proposition. What the hell had she been thinking, taking this job? The answer was a practical one. For the past couple of months, work had been slow. Looking at the retainer check and the little string of zeros after the 3, Claudia had concluded that she could not afford to turn down such a healthy retainer. Now she was having second thoughts. Anything associating her with Lindsey was a bad idea. Yet she had agreed to return to the Wilshire Boulevard penthouse on the following morning to gather the appropriate samples of Lindsey's exemplar handwritings to study. Claudia took care of some bills, then booted up her PC and turned to her email. A string of unsolicited porn filled the screen, a stubborn leftover from the last guy she had briefly dated. After deleting a half-dozen emails with subject lines like, "Here I come," "Barnyard Beauties," and "I'm lying here waiting for you," she opened an email from her brother. Pete was still making the adjustment to being a widower and single-parenting a young teenager. His email was pleading for help with 13-year-old Monica. As if Claudia knew anything about raising kids. She had given up trying after the 3rd miscarriage, hoping to avoid yet another bitter blow. She answered as best she could, then moved on to business, and worked until her neck and shoulders protested that she had been too long in the chair. She went down to the kitchen and splashed a shot of vodka into a glass, followed by a generous helping of cranberry juice. Taking her drink with her, she crossed the dark living room to the front deck, narrowly missing tripping over a potted asparagus fern she had placed there the day before. Tomorrow, she told herself, like Scarlett O'Hara, vowing as she stepped outside to find the fern a new home. Claudia lifted her face to the cool dampness of marine air on her skin, wraith-like wisps of fog curling around her in the darkness. The night was calling her. She ran back upstairs and changed into sweats, jammed bare feet into her sneakers. After locking up, she crossed her neighbor's front lawn, calling softly, "Hey, Flare, walk!" A loud bark answered her from the other side of the wooden fence separating the backyards. Even in the relatively safe beach community of Playa de la Reina, walking alone at night was an iffy proposition, and Claudia was as grateful for the company of her neighbor's German shepherd as the dog was eager to go. She rang the doorbell and heard the opening bars of Strangers in the Night. Marcia Collins looked through the peephole, then opened the door. Tall and slim in her cut-off blue jeans, she wore a man's Oxford shirt and held a cigarette. "Hey, Claude, want a dog?" "I'll just keep on borrowing yours if you don't mind. I need the beach, desperately." Marcia stood aside to let her in. "Honey," she wagged a finger at Claudia, "what you need is a man." "Yeah, thanks for the advice, but I've bagged my limit for this year." "Oh, come on. You're too young to give up on men." "I haven't given up. I'm just taking a time out. Subject change. How's work?" Marcia groaned. She waitressed at Cowboys, the bar and grill down the hill at the beach end of the short string of shops and restaurants comprising Playa de la Reina's main drag. "One of the waitresses took a hike, so guess who got stuck with the extra hours till Dooley gets off his butt and hires someone. I need the money, but I totally hate having no time to myself. Flair's lucky you want to take her out. She wouldn't get diddly of a walk out of me tonight." "I went to an interesting funeral today," Claudia said, following her into the kitchen. "You would have loved it. Movie stars up the yin-yang." "Ooh, that funeral on the news? They said Zac Efron was there. Did you see him?" "Mm-hmm." "Oh, my God." Claudia laughed. "It was a quick glimpse. He rushed out right after the service." "He is so hot." Marcia unwound a leash from the doorknob and attached it to a harness, then opened the back door and let the big shepherd in. Paws clicking loudly on the tiled floor, she slid to a stop at Claudia's feet and began nosing her. "Damn it, Flair, don't do that." Marcia snapped the harness around the excited animal's forequarters. "She killed herself, right? The lady who died? Flair, sit." "Why do you think she did it?" Claudia shook her head. "Kiddo, I haven't a clue." Why did Lindsey do any of the crazy things she'd done? Maybe one of those crazy things got her murdered. On their way to the front door, Marcia stopped to pick up a greeting card lying on the table. "Hey, check this out." She thrust the card at Claudia. "It's this new guy I've been seeing." Claudia looked at the handwriting scrawled inside. "You're the greatest. This is going to work. Love, Justin." One thing for sure, regardless of what he tells you, it won't be easy to get him to commit. "That's okay. I'm not looking for anything permanent right now." "Well, then go for it. But look at how he disconnects the last letter of this word, going. He's the kind of person who rushes into new relationships, but when it's time to put his money where his mouth is, he'll be gone. He's also emotionally needy. He doesn't put a comma after writing the word love. It says, love, Justin. He's begging for your love." Marcia looked confused. "But you just said he wouldn't commit." "People don't always want what they need." "Hey, at least he isn't a psychopath like the last one." "You sure had him pegged right. Fantastic in the sack, but honey, could he turn ugly fast." Handwriting never lies. Maybe you ought to listen to your own advice, girlfriend. Claudia tightened the leash around her wrist as Flair began tugging her toward the door. You know how it is. The shoemaker's kids go barefoot. The dog padded a few feet ahead, leading Claudia down the steep hill, keeping the leash taut, but never taking advantage. They zigzagged left, then right at the next 2 streets, passing Tyler's coffee house. The noisy late evening crowd was laughing over beer and burgers at the shack across the street. On the opposite corner, red, white, and green lights twinkled garishly on the roof of Marinelli's Italian restaurant, like perpetual Christmas. Putting Flair to heel, Claudia crossed the highway to the deserted beach. Sensing impending freedom, the dog dragged her across the sand to the water's edge. Alone again, she unhooked the leash and let Flair run. Let her thoughts run, too. Alone is safer than a bad relationship. No one to complain that I work too much. That's good. No one to love me. Not so good. She thought of the string of disastrous relationships she'd had over the 6 years following her divorce and shook her head. None had survived her all-encompassing compulsion to work, and that included her 5-year marriage, which had crumbled under the weight of her husband's relentless need for her total devotion. She had failed to pay attention to the distance growing between them until, in the end, Alan consoled himself with someone else. Claudia couldn't blame him. Therapy had taught her that she turned work into a compensation for the babies she wouldn't have, until overwork became a way of life for her. Alan, her ex, had a right to be dissatisfied with her inability or unwillingness to bridge the gap. He was a good guy who deserved someone to give him the love he needed, and she had not been the one. Maybe being alone was okay. She had her house, her career, her freedom. Life is pretty good. Chapter 6. The fog on the bathroom mirror the next morning hid the web of tiny lines that had sprung up around Claudia's eyes. When had that happened? She knew the answer. It was the hot breath of her 40th birthday on her neck, and her mother's voice carping about her lack of a permanent relationship. Telling the voice to shut the hell up, she wiped the mirror clean and propped a handwriting sample where she could see it from the corner of her eye. A client was interviewing sales applicants for his Beverly Hills furniture store. She let the handwriting work at the edges of her consciousness while drying her hair. Every centimeter of the page was crowded with large round letters and excessively wide G and Y loops. To her trained eye, this grouping of characteristics meant a strong need for approval, plus low objectivity. The applicant would engage in attention-getting behavior and was likely to be flirtatious. Extremely short upper loops suggested that the writer would not accept responsibility for her mistakes. She would need close supervision and plenty of pats on the back. Getting a feel for the dynamics of the writer gave her a head start when she was ready to write the report, Claudia told herself. But in her heart, she knew she was merely procrastinating the morning scheduled meeting with Ivan. After 2 cups of coffee and a toasted English muffin, and after changing her outfit 4 times, she had run out of delaying tactics. Ivan greeted her at the door to the penthouse in black shorts and a red T-shirt that had seen better days. He waved a sheaf of papers in one hand and a half-smoked cigarette in the other. Claudia wondered whether he was still not smoking. "I've pulled some samples of Lindsey's handwriting," he announced, jamming the cigarette between his lips. He fanned out a jumble of bills, flyers, and other scraps. Standard Lindsey writing materials. "It's obvious her writing is nothing like the one on that phony suicide note. Green pen, always written in cursive. See how she makes this capital W? And here, the way she does her capital L. They're completely different." Claudia took the papers and sifted through them, glancing at each one before handing them back. "I'm sorry, Ivan. These are not going to work for me. The note is printed, so it's important for me to compare it to her genuine printed writing. These are all written in cursive. Apples to apples." Ivan's face hardened with annoyance. The police didn't ask for that. And you weren't satisfied with the police's opinion. That's why you retained me, right? But she never printed. Ever. He waved the papers at her. That's why I know she didn't write that note. Claudia was silent for a moment, gathering her patience. People usually print forms. How about a credit application or something like that? We have secretaries to fill out forms. Lindsey just signed them. Ivan, if what you want is a proper scientific examination and opinion, you're going to have to come up with some printed samples. Otherwise, I can't help you. I'll return the retainer. Don't get all pissy, Ivan snapped, a frown drawing his heavy black brows together. I'm trying to get this place closed up, and I've got to keep the office running. I don't have time to go searching for some piece of paper that doesn't exist. Telling herself that it wasn't worth the hassle, Claudia mentally waved goodbye to the money she would have earned from the case. If a client started out as a problem, most often, things did not improve over time. She said, I understand you're busy, but Ivan, if you want me to do the examination, I'll need adequate samples to examine. If you want someone who'll just say whatever you pay them to, there are plenty of so-called experts who would love to cooperate. You can call one of them. I'll even give you some names. Ivan tossed the papers onto a side table with a big, injured sigh. Oh, fine. You can help me look, and you can box up the files as you go through them. He started toward the staircase, beckoning Claudia to follow. At $400 an hour, you'd better do some of the grunt work. The unspoken words floated between them like the smoke from Ivan's cigarette. Fine. If you are willing to pay $400 an hour, I'm willing to pay. The day before, at the funeral reception, Lindsey's home office had looked like someone worked there. The computer equipment had already been removed. Desk, tables, and bookshelves were bare. A stack of moving boxes by the door had been filled and sealed. Did you work all night? Claudia asked, surprised by the speed with which things had changed. Lindsey leased this place. I'm in a hurry to get everything settled. Ivan touched a button and a door slid open in the wall, revealing a walk-in closet more spacious than Claudia's bedroom. A row of filing cabinets stood against the far wall with a heap of collapsed storage boxes stacked on top. You can start here, he said. Pack the files into these boxes when you finish looking through them. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for. As she stood there looking at the filing cabinets, Claudia could feel Ivan's eyes on her and wondered whether he was getting a kick out of handing over what he must know would be a mind-numbing chore. It occurred to her that if she didn't come across samples she could use pretty fast, the retainer Ivan had paid was going to get eaten up in a hurry. That's his problem. I'll be downstairs, Ivan said. We were in negotiations for one of our biggest clients when all this went down. I haven't been to the office in days. I've got to work the phone. He paused at the door, resting his hand on the jamb. If you need me, use the intercom on the desk. The codes for all the rooms are marked. Oh, and help yourself to coffee or cold drinks in the kitchen. This is his idea of me helping him? He left Claudia staring at the empty bookcases in the silence. Nothing that reflected Lindsey's personality or taste remained, yet something of her presence hovered. Was she watching from some netherworld reserved for suicides and murder victims? After gulping down the pills and booze, had Lindsey taken one last look around the condo at the luxurious possessions she had accumulated, the bits and pieces that had made up her life, knowing she would never see them again? How might she have felt, knowing that in a few minutes her nervous system would begin to shut down, that she would cease breathing, that she would no longer exist in the physical world? Had she roamed the place, saying goodbye before climbing into the jacuzzi, before consciousness gradually faded and her body slid under the water? Or was the answer something more sinister? Claudia opened the first drawer. Dozens of green file folders pressed up against each other, untidy edges of paper protruding from the sides. Why had Lindsey chosen to live with this kind of clutter? She had been a woman of means, and the closet was large. Why not purchase more file cabinets, hired someone to organize her papers? The answer was simple. For the same reason, Lindsey always wrote on trash. If she spent money, there had to be some kind of payback for her. Her disdain for most people was evident in her refusal to use good letterhead unless the letter was destined for someone whom she deemed important. Ivan's main reason for not believing the suicide note was genuine, that the note had been written on letterhead paper. Claudia assembled a file box and carried an armful of folders to the glass-top desk. Years-old magazine articles spilled out, pages of jokes printed from the internet, files filled with correspondence, gourmet recipes that would never find their way into Lindsey's kitchen. No samples of printed handwriting to use as exemplars she could compare to the supposed suicide note. Could Ivan's assertion that Lindsey never used printed writing be true? The chances were next to nil. People adopt alternate writing styles for various types of communication. All Claudia had to do was hunt through enough of this stuff until a suitable sample turned up. 2 hours into the search, the file room had grown stuffy. An insistent growling was coming from Claudia's empty stomach, adding to the growing list of reasons why she should abandon what appeared more and more to be a useless task. She took a moment to straighten and clasp her hands over her head, stretching to release the tension that had accumulated in her shoulders while leaning over the file drawers. She made herself a promise. If she had no luck in the next half hour, she would walk. Ivan could pay a file clerk $15 an hour to pack the files. Working her way through the next drawer, Claudia reflected on Ivan's unwillingness to cooperate in providing the material she needed for the job. Was he simply being petty and vindictive because she had rejected the samples he offered for examination? Or was there more to it? No way to know. Finally, after sealing the box she was working on, Claudia grabbed what she decided was going to be the final batch of files from the bottom drawer of the file cabinet. In the first folder was a plain white envelope, unaddressed, no postmark. The single sheet of lined notebook paper inside was a handwritten note. Explosive violence leapt off the page. Heavy, slashing strokes, crowded words. Some letters jumped up menacingly. She turned it over and felt the back of the paper. The pen had dug deep furrows, spawning an evil braille. "You're gonna be one sorry bitch." Psychopathology was nothing new to Claudia. She had worked for years in the courts and with psychologists, analyzing the handwritings of mental patients and convicted criminals. This handwriting fit neatly into what she had learned there. She pressed the intercom and called Ivan to come up to the office. He took the paper from her and looked at it with a shrug. "This has nothing to do with Lindsey's death." Claudia stared at him. "How can you be so sure? Don't you think the police would be interested in seeing this?" "This note came from a security guard we fired for sexual harassment about a year ago. He was none too bright. Look there, he couldn't even spell. This was an attempt to scare us." "This guy could do more than scare you, Ivan. His handwriting shows he's a real sicko." "Oh, is that a technical term?" "It's not funny, Ivan. He could do some serious damage. Is he in jail, I hope?" "No, he isn't." Ivan's tone turned frosty. "We handled the situation internally. We never heard from him again." Claudia got the message. Don't tell me my business. Again, she was picking up an undertone that left her mystified. Why did Ivan refuse to acknowledge the very real possibility that the writer of this threatening message might be involved in Lindsey's death? "I could compare this with the suicide note," she pressed. "If you believe Lindsey was murdered, this person could be a suspect." With a dismissive wave of his hand, and ignoring Claudia's gasp, Ivan tore the paper into 6 pieces and tossed it into the trash bin under the desk. "It's not him. How can you be so sure? Ivan took a deep drag on his cigarette and tapped it on the ashtray, sending up a shower of ashen sparks. You know, I think your time might be better spent talking to Earl Nelson. It's possible he might have something you can use. Who is Earl Nelson? Lindsey's brother. Claudia frowned. She told me she was an orphan, that she had no family. Ivan blew a noxious cloud of smoke from the corner of his mouth. She despised him. In fact, he was barred from her funeral. But I can assure you, whether she wanted to acknowledge him or not, her brother is alive and living in West Hollywood. He scribbled on a yellow post-it. Here's his phone number. Give him a call and ask to meet with him today. I'll have someone from the office pack up the rest of the files and messenger them over to you. You can finish looking through them at your place. Claudia accepted the paper, noting that Ivan had hand-printed Earl Nelson's address. She dialed the number, making a mental note to check his writing against the alleged suicide note. It wasn't unusual for the person who produced an anonymous note to also be the one who had written it. Chapter 7. Earl Nelson lived in a run-down condominium conversion in one of the less affluent neighborhoods of West Hollywood. Less than 10 miles east of the penthouse his sister had called home, it could have been in another galaxy. In the 1960s, the place had been an apartment building for moderate-income tenants, but some 20 years later, mercenary owners concluded money was to be made by turning the flats into condos. Unfortunately for the buyers, new paint and carpets failed to mask the fetid mixture of cooking, neglected pets, and mildew that permeated the maze of hallways, and the passage of time hadn't improved it. As Claudia entered the dimly lit lobby, a youth in black leather slouched past, his hair molded into a crown of magenta spikes. He walked in front of her as if she wasn't there and punched the elevator call button. When the car groaned to a stop and the door clanged open onto a tiny, graffiti-defaced compartment, she changed her mind about stepping inside with Spiky Boy and decided to take her chances on the stairs. Nelson's apartment was located on the 3rd floor at the far end of a succession of labyrinthine corridors with poor lighting and dangerously threadbare carpeting. She could hear television sounds through the wall. Claudia knocked on the door, wondering whether Earl Nelson would resemble his sister. He had been anything but friendly over the phone. The door swung open, and an odor worse than what she had smelled on her way to the 3rd floor assaulted Claudia's nostrils with a knockout punch. The stench of old garbage and marijuana, mingled with body odor, made her want to pinch her nostrils shut. Even LA's smog was preferable to breathing Earl Nelson's personal brand of air pollution. Nelson bore about as much resemblance to Lindsey as he did to Ben Affleck, which was 0 to none. He peered at her through mean eyes framed in Buddy Holly glasses. Claudia figured he was maybe 10 years older than his sister. A long ponytail hung over a soiled green golf shirt, round shoulders peppered with dandruff. A tattooed snake with red eyes slithered up his left arm. Earl Nelson? She offered her business card. I'm Claudia Rose. I called about Lindsey. With what appeared to be a permanent scowl etched on the sallow face, he took the card and jammed it into a trouser pocket without looking, flicking a glance over Claudia's body. His gaze lingered on her breasts until she crossed her arms. Nelson turned on his heel and slithered back inside the apartment, snarling. What are you waiting for? The ugly little flat was lit only by the television, and what small amount of sun penetrated the edges of the ragged curtains. Nelson slumped in an ancient recliner that bore the clear imprint of his rear, and picked up a bottle of Budweiser from the coffee table. Claudia was thankful when he didn't offer her a seat. There wasn't a surface in that room where she would willingly sit. She watched, fascinated, as he drained the bottle and aimed it at an overflowing box of trash in a corner of the room. It missed and fell clattering against its brethren already on the floor. "Goddamn thing," Nelson groused. "I was that close." He fixed Claudia with an expectant stare and pointed the remote at the TV, muting the sound on an ancient Gunsmoke rerun.
So, did she come through?
Excuse me?
Did the bitch change her mind?
No wonder Lindsey didn't claim this pathetic excuse for a human being. I'm sorry, Claudia said politely. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did she leave me some money?
Nelson spoke slowly, stretching out the words as though Claudia was a very slow learner. Squelching a desire to reach out and punch him in the face, Claudia said, Maybe I wasn't clear when I called. I'm not a lawyer. I have nothing to do with handling Lindsey's estate.
But I thought...
I'm a handwriting examiner. I'm here because Ivan Novak, the executor of her estate, doesn't believe she killed herself. He's retained me to authenticate the note found with your sister's body.
Executor.
He spat the word back at her, his lip curling into an ugly sneer.
Executor? You mean her fucking secretary? The bitch leaves it all to her fucking secretary, and he sends a goddamn handwriting expert to get something from her only brother? That's bullshit.
Mr. Nelson, I told you on the phone, I'm looking for samples of Lindsey's printed writing. That's it. I know nothing about her will or her estate. Consumed with some primitive rage, Nelson wasn't listening.
Too good for her family. Left orders to keep her only brother out of her goddamn funeral. Who the hell she thinks she was? The friggin' Queen of Sheba? We were partners.
Claudia interrupted the flow of invective. Do you have anything Lindsey wrote or not? Nelson broke off, his sudden grin showing a set of nicotine-stained teeth.
How about some live action? He said. I got plenty of movies I can show you.
What are you talking about? You said you had some handwriting samples for me. I don't need movies.
Lindsey and me, we had a nice little system going. Now I'm calling the shots. I could...
Look, Earl, if you've got something I can use, show it to me now, or I'm out of here. A coffee table separated them, littered with racing forms, a smoke-stained bong, and assorted garbage. Nelson hucked up a wad of phlegm and spat on a frozen dinner tray, sending a cockroach the size of a small mouse and Tanny quivering, scurrying across the desiccated remains of a long-past meal. Claudia recoiled in disgust. No amount of money was enough to deal with this kind of vermin, human or six-legged. She started toward the door. Earl Nelson rushed after her.
Hey, wait a minute. What's in it for me?
Claudia paused, her hand hovering over the doorknob, loath to touch it. What do you want? An avaricious gleam brightened the drug-dulled eyes.
Ivan needs what I got, right? It ought to be worth something.
You want to sell me your sister's handwriting? Fine, I'll call Ivan and see what he says. I have no idea whether he'll be willing to offer you compensation or not. Nelson scratched his head, releasing a shower of white flakes.
That money ought to be mine, not his,
he muttered, shuffling over to the bedroom. Through the doorway, Claudia could see what she was sure were filthy sheets on the unmade bed.
He wants anything from me, he'll cough up some ducats,
Nelson said, snapping the door shut behind him. Keeping an eye on the cockroach, which was now examining another kind of roach lying by the bong, Claudia called Ivan's number. By the time Nelson returned, with a manila envelope clutched to his undernourished chest, she had an answer. If you've got something I can use, Ivan will give you $1,000. The mean eyes narrowed to slits.
1,000? Hell with that. My little sis had money coming out of her ass. I want at least 5 big ones. That's my price.
Take it or leave it, Earl. Claudia opened the door. I think he's an idiot to give you a dime.
Wait up!
Seeing his opportunity to make a quick buck slipping away, Nelson was panicking. He reached around her and pushed the door shut and leaned on it.
Not so fast. How do I know he's going to pay up if I let you just take the shit?
Claudia didn't bother to hide her contempt. "I guess you don't. Hand it over now or you get zilch. I'm not coming back here." She could see the wheels spinning as he weighed the options. With a final muttered, "Fuck it," Nelson reached into the envelope. He pulled out the contents, a stack of 8x10 glossies, and thrust them at her. Claudia leafed through them. Not your usual Kodak moments. "What the hell is this?" she demanded, shocked and outraged by photo after explicit photo of acts of sexual bondage. The photos featured a young Lindsey over years. In the first ones, she appeared to be about 9, tethered to a wrought iron bed by handcuffs. Wearing lingerie never intended for a child, the waifish child stared away from the camera with a blank expression. The same man appeared in many shots. Curly brown hair, clean-shaven chiseled features, aquiline nose. Claudia, her revulsion increasing with each image, asked herself why someone with these knockout looks would need to prey on a child. But she knew the answer. A sense of inadequacy with adult women. In the last image, the child, now a Lolita with smeared lipstick, lay beside the man on the bed. Nausea rose in her like a tide. Claudia wanted nothing more than to deck Earl Nelson and grind the self-satisfied smirk off his face with the heel of her shoe. "Who took these, you gross pervert? You?" Nelson chuckled obscenely at her discomfort. "Little sister always said someday they'd be worth something, and I guess she was right. Too bad it's too late for her." Claudia thrust the stack of photos back at him. "Why are you showing me this? Give me the handwriting, or it's too late for you. I'll turn these over to the cops." "Hey, chill, lady. It's on the back." Flip the photos over, she saw immature printed writing on the backside. "Uncle Preston and me, having fun. Preston and his special girl. He loves me. I love Preston. I hate Preston." The back of the last picture was covered with the name Preston, printed over and over in green ink with adolescent-colored-in hearts scattered around. Claudia crammed the photos back into the envelope. Who is this piece of shit? Nelson yanked open the front door, his thin lips pulled into a sneer. "That ain't included in the price. You want more information? It's gonna cost. Now get the hell out." Chapter 8. Claudia tossed her purse into the passenger seat, feeling as contaminated as if she had been exposed to COVID-19. She climbed behind the wheel of the Jaguar, shaking with anger. When she fumbled the keys in the ignition and dropped them on the floor, she made herself stop and take a calming breath, squeezing every vestige of Nelson's vile presence out of her body as she exhaled, repeating the process until she felt calm again. If anyone knew the truth about Lindsey, it would be Zebediah. "Are you available?" she asked without preamble when he answered her call. "I've got something to show you." "Darling, for you, I'm always available. You know that. What's wrong?" "Wrong? What makes you think anything's wrong? I'm having a lovely day." Zebediah's voice dropped to a sensual murmur. "Bring that luscious body over here, and I promise to make it all better, whatever it is." In spite of herself, she laughed. "Oh, you're all talk." Once, she would have taken him seriously, but that was long ago, before their brief, blistering affair had mellowed into friendly fire. "Just give me a chance, my sweet," he said, knowing she wouldn't. "Put your panties over your heart and forget the past." Forget the past. What he meant was, she should forget that he was a man who loved women, irresistibly loved them all. He pretended not to understand why Claudia had been unwilling to share him, jokingly calling himself a lesbian trapped in a man's body. She knew he was a man who would never confine himself to just one lover, so they became just friends. He couldn't see it, but Claudia rolled her eyes anyway. "Put it away, Zeb. We need to talk. Have you had lunch?" "No, sweetie. What'd you have in mind?" "How about that funky little veggie place you're so fond of on Venice Beach?" "You're buying?" "Of course. I want to pick that devious brain, and I'm willing to pay for the privilege." She checked her watch. "I can be there in 40 minutes. Despite her playful flirtation with Zebediah, Claudia couldn't have been more serious about her need to discuss with him what she had discovered about Lindsey. Child abuse was a miserable fact of life that she had dealt with over the course of her career. Children treated like animals, neglected, beaten, starved. Children forced to steal. Children prostituted for money. Little girls passed around to their father's friends. Little boys whose own mothers injected their veins with heroin-filled needles. She had worked those cases with psychologists, analyzed the handwritings of the abusers and their victims. Or, when the victims were too young to write, she analyzed their drawings. Zebediah often cautioned her against becoming too involved in their stories. He had suggested that she was projecting because of the miscarriages, but she had never learned to insulate her emotions the way she did with adult relationships. The name and story of every abused child whose handwriting had crossed her desk remained indelibly stamped on her heart. As she drove across town, she argued with herself that the abuse against Lindsey was old history, that the victim was dead and couldn't ever be heard again. But Lindsey wasn't just some anonymous handwriting on a piece of paper. Claudia knew firsthand how tragically her story had ended. Now she was being forced to see her old frenemy in a new light, and the emerging picture left her sad and angry, even a little ashamed. Aside from an elderly couple in the corner sharing a late lunch, the veg head on the Venice boardwalk was deserted. The new school year was in swing and the summer out-of-towners had returned to work. Only the die-hard bodybuilders lingered on the sand and a few of their groupies. Although the sun wouldn't emerge until the marine layer burned off late in the afternoon, Claudia and Zebediah took a table shaded by a big blue and yellow striped umbrella in the front patio area of the cafe. As they sat waiting for their meal, a tall, loose-jointed black woman in a yellow string bikini went gliding past on rollerblades. She waved at Zebediah, who waved back. He seemed to know almost everyone on the beach. Looking through the stack of photos, he handed them back. His expression was troubled, but not surprised. "Poor Lindsey," he said. "She never stood a chance against all that money and power and evil." Zebediah had been Lindsey's therapist for a short time. Claudia had referred her. She tapped the top photo. "The evil is obvious, but what about the money and power? You knew about this guy?" "Yes, I knew." "Well, come on. Don't make me go back to her shit-heel brother and pay for the information." "Not so fast," Zebediah said, with a look that made her squirm. "I still have a license to protect, and there's client-patient confidentiality to consider. She's dead, and I was retained by her estate to look into her death, so that should let me in on the privilege." He gave his beard a little tug and chewed on his lower lip, considering. "That's stretching it, but it's basically true. And seeing as I trust you completely." He frowned a warning over his glasses. Claudia zipped her thumb and forefinger across her closed lips. "I won't repeat it. Swear." "Well, it is considered a gray area legally, so I'll tell you what I know." He went silent for a moment, then plunged into the story. Lindsey was already sexually active by the time her brother handed her over to Preston Redmond when she was 11. Earl had been molesting her as far back as she could remember. His pals had their fun with her too. The idea of being touched by Earl Nelson was enough to make Claudia's flesh crawl. "Who is this Preston Redmond?" she asked. "It's a pretty sordid story." Zebediah leaned dangerously far back in the plastic chair. It wasn't built to support his weight, and for a moment, Claudia worried that it might tip over and land him on the ground. Lindsey's father deserted the family when she was 5, an especially vulnerable time for a little girl to lose her daddy, even a son of a bitch like this fellow apparently was. Her mother took a job as a live-in housekeeper at the Redmond estate in Bel Air. According to Lindsey, her mother resented having to work so hard to support her and let her know it every chance she got. When Earl was old enough to drive, the Redmonds employed him as a chauffeur. The estate was originally inherited from Preston's family. He was a failed artiste, blew through the money, and abused every substance known to man. Mrs. Preston was a high-powered real estate exec. She made her own money and, for whatever reason, kept him supplied with his drug of choice, but otherwise treated him like dog shit. According to Lindsey, the wife showed her contempt for him by sleeping around with anyone and everyone. The more inappropriate, the better. The pool man, the gardener. Her raised eyebrows produced a nod. "Yes, darling, the chauffeur, too. Back then, Nelson had to be more appealing than what you've described. Redmond was inadequate and incapable of an adult relationship, so he paid for sex with the housekeeper's child. And thanks to the early incest with her brother, Lindsey already had a warped view of sex, which she never outgrew. She was, shall we say, ripe for the picking." "Didn't Mrs. Redmond ever hear of divorce?" "People have all kinds of reasons for staying in a miserable situation." The waitress arrived with a macrobiotic dish of beans and rice for Zebediah. In a half-hearted attempt to diet, Claudia had opted for Chinese chicken salad. Eating raw greens made her feel virtuous and okay when she ordered dessert. Zebediah plucked 3 pink packets of sweetener from the container on the table and sprinkled the crystals into his tea. "Lindsey was pathologically attached to Redmond," he said thoughtfully, stirring the tea. "But she also despised him for what he did to her." Could she have been blackmailing Redmond with these photos? What makes you ask that? It sounds like the family didn't have much money, but when we were in school, she always had a steady stream of cash. And believe me, she flaunted it, showing off shopping bags from Rodeo Drive. She had her own gold card, too. She'd show up with stuff the rest of us had talked about wanting. French silk scarves, Italian leather sandals, always the very item she'd heard someone say they wanted. Darling, you know she had to be on top in everything. Claudia lifted a brow. I guess you'd know more about that than I would. He shook his head in mock despair. You are truly wicked. She had a white Mercedes convertible, Claudia continued, as memories continued to trickle back. She used to park it in the red zone on purpose. Naturally, she'd get ticketed, but would she pay the tickets? Of course not. She'd stick them in the glove box, and whenever she got around to it, write out one big check for all the fines and think it was a joke. Zebediah adjusted his chair upright, stuck his long legs underneath, and attacked his food with the anticipation of a starving man. If she was blackmailing Redmond, she must have made him pay in spades over the years. What about her mother? Did she know about the abuse? Even as she asked the question, Claudia guessed the answer. She claims her mother knew about it, but didn't want to lose the perks, so she kept her mouth shut. She was only too happy to look the other way. Looked the other way while her child was used as a sex slave, Claudia thought. Lindsey must have been crushed by the emotional abandonment along with everything else. It was not uncommon for victims of long-term abuse to eventually identify with their abuser, like Patty Hearst and the Symbionese Liberation Army back in the 70s. Psychologists had dubbed it the Stockholm Syndrome after a botched bank robbery in Sweden where the hostages had eventually refused rescue. One of them even became engaged to her captor. So what happened to Redmond? Like I said, Lindsey was pathologically attached to him. She talked to me about it, but she didn't want him prosecuted for the prior child abuse. She was an adult, which meant I didn't have the legal obligation to report it, as I would if she'd been a minor. Zebediah's face took on a thoughtful look. If she was blackmailing him, I bet she made more money than she would have been awarded in a lawsuit. He must be delighted she's dead. Do you think Preston Redmond could have killed her? Claudia breathed, already trying to figure out how she could obtain a sample of the pedophile's handwriting to compare to the suicide note. Zebediah considered this. If Earl Nelson thought Redmond was involved in Lindsey's death, he'd cash in on it big time. He wouldn't worry about a paltry $1,000 from Ivan. But if he and Lindsey were blackmailing Redmond together, Nelson must have the negatives, or he wouldn't have given up the photos. Lindsey hated her brother, but he claimed they were partners. Claudia tore off a chunk of baguette and dipped it in the blue cheese dressing she'd requested on the side. It doesn't make sense. If Nelson was blackmailing Redmond, why is he living in such a dump? I'll bet any money he gets goes up his nose or into his veins. Good point. First things first, I need to examine that suicide note and see whether she actually wrote it or not. Trouble is, the writing on those pictures was done so long ago, it's not any more useful than the rest of the stuff Ivan came up with. Except for one thing. It's block printed, which shows that it's a style of writing that's within Lindsey's personal range of variation. Claudia sighed. I want to know whether a police expert examined the handwriting on the note. Do you know any of the detectives at the PD in her district? Zebediah asked. No, that would be Wilshire or Beverly Hills. I'll call my contact at Pacific and see if she can find out who was assigned to Lindsey's case. Do that, sweetie. Who knows? He might be just what you need. Chapter 9. Dialing the number for Pacific Division Police Station, Claudia couldn't get the photographs of the young Lindsey and her abuser out of her head. What she had learned about Earl Nelson and Preston Redmond turned her stomach and left her feeling more sympathetic towards Lindsey. Her appalling childhood explained much of her behavior. Records, a formal voice said. Jackson speaking. Hey, Dana, what's up? The voice relaxed as Dana Jackson recognized her caller. Don't even ask. It's been crazy around here, all the gangs shooting each other and anyone else who gets in the way. Pacific Division was responsible for a 24-square-mile territory covering Venice Beach, Oakwood, Mar Vista, Playa de la Reina, and Westchester, an area attractive to tourists and rife with gangs and drug dealing. Keeps you in a job, said Claudia. Yeah, thanks so much, Dana said sarcastically. Hey, I'm glad you called. Much as I hate to admit it, I'm dating another cop. I've got some of his handwriting. No problem, Claudia said with a flash of envy. Lately, all her friends had new loves in their lives and wanted her to analyze their handwriting, while she hadn't dated anyone steadily in more than a year. In fact, her personal life seemed to be headed nowhere. She could practically feel her allure slipping away. I need a favor, she told Dana. Can you find out who the investigator is on this case I'm working? He's either from Wilshire or Beverly Hills. His name's... Hold on. She read the note she had scratched to herself during her last update with Ivan Novak, where she had filled him in on her meeting with Nelson and her lunchtime conversation with Zebediah. Okay, got it. It's Detective Eugene Vanderbosch. Vanderbosch? Dana repeated. Sorry, girl, he's in the hospital. Last I heard, he's not expected to make it. What happened? Shot in the line of duty? Nah, heart attack. Too many donuts. Your compassion is touching, Dana. Ah, he's a fat prick. No one around here shedding a whole lot of tears. My client didn't think much of him either. Claudia idly doodled boxes around the edges of the electric bill that lay on her desk awaiting payment. Listen, I've got a suicide case. The heirs want me to look at the handwriting on the note. Can you find out who examined it on your side? Dana gave a disgusted snort. Knowing Vanderbosch, he just made shit up. That's the kind of hard-working sumbitch he is. Claudia heard her fingers tapping her keyboard. Someone has to be filling in for him on his cases. Let me find out who it is and get back to you. Can you get me the autopsy report too? Why do you need that? For the tox screens. I want to know exactly what drugs were in her system. If she wrote the note, the drugs would have an effect on her handwriting. I'll see if I can get you a cleansed copy of the incident report too. Cleansed? It means the witnesses' names are redacted. That's blacked out to you. Yeah, I know what redacted means. But what's the point? Hey, if someone got pissed off about something they read in our report and went after a witness, well, gotta protect our asses from lawsuits, you know? Okay, thanks, Dana. I owe you. That's right, you do. Hey, I'll fax you my guy's writing when I send the reports. Just tell me the bad stuff. I already know how good he is in bed. Claudia was rinsing out the plastic tray from her frozen lasagna when the phone rang, and Kelly's number popped up on caller ID. She had not spoken to her friend since leaving Lindsey's funeral reception on Saturday. Her voice slurred, an immediate red flag. You gotta help me. What's wrong? You gotta tell me what to do. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. Help me, Claudia. Take it easy, Kel. Just tell me what happened. I can't. Just forget it. I'm hanging up now. Claudia sighed inwardly. Kelly, with a few drinks in her, could do drama better than Meryl Streep. Don't hang up. Everything's going to be okay. Tell me what's wrong. Famous last words. Kelly began weeping convulsively, big, heaving sobs. Oh my God, Claudia, I think I killed Lindsey. Chapter 10. Start at the beginning, Claudia said. She was used to Kelly's theatrics, but something told her not to blow this off. She could hear glass clinking against glass as her friend poured herself another martini. Extra dry, 2 olives. Go on, I'm listening. Kelly sucked in a shuddering breath. Remember that guy, Sean, I was hooking up with? Since her friend hooked up with new men on a semi-regular basis, keeping current would take a scorecard. Claudia rapidly reran their conversations over the past few weeks. Kelly was fond of saying that she liked her men young so she could mold them. Was Sean the Timothy Chalamet look-alike? Or was it Asa Butterfield? Then she got it. Sean was the one who reminded her of Charlie Heaton. He plays the doctor on a soap, right? Tender is the night. And this is connected to Lindsey how? Don't push me, Claude. I'm getting there. This is hard. She took a long drink, then drew a long breath. We were at Busby's for drinks a few days before Lindsey, died. Claudia knew the club. Popular with the upwardly mobile West Side singles crowd, Busby's boasted go-go girls, pool tables, and abundant couches on which to snuggle, if that was what you were looking for. We went there with her once, Claudia interjected. No surprise, she'd be there. I knew we should never have gotten involved with her again. Since their conversation at the gravesite, Kelly's hatred of their former friend had sprouted like a prickly shrub. Now it was bursting into full, thorny bloom. She was on him like a bitch in heat. You'd have thought I was invisible. She kept leering at his crotch. For the briefest instant, Claudia wanted to ask what was so special about Sean's crotch, but she thought better of it and let Kelly resume her story. She wouldn't have looked at him twice if he wasn't with me. Why was she like that, Claude? She could have 10 guys crawling all over her, but if she saw me with someone, she'd go after him instead. Because that was Lindsey. So what happened? Claudia prompted after a long silence while Kelly slurped her cocktail. I got her to go to the ladies' room with me, and I told her to keep her goddamn hands off him. I told her I'd had enough of her screwing around with my life. The anger dissolved into sobs. As usual, she thought it was a big joke. She called Sean the next day and asked him out, Claudia, and he told me about it. He was flattered. She told him she would introduce him to Spielberg, like that was ever going to happen. Jerk, Claudia agreed automatically, wishing Kelly had more discriminating taste in men. Look who's talking, a mean little voice whispered. Like you've done any better. Kelly was on a roll. That bitch had more balls than a two-pecker billy goat. Can you believe she'd go after him like that? Well, yeah, we're talking about Lindsey here. God, I hated her. I get that. But what about the part where you think you killed her? This isn't easy for me, Claude. Kelly paused for another gulp of her drink, then started talking faster and faster. I couldn't get it out of my head, what she'd done with Sean, all the things she did before when we first knew her. I thought about my wedding and shit she did to you, too. I couldn't stop. There were so many things. By Friday night, I was going crazy. I thought maybe if I saw her face to face, I could make her understand. I went over to her place and started banging on the door. I could hear music, but she wouldn't answer. I started yelling and kicking the door. Hell, I know I was being a big baby, but I couldn't let her get away with screwing me over again. Sean was the last straw. I was going to kick her ass. Under other circumstances, the idea of petite Kelly going 10 rounds with the much taller Lindsey like a pair of mismatched boxers would have made Claudia laugh. But Lindsey's death had changed so many things. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Did she open the door? Kelly's mood shifted back to anger. No, she called the friggin' cops. Must have taken them all of 3 minutes to get there. You have to live in a penthouse to get that kind of service. They busted out of the elevator, pointing guns at me and yelling. I have no idea what she told them, but I thought they were going to shoot me. It was a freaking nightmare. Oh, my God. What time was that? What time? What time were you pounding on her door? Around 8, I guess. Why? The police report would show what time they arrived and that they saw her alive. Were you arrested? Kelly would have told her if she had gone to jail, even if just long enough to post bail, wouldn't she? But Kelly had surprisingly been quiet about this entire episode. Claudia flopped down full length on the office couch and put her hand over her eyes as if that would blot out the scene that Kelly was describing. Please tell me this is the whole story, that you just turned around and left. Well, I had to leave. She kept laughing, that stupid donkey laugh of hers, but she said she wouldn't press charges, so they escorted me downstairs and told me to go home. It was also humiliating. Kelly sounded humiliated as she said it, but Claudia wondered uncharitably if she hadn't enjoyed the drama, just a tiny bit. I have a sinking feeling there's more, said Claudia. Silence, and the sounds of her drink being refilled. Kelly? Yeah, there's more. I went back later. You went back? I know, it was a stupid thing to do. It was maybe a couple hours later. A couple of hours. That had given Kelly enough time to knock back a few martinis. The media had reported that Lindsey's death had occurred sometime between midnight Friday and dawn Saturday. I drove around for a while, got even madder. Kelly gave a humorless laugh. Stupid me. I forgot there was no limit to the filthy things that skank would do. When I went back, the police cars were gone. The guy at the front desk didn't stop me, so I went up and knocked on her door again. Not like before, just a regular knock. She came to the door right away. She was wearing this black come fuck me bustier and a garter belt. Obviously, she was expecting someone else. Claudia could visualize the scene. Lindsey flinging open the door, anticipating a late-night visitor, not expecting to find Kelly on her doorstep again. What did she do? She was shocked to see me. I pushed past her and went inside. She asked what the hell I thought I was doing. And you said? That I was through with her messing up my life and? I said if she didn't stay away from me, I would kill her. Kelly's voice cracked. She just laughed at me again. Why does she always do that, Claudia? Why'd she always have to laugh at people like that? That god-awful, mocking, nails-on-a-blackboard laugh. Claudia rolled off the sofa and went out to the deck. It was too dark now to see the ocean, but she could hear the shushing of the waves. What happened after that? I don't know. What do you mean, you don't know? I blacked out. Kelly liked to drink, and she drank a lot. The downside, like the occasional blackout, didn't seem to trouble her too much. She had been drinking since middle school, where she discovered that alcohol could block the pain that came with the responsibility of parenting 4 younger siblings. Their drug-addicted mother was often out of it for weeks at a time, and it had fallen to Kelly, the eldest, to pretend all was well so that child welfare wouldn't split up the family in foster care. Do you remember anything? Claudia asked, her heart sinking a few degrees lower. Do you remember leaving there? That's the worst part. When she started laughing at me, I lost it. I just lost it. I don't remember what happened afterward. I woke up in my car feeling like shit on toast. I drove home and threw up. The tears flowed in a torrent, and it was all Claudia could do to make out her words. Then it was all over the news that she was dead, and Claudia vividly remembered. She had been stretched out on the same couch she had just vacated, mentally going over her work for the next day. When she switched on the TV news, the shocking report was all over the local channels. Top Hollywood agent, Lindsey Alexander, found dead in the hot tub of her Brentwood penthouse. Maybe I pushed her into the jacuzzi and held her head under the water and drowned her, Claudia. I just don't remember doing it. Don't repeat any of that to anyone else. Claudia's hand went to her neck, massaging the knots that had formed. Let me think this through. You thought she was expecting someone, isn't that what you said? Yeah, she was all made up, lipstick, everything. Well, if she didn't kill herself, which the police say she did, remember? If she was already dead when the someone she was expecting got there, wouldn't they have called the cops? And how do you know that the someone else didn't kill her? I hadn't thought of that. Kelly's voice brightened as she latched onto this explanation like a life preserver. I bet that is what happened. She sure didn't act like someone who was about to kill herself. Don't repeat that, Claudia warned. It could work against you. If the police got wind of Kelly's story, they would be on her like a pack of starving mongrels. Yet, what if a killer was loose? The cops need to know someone else might have been there, Kel. You'll have to tell them. Kelly's voice grew shrill with panic. Forget it? Not after that 911 call. They can't know I went back. She didn't have a restraining order. The coroner ruled her death a suicide. It dawned on her that Kelly would have had to sign the log at the front desk on both her visits, but she kept that thought to herself. If another visitor had arrived after Kelly, that person's name should be in the log too. Claudia made herself a note to suggest that Ivan Novak have it checked out. "I'm going to do an examination of the suicide note," said Claudia. "If it's genuine, you maybe won't have to say anything. But if it's not her handwriting, you'll have to talk to the police. Just tell them that you saw her again and that she was alive at 10 o'clock. "I'm not talking to the cops, Claudia." All of a sudden, Kelly sounded stone-cold sober. "And neither are you." By the time she finished cleaning up the kitchen and dumped the bag of trash into the plastic bin in the alley behind her house, Claudia had resolved to get to the bottom of Lindsey's death. It was not her job to reopen the investigation. Her obligation ended with attempting to authenticate the suicide note. But after Kelly's bombshell, she knew she would have to do everything within her ability to uncover the truth. The problem was, her examination of the note might reveal that it was not Lindsey's handwriting. What if she uncovered evidence that incriminated Kelly? It could lift the lid on a particularly nasty can of worms. Could she remain objective? Maybe she should resign from the case before it was too late. Torn by second thoughts, Claudia went upstairs to the office and took out the plastic sleeve that contained the suicide note. It was fun while it lasted. Block printing. She reflected on some of the interpretations about personality that she could make about printed handwriting. Printers generally tended to have intimacy issues. By breaking the links between their letters, they were symbolically breaking their connections to other people. Also, those who chose the block style of printing were often egocentric, seeing themselves as the center of the universe. Those characteristics fit Lindsey. From what Claudia remembered of Lindsey's handwriting from years ago, the style had been distinctly different from the printed words on the paper. Cursive with strange lower loops. Yet she knew from her graphology studies that when life takes traumatic twists and turns, handwriting often changes. It was fun while it lasted. She could see Lindsey uttering those pragmatic words before downing the lethal cocktail and stepping into her hot tub. Again, Claudia asked herself, why would Lindsey choose to end her life at this particular point in time? Or did Kelly's story hold the answer after all? Questions plagued her long into the evening until doubt became a living thing, choking her with uncertainty. Was it possible that her closest friend might be responsible for a monstrous crime like murder? Ridiculous. Yet the window of opportunity yawned just wide enough to make the ridiculous possible. One thing was certain. If there had been foul play in Lindsey's death, justice must be served, wherever it might lead. Launching the Ben Webster channel on Pandora, Claudia picked up the drink she had abandoned earlier. She grabbed the Afghan she kept on the back of the couch and went out to the deck, nearly breaking her neck on the asparagus fern she had bought yesterday. The heavy pot was too close to the door. Tomorrow she would move it. She settled into the cozy basket chair that hung from a big hook in the rafter. Drilling the hole and hanging the chair without any help had been a small symbol of her independence after her ex-husband, Alan, had moved out, ending the imperfect life they had built together. The remorse and hurt of his leaving had paralyzed her and left her unable to work for weeks afterward, which was ironic when it was her work that had driven them apart. This was the best part of the day. The ocean soughing in the velvety darkness. Time to relax, unwind, and recharge her batteries. No questions to answer, no clients' demands or Kelly problems to deal with. Setting her half-empty glass on the deck, Claudia yawned wide and cuddled the Afghan around her, a poor substitute for a lover's arms. Her eyes were growing too heavy to keep open. She gave up trying. She was deep in a dream when something jolted her awake. Chapter 11. Claudia leapt off the chair and was halfway into the house before she realized that she had been awakened by her phone. Stumbling into the kitchen where she had left it on the counter, her heart was galloping like a racehorse. The number on the screen was Ivan's. She was too jarred by the sudden intrusion not to let her irritation show.
"What, Ivan?" "I found something I need you to take a look at."
Still fuzzy from her half-dream state, Claudia turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face.
"I was asleep."
"Asleep?" Ivan repeated.
"Good God, Claudia, it's only 9 o'clock.
"Oh, well," she said. "I apologize for being tired after running around all day, working on your case." Her sarcasm was lost on Ivan.
"Well, this is important, and I've got to see you right away."
"You can't be serious."
"I'm dead serious, and I'm leaving for Chicago tonight on the red-eye, so you have to come now."
Claudia's cheeks got hot with anger.
"Tell you what, Ivan, I'll return your retainer tomorrow. I quit." "No, Claudia, hold on. The thing is, I found a letter from Dr. Gold to Lindsey, and you need to see it."
"Fax it to me. I'll look at it in the morning."
"No, that's not all. There are some things that I want you to hold for me until I get back and figure out what to do with them. Video recordings and, well, this material is just too sensitive to leave lying around here."
"What material? What video recordings? Ivan, what the hell are you talking about?"
"I can't discuss it over the phone."
He lowered his voice almost to a whisper.
"Someone could be listening in."
Something in the way he spoke, as if they were co-conspirators in some secret plot, gave Claudia the creeps.
"What's with the cloak and dagger, Ivan?" "You'll understand when I explain, but it has to be in person."
"Well, it can be in person some other time. I know you don't expect me to come back over there tonight."
"But it can't wait."
"It's going to have to. I have no intention—"
"Zebediah Gold is a close friend of yours,"
Ivan interrupted.
"And I found something that could put an entirely new light on Lindsey's death. Look, Claudia, I know that when you see this letter, you'll agree it's in his best interest for you to—"
His words slammed her in the face and brought her fully awake.
"You can't possibly think Zebediah—" "We'll talk when you get here."
Still reeling, Claudia didn't immediately answer. Zebediah sometimes confided in her, but she was aware that he was a man with secrets of his own. Still, what Ivan was implying, that he might have been connected to Lindsey's death in some way, was as preposterous as Kelly's possible involvement.
"Believe me," he continued, "I'd rather put it all in a safety deposit box, but I have to be at LAX by 11 tonight. You can drop me at the airport. It would give us a chance to discuss everything."
Claudia tensed with frustration.
"Ivan?" "I'm at the penthouse. I'll wait for you in front of the building. You can drive by and pick me up. I'll pay double your normal hourly rate for your time. Just hurry."
As if throwing money at her would make a difference. But Claudia knew, even before she heard the click of Ivan ringing off, that she was defeated. Zebediah had always been there for her when she needed to talk about a difficult case, or make her laugh with a bawdy joke when she needed a break. Someone to discuss things that she didn't want to share with Kelly. She owed it to him to see what it was that Ivan had, or thought he had. And what about the video recordings he had mentioned? Video recordings of what? Speculating on the letter Ivan had mentioned and what it might contain, Claudia pushed the Jag as much as she dared through the surface streets across town. This had to be a false alarm. Yet a disquieting sliver of doubt lodged in her heart. There was no denying that Zebediah Gold was a man of powerful appetites and could be impulsive when he wanted something. Claudia's mind raced through the possibilities. He had told Claudia that Lindsey had once tried to seduce him. He said he had referred her to another therapist, but Lindsey never kept the appointment. Had he been telling the truth when he claimed he had rejected her advances? What if he hadn't, and Lindsey threatened to expose him? She might have blackmailed him as she evidently had blackmailed Preston Redmond. She remembered Ivan's words. This could put an entirely new light on Lindsey's death. The morning's tete-a-tete with Earl Nelson came back like a newsflash. Was his claim that Ivan was Lindsey's sole heir a reason for Ivan to throw suspicion onto someone else? If Nelson was correct, Ivan was the one who stood to gain from Lindsey's death. If he had something to hide, maybe accusing Zebediah could be to his advantage. But if Ivan himself were in some way involved in Lindsey's death, why would he need to divert suspicion when it had already been ruled a suicide? The insurance money. He'd said that the insurance companies wouldn't pay for a suicide. Maybe he needs a patsy. His reluctance to help her find the materials she had requested for the handwriting comparison still puzzled her. Was it true that Lindsey had killed herself? When she had first heard the news, Claudia never thought to question it. Now, with a dozen loose ends weaving themselves into an ugly tapestry, she was not so sure. The sidewalk outside the Wilshire Boulevard high-rise was deserted. Claudia parked behind a florist van and cut the engine, irked that Ivan was not where he had promised to be. At this time of night, LAX would be a 30-minute drive. She would have to break speed limits to get him through security in time to make his flight. She punched Ivan's mobile number into her phone. His voicemail came on with instructions for the caller to leave a number. Damn it. She clicked off and leaned over the seat back, straining to see through the glass doors fronting the lobby. A security guard was clearly visible behind the reception desk where the concierge normally stood. Fat and 50-ish, he had a Big Mac in his hands and was occupied with chowing down. Slamming the car door behind her, Claudia ran up the half-dozen steps, doing a slow burn. This case was bringing out the worst in her. Was it only this morning she had been poking through Lindsey's files? It felt like a month ago. At the door, she held up her ID, prepared to make a fuss if the guard hassled her, but he just waved his sandwich at her and buzzed her in. At the desk, he gave her a friendly greeting and didn't even ask her to sign the log. When Claudia divulged her destination, he merely nodded and said, "Someone's just delivered flowers up there." As the elevator rose, she wondered whether the floral delivery might explain Ivan's delay. The luminous green eyes that stared back at her from the mirrored elevator walls were strained and fatigued. She momentarily nurtured the notion of getting a tattoo on her forehead to remind her every time she saw her reflection. Personal acquaintances make the worst clients. It had been a big mistake, accepting a case where she knew the players. She realized that now. The front door to the penthouse stood ajar. Claudia poked her head around it and called, "Ivan, are you ready? Let's go." A folded Louis Vuitton overnight bag and black attaché stood against the wall. She took a few steps into the foyer. An envelope with her name written in Ivan's large, loopy script lay atop the attaché. She picked it up and slipped it into her purse, then raised her voice. "Ivan, it's getting late." No response. The overwhelming silence felt almost like a held breath. It struck her that if Ivan's suspicions proved true, Lindsey had been murdered here. Involuntarily, Claudia shivered. The penthouse air was frigid. Or was it nerves that raised the goose flesh on her arms? Where is Ivan? Maybe still on the phone and couldn't hear her calling him. A large basket of fresh funeral lilies stood on a table in the foyer. The delivery the guard had mentioned. The logo on the unopened envelope matched the florist's truck down in the street. Wondering why she had not run into the delivery person, who should have been on his way down while she was going up, Claudia made her way into the great room. A dim lamp in a distant corner casting more shadows than light in the vast space. Just enough light to reveal a half-dozen or so sealed moving boxes. Ivan was apt to be upstairs in Lindsey's office. She was halfway to the second floor when, from somewhere below her, she heard a strangled cry for help. Then a muffled thud, a groan, a crash. The sound of running feet coming her way halted her on the stairs and raised the fine hairs on her arms. Adrenaline surged through muscles paralyzed by fear and sent her racing to the second-floor landing. She fumbled in her bag for her phone to call 911. When she realized she'd left it in the car, Claudia nearly came unglued. Below, someone was retracing the path she had taken through the great room, heavy feet thumping on the terrazzo foyer as whoever it was fled through the front door. She counted to 60, straining for any sound. All she could hear was the throbbing of her own heartbeat. What if the intruder wasn't alone? A weapon. She needed a weapon, although God knew if she'd have the guts to use one. Even Spider's got a second chance in her house. Tiptoeing down to the first floor, she scanned the great room. Her eyes lighted on a large cut crystal ashtray on an end table. In a cold sweat of fear, she picked it up and hefted it in her right hand, heavy enough to do some serious damage if it connected with a vulnerable spot. The cry for help she had heard had come from deep in the condo. In the dining room, the full moon and lighting from the building next door reflected through the glass wall like daylight. The room had been cleared of furniture. The walls where artwork had hung were blank. A door, which had been cleverly concealed in the wallpaper pattern, stood ajar, opening onto a utility corridor. The smart thing would be to get back to the lobby and alert the guard, but she couldn't leave without finding Ivan. She paused there to listen, heard nothing. Hoping her soft-soled sneakers would mask her footfalls on the unglazed floor, Claudia crept along the wall, clutching the ashtray like a pitcher winding up for the throw. At the other end, a rectangle of light from the kitchen led to a horror show. Chapter 12. Blood spray arced across the wall like the work of some macabre graffiti artist. Glass-fronted cabinets splattered crimson, a bloody handprint smeared on the refrigerator door. Rooted in the doorway, Claudia registered the carnage. Keep your mind blank. Don't throw up. Don't think. Where is Ivan? She edged along a 7-foot island workstation that dominated the center of the stainless steel kitchen. Holy Christ! Her puny weapon slipped from her hand and crashed onto unforgiving tile. Ivan was curled into a fetal position, one arm defensively covering his face to ward off the blows of his savage attacker. A scarlet halo pulled around his head. Claudia crouched next to him. Avoiding the blood as best she could, she touched her fingers to his throat, dizzy with relief when she felt the quiver of a pulse. Ivan, it's Claudia. Can you hear me? He turned away from her with a moan, exposing blood-matted hair and flesh that looked like tenderized meat. A sudden, sharp recollection came back from a high school first aid class. The instructor had said that head injuries were the bloodiest of all, and often deadly. It didn't take a trained nurse to recognize that Ivan needed expert help, fast. Claudia reached for the old landline phone on the wall. I'm calling for help, she said, not sure Ivan comprehended. She punched in the numbers with shaking hands. After an interminable number of rings, an operator answered, 911, what's your emergency? A man's been attacked, Claudia said in a breathless voice she could not control. He's unconscious. He's lost a lot of blood. Calm down, ma'am. His head's bleeding. I just got here. Someone ran out. Ma'am? The dispatcher's voice was stern. I need you to be calm. How old is the victim? Is anyone else there? How in God's name was she supposed to be calm, standing in a sea of blood, watching a man's life trickle away? Her legs felt like jelly, her brain as numb as if it had been drenched in Novocaine. I don't know how old he is. 50s? Okay, ma'am, they're on their way. Now, are you safe? Where's the assailant? I think he left. Okay, ma'am. Now I want you to look for some clean towels so we can try to stop the bleeding. Okay, I will. Hold on. Claudia searched the drawers and cabinets, the electric hum of the utility clock as loud as a 1,000-kilowatt generator, ticking away the minutes in slow motion. The refrigerator motor cycled on and off as always, as though a vicious crime had not been committed right in front of it. Ordinary kitchen sounds, things you never notice. Shouldn't something be different? Kelly's tale of showing up here on the night of Lindsey's death, and Ivan's innuendo about Zebediah hammered away at her as she found a stack of clean dish towels in a cabinet and pressed them under Ivan's head. Neither of her friends was capable of this kind of violence. She would stake her life on it. The dispatcher was still talking, but Claudia wasn't listening. Mutely, she laid the phone on the counter and leaned against the door jamb. Tears came, hot and in a rush. She bent over, hands on knees, rocking a little as emotion poured out in ragged sobs. For a minute or two, she let herself go until, exhausted, she was able to stop and wipe her nose on a tissue she found in the pocket of her jeans. She told herself she should turn on more lights for the paramedics, pretending the light wasn't for her comfort. Tuning her ears to any sign of the intruder returning, she found her way back to the great room, flipping switches, turning knobs as she went, until everywhere glowed as bright as daylight. Although she was reasonably sure he had left the premises, it was also possible that he had sneaked back in while she was with Ivan. All the light in the world could not blot out the scene in the kitchen. Feeling like a rubbernecker on the highway, slowing down to gawk at a horrible crash, denying what her eyes were telling her, Claudia returned to Ivan and crouched at his side. She stroked his arm and murmured reassuring words, nervous about the blood trickling from his ear. Suddenly, Ivan's body spasmed, his arms and legs jerking. A small object fell out of his hand onto the floor. A flash drive. Claudia grabbed it before it could be contaminated by blood and wrapped it in a tissue. Her mind was buzzing, yet strangely anesthetized. Did the drive contain the something that might prove damaging to Zebediah? A loud shout announcing the police came from the foyer. Claudia yelled out her location and heard rapid footsteps pounding through the place. She stared at the drive in her hand. With no more than an instant's hesitation, she dropped it into her purse. Chapter 13. The lead detective strolled in at close to 1 a.m, with the casual air of a man who feels no sense of urgency and no great concern for his witnesses' shaken sensibilities. In fact, Claudia decided, with his open-necked shirt and haggard sport coat and the toothpick dangling from his lip, he looked as if he didn't give a rat's ass about much of anything. Over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, untidy thick brown hair shot through with threads of silver, he was around 40, she guessed. A patrician nose and devilish eyebrows, the left one curved in a question. Not a hunk, but attractive. An interesting face that gave away nothing. He passed through the great room on his way to view the kitchen crime scene, acknowledging her with a nod, but not stopping to speak with her. Before the detective's arrival, a patrol officer had taken Claudia to the first-floor lobby and waited with her while her colleagues cleared the penthouse. After they made sure no one was hiding in any of the rooms, she was escorted back upstairs. Paramedics had arrived close on the heels of the uniforms and loaded Ivan onto a gurney, talking to a doctor by phone as they rendered emergency aid. After he had been transported to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, the patrol cops had taken a brief statement and confined Claudia to a sofa to await the arrival of the detective assigned to handle the investigation. She could hear the patrolman repeating the litany of events she had related to them. A bark of laughter erupted as someone cracked a joke, offending her. Nothing about this evening was even remotely amusing. Recognizing that gallows humor was the cop's safety valve was cold comfort. The image of Ivan lying senseless in his own blood remained etched on the insides of her eyelids. Maybe she could learn to sleep with her eyes open. "Ms. Rose?" She jerked, wondering for an instant where she was. Blinking, she realized she had dozed off, and a drop of drool had collected at the corner of her mouth. She swiped at it with the back of her hand, embarrassed to be caught that way, although the hour was late, and she was exhausted. "I'm Detective Joel Yovanich," he said, "the investigator in charge. I have some questions for you." His voice wasn't unkind. It wasn't cold. It wasn't really anything. Claudia couldn't even identify a regional accent. He offered his hand, which she took with a decided lack of enthusiasm, and pulled herself from her sleepy sprawl into a more dignified position. "Is he going to be okay?" "Your friend is still unconscious. According to the doc, the next 48 hours is the critical period." Detective Yovanich seated himself beside her on the sofa so they were almost knee to knee. "I'd like you to tell me everything you can remember." "But I already told the other officers," Claudia said, still disoriented from the shock of the violence she had witnessed. "Can't you get my statement from them? I don't want to talk about it anymore." A perverse need to give him a hard time for keeping her waiting so long sharpened her tone, but she couldn't help noticing that smile lines crinkled the corners of his eyes, contradicting the serious set of his mouth. "If you don't mind, ma'am, I'd like to hear it from you. What did you see when you first arrived?" Detective Yovanich took a small notebook and a black rollerball from his pocket. Through the cloud of fatigue, Claudia noted that he held the pen in his left hand. She raked her hair away from her face. "Well, I do mind, but I guess that's not your problem, is it?" "A serious crime has been committed here, ma'am, and we need your help. The sooner we get the information, the sooner we'll find out who's responsible for the assault on your friend." Feeling like a 6-year-old scolded for kicking a playmate, she pulled herself together. "I got here a few minutes after 10. The front door was open. It was pretty dark. I called out—" "It was dark?" Yovanich cut in. "Who turned on the lights?" "I did. When I first arrived, only that light over there was on. After what happened, I wasn't about to sit here alone in the dark waiting for you people to show up." She knew she was being churlish, but the words kept tumbling out. If only she could go home, curl up in her bed, and escape into sleep. Maybe when she awoke, this would all be a nightmare, and Ivan would be calling to annoy her. Yovanich gave a non-committal grunt. "Yes, ma'am. Did you see anyone?" "No, I didn't. I was trying to figure out where Ivan was. I was on the stairs going up to the office. The next thing I heard, Ivan cried out, and there was a loud thud, which I'm assuming was him falling after having his head beaten in. Then someone ran out the door." "What makes you so sure he was beaten?" "I didn't hear a gunshot. All that blood. I just assumed." She trailed off, thinking that if she could see this man's handwriting, she would know how to handle him. She tried to sneak a peek, but the detective held his pad at an angle, out of her line of sight. Probably a block printer. Most cops were trained that way. Block printers tended to be unemotional, harder to get close to. "You're sure you didn't see anyone?" Yovanich repeated. "No." One dark brow arched. "No, you're not sure, or no, you didn't see anyone?" Claudia rubbed her eyes, realizing too late that she had smeared what was left of her mascara onto her cheek. "No, I didn't see anyone." "What's your relationship with Mr. Novak?" "He's a client." Yovanich cocked his head to the side and studied her through intelligent gray eyes, flecked with brown. "What's your business?" "I'm a handwriting examiner." More scribbling in the notebook. "Tell me about what you were doing here tonight." "Ivan called and asked me for a ride to LAX. "He was leaving town?" "That's why I usually go to the airport," Claudia said, regretting the sarcasm as soon as it left her lips. Yovanich gave her the brow again. He was booked on the red-eye to Chicago, she amended lamely. What does Mr. Novak do? He runs a public relations firm. Jovanich looked attentive, waiting for her to elaborate. But Claudia held her tongue. She had learned interview technique from years of giving expert testimony in court. A good witness answered the question asked, nothing more. He who speaks first loses. She felt a tiny spurt of triumph when Jovanich broke the silence. Do you know of anyone who might want to harm him? I don't know anything about him. He just retained me yesterday morning. Yet tonight he asks you for a late-night ride to the airport? I didn't know handwriting experts provided taxi service. His tone was neutral, but the insinuation that she was lying left her wanting to slap some expression into that impassive face. Look, detective, she said with exaggerated patience. It's not so complicated. I'd met him before through the woman he worked for, long before he became a client. How long have you known him? Years, but like I said, slightly. Why didn't he call an Uber? Claudia puffed out a long breath, wondering how much of her conversation with Ivan she could reveal and still protect Zebediah. He had something he wanted to give me before he went out of town, and he thought it made sense for me to drop him at the airport. I live near LAX. Did you get it? Get what? What he had for you. Did you get it? Oh, yeah. I thought you didn't get a chance to talk to him. I didn't. He left an envelope in the foyer for me. Would she be forced to hand over the letter if Jovanich pursued the matter? She should have read it before he arrived. Now she didn't know whether it implicated Zebediah in the way Ivan had hinted. Detective Jovanich unwrapped a new toothpick and held it like a cigarette. A reformed smoker, she would bet on it. Then he asked her to tell him once again what had happened, starting with Ivan's phone call. Claudia's relief was so immediate and intense that she forgot to be cranky. This time around, she remembered to tell him about the matching logos on the florist van and the flowers in the foyer, trailing off with, "That's all I can tell you." Is there more to tell? No, and don't try to analyze every word I say. That's my job, ma'am. The repeated ma'am annoyed her and made her feel 99 instead of 39. She wondered whether he did it deliberately. He continued asking questions and making notes with an occasional grunted, "Uh-huh," as she answered. It seemed almost an afterthought, throwing her off guard when he asked, "What was it he wanted you to pick up?" "What? That's confidential." "Must have been pretty important to bring you out here so late on a weeknight." "It was related to the case I'm working on, unrelated to what happened to him." "What kind of case is that, Ms. Rose?" "As I told you, I'm a handwriting examiner. He asked me to examine some handwriting." He made no response to that, and a long silence ensued, during which she concluded that he wasn't going to say anything further. Point conceded. Score 1 for Detective Jovanich. "Ivan worked for Lindsey Alexander," Claudia said. "You might have seen it in the news. She recently committed suicide. Well, apparently committed suicide, but Ivan didn't believe it." She watched him closely as she described Ivan's suspicions about Lindsey's death, saw the flicker of doubt. "I'm familiar with the case," he said, looking at her straight on with eyes sharp enough to penetrate the smallest white lie. She would hate to be a suspect if he were doing the interrogating. Being a witness was uncomfortable enough. "What makes you so sure your case isn't related to the attack on Mr. Novak?" "What makes you think it is?" she countered. There she went again, letting the words rush out before thinking. She needed some sleep. Real sleep, not the nightmare-inducing catnap she had been allowed this night. "It's my job to investigate," said Detective Jovanich again. "And I'm investigating. Doesn't it seem a little strange to you? It just happens that he calls you to come over, then suddenly he's attacked? What's that supposed to mean? You think I attacked him? His face was expressionless as he replied. We're just beginning the investigation. I'm not ruling anything out at this point. Oh, for crying out loud. Now I'm a suspect? Outraged, Claudia glared at him. I'm the one who called 911, remember? What motive would I have for attacking Ivan? I told you I hardly know him. If you have a motive, I'll find out. Meanwhile, do you think it's reasonable that 2 acts of violence in the same condo in less than 2 weeks is just a coincidence? Except, according to you people, Lindsey committed suicide, which is a very different kind of violence. Come on, detective, it's nearly 2 a.m. I'm wiped out. I can't think straight. Or is that why you've kept me here? All at once, the energy to keep the argument going evaporated, and Claudia's anger deflated like a popped balloon. Can we finish this some other time? Please? Ivanich pointed to his own cheek. You've got blood on your face. Her hand flew to her face, felt the dried spot on her skin. Why didn't you tell me before? How'd the blood get on you? She rolled her eyes. Have you seen the amount of blood in there, Columbo? You know, Ms. Rose, you might want to consider changing your attitude. At the very least, you're a witness at a serious crime, and I expect you to explain yourself, not smart off. Indignation and embarrassment sent a flush to her face. Wait here, he said, and don't touch that blood. He got up and strode from the room, returning a moment later with a young woman. This is Delisha, Ivanich said. She's a crime scene technician, and she's going to swab that blood off your face. So that you can make sure it's Ivan's blood? I see you've been watching Forensic Files, Ivanich said, and Claudia wasn't sure whether he was being sarcastic or if it was an attempt at humor. We're also going to need a blood sample from you to rule you out. You can come down to the lab to do that. Delisha held up a cotton swab. It'll just take a second, she said, reaching to swipe it across Claudia's cheek. Okay, got it. Thanks. She dropped the swab in a paper bag, sealed it, and wrote something on the seal, then nodded to Ivanich and left the room. He sat down beside Claudia and took a clean linen handkerchief from his pocket, offering it to her. She took it with reluctance and scrubbed at her face, offended at being considered a suspect, even though she understood that he was just following procedure. Thanks, she said begrudgingly. I'll have it cleaned. Keep it, Ivanich said, then returned to his earlier question. Can you think of anyone who might want to harm Mr. Novak? She thought of the threatening note she'd found in Lindsey's files. Ivan had rejected her suggestion that it might be connected to Lindsey's death, but it seemed too much of a coincidence to ignore. There was a letter that I discussed with Ivan this morning. He said it was from a former employee who was fired for sexual harassment, I think. Anyway, I told him that the guy was dangerous. He disagreed and tore the letter up. Dangerous? How did you reach that conclusion? From his handwriting. I'm a graphologist as well as a document examiner. There were a lot of red flags in the writing. Ivanich's neutral expression puckered into scorn. Graphology? Come on, Miss Rose, you don't expect me to believe that BS, do you? Resentment bubbled up and boiled over. She was used to dealing with skepticism, should have been prepared for his response, but her customary sang-froid deserted her when she needed it most. She sprang up from the sofa, her hands in tight fists, yearning to hit him. I don't give a shit whether you believe it or not. Before she knew what was happening, he was on his feet, scowling down at her. Claudia was tall, but he had the advantage by several inches. Her pulse was racing with a mixture of emotions, but she'd be damned if she'd let him know she was intimidated. Like a cat puffing out its fur to scare off the enemy, she straightened her spine and tried to make her height work for her. They glared at each other, neither willing to give way, until Ivanich gave a short laugh and backed up a step. He plucked a business card from his jacket and scribbled something on the back. "Here, you can analyze this." Claudia snatched the card and thrust it into the pocket of her Levi's without looking. "I don't need to see your handwriting to know that you're a rude, arrogant jerk." Unexpectedly, he smiled. A nice smile that softened the lines around his mouth. What the hell was he doing? Playing good cop, bad cop all by himself? "Call me when you've had some sleep," he said. "You'll need to sign your statement once I've got it typed up." She turned away, ashamed of the way she had behaved, hating that she looked her worst, hating it even more that she cared. She was attracted to him, and that was the worst of all. For Christ's sake, he was looking at her as a suspect. Chapter 14. The morning light and the shimmer of dawn on cold blue water had sold her on the place. Even when the marine layer obstructed the sun, the light cascading through the glass wall that fronted her office gave her a lift. But today, when morning came far too early after a night far too short, the light battered the backs of her eyes, aggravating the headache that had awoken her, a hammer pounding nails. She would have slept on but for the incessant intrusion of the ringing landline, which she left unanswered. When pulling the covers over her head failed to shut out the third call, she gave up and turned off the ringer. Anyone she wanted to hear from had her cellular number. Claudia got dressed and gulped extra-strength Excedrin with her coffee. Her purse, Ivan's envelope still sealed inside, was still on the office couch where she had tossed it upon her arrival home. Loath to open it earlier, she was just as loath now, unwilling to accept the idea that Ivan's suspicions about Zebediah might have any basis in fact. Angry to be put in the position of spying on one of her closest friends, she went to take the envelope from her purse and saw the flash drive she had picked up in Lindsey's kitchen. In the chaos of the arrival of the police and the EMS crew, she had forgotten it. Carrying both items to the desk, nagged by a nasty little attack of conscience, she knew she should have left the drive for the police. So why had she followed the impulse to take it? Would she be in trouble for her action? Detective Jovanich's stern countenance popped into her head. Yeah, she would be in trouble. Big trouble. With a sigh, she set aside the drive for the moment and slid open the envelope. Recognizing the jerky, strangely formed strokes that covered the single sheet of paper inside, Claudia swore under her breath. There was no denying that Zebediah had written the letter. He had always been self-conscious about writing in her presence, blaming his strange handwriting on a learning disorder. More than once he had complained that letting her see his unique scrawl made him feel naked. The truth was, he did not like to write at all. But for some reason, he had felt compelled to write this letter to Lindsey. "Get out of my life. Mexico was a huge mistake. I should never have let you talk me into it. Don't you get it? I want nothing more to do with you. Stop calling me, stop writing to me, stop following me around. Stay away from me, or else." Besides, his distinctive ZG was scrawled across the bottom of the page. Reading his words, Claudia's heart sank. It was easy to see why Ivan had interpreted the letter as damning. There was no way to deny his involvement with Lindsey, except that the letter was not addressed to her. She read it over a second time and a third, debating what to do. Her stomach was turning flips as she picked up the phone and pressed Zebediah's number on speed dial. What would she say to him? "Say, Zeb, did you kill Lindsey? Did you attack Ivan?" Would he tell her the truth? Would she know the difference? She chickened out and hung up before the call connected. She stared out the office window, watching the surf lazily drifting in and out on the other side of the highway. Beachgoers studded the sand, ants from her perspective a half-mile away. They had no idea she was watching them, just as Zebediah was unaware that, with his letter to Lindsey, she might be holding his fate in her hands. She could burn it. No one would be the wiser. even if Ivan recovered from his injuries, he might not remember it. Claudia replaced the letter in the envelope, memories of Zebediah's many kindnesses blurring the lines of ethics. And she felt responsible for having introduced the two of them when Lindsey had turned to her for a good therapist referral. Apparently, Zebediah had been too good. "You have to turn the letter over to Detective Jovanic," a little voice whispered in her head. She did her best to shout it down, drown it out, but this letter was no minor stretching of the facts. It was practically an indictment. Claudia had sworn too many oaths to tell the truth over the course of her career to easily abandon those ethics now. But how could she betray her old friend? His Buddhist principles precluded harming any living creature. Violence was against everything Zebediah stood for. Going to the wall, she slid aside the Egyptian Eye of Horus papyrus that hid her safe and slipped the letter inside. Maybe she did not have to take immediate action. Shutting the door on the letter, both literally and figuratively, she poured a fresh cup of coffee and took it to her desk. The image of Detective Jovanic flitted through her head. After their final heated exchange, he had said very little as he escorted her to her car in the pre-dawn. Turning her attention to the flash drive, Claudia uncapped the plastic case and plugged the metal tip into an empty USB port. One file name appeared. LACONABK.XLS. Its three-letter extension designated it as a spreadsheet. A small warning box popped up when she tried to open it. LACONABK.XLS is password protected. In other words, Claudia, butt out. She wondered what Ivan might have chosen for a password. Or Lindsey. The LA might be her initials. Chewing on her lip, Claudia typed Lindsey Alexander and pressed enter. "The password you supplied is not correct." That would have been too easy. Okay, how about her birth date? "The password you supplied is not correct." She tried experimenting with variations on Lindsey's and Ivan's names and what vital statistics she knew. The result was unchanging. "The password you supplied is not correct." Cursing at the screen and gulping more coffee, Claudia waited for the painkillers to kick in, then tried a few more combinations of letters and words. No dice. It could be anything. Continuing to guess from now until a week from Tuesday was unlikely to produce the correct one. How had she gotten herself into this predicament? A few days ago she had been complaining that her life was too dull, and now she was in the middle of a maelstrom. She wished she had left the flash drive in the penthouse. Launching Facebook, Claudia popped open Instant Messenger. Her brother Pete was a computer geek, always online. His screen name, Black Cars, popped up right away, and Claudia keyed in an instant message. GraphoPro. "Hey you." Black Cars. "What's up, sis?" GraphoPro. "How do you break a password on a spreadsheet?" Black Cars. "You going into the hacking business?" GraphoPro. "LOL, I need to open a file. Any ideas?" Black Cars. "What file?" GraphoPro. You don't want to know." Black Cars. "Okie dokie. Call the software company and ask for a back door." GraphoPro. "Huh?" Black Cars. "They might break the password with a back door. You'd have to be the registered owner, of course." GraphoPro. "I knew I could count on you. How's my favorite niece?" Black Cars. "She's great." GraphoPro. "Tell her to call me, okay? Thanks for the help." Obtaining the number for tech support from the software company's website proved easy. The argument Claudia waged with herself about what she was doing was another matter. If the contents of the flash drive did not involve her friend, she promised herself, she would turn it over to the police without delay. And if there was something that further incriminated Zebediah, that was a murky pond she hoped she wouldn't be required to wade into. Holding back his letter was bad enough. The tech support phone number accessed a recorded message advising her to log on to their website for free support. $50 would get her to a live person. The website was not going to tell her how to hack into a file. The image of Ivan's blood pooled on the kitchen floor haunted her. The way Claudia saw it, she had no choice. The flash drive might reveal something important about Lindsey's death, perhaps even provide a clue to the attack on Ivan. She got out a credit card and rehearsed what she would say, so that when the tech came on the line and asked for her name, Lindsey Alexander slipped out with ease. But a stress rash warmed her throat. She found herself fumbling over the tale she had fabricated. Maybe her father was right when he kidded her about being too honest for her own good. I have this file, she said. I need to know how to get into this file. A disgruntled ex-employee password protected it out of spite before he left. It's important. Can you help me get into it? The text spoke with a Pakistani accent so thick that it took her a minute to understand that he didn't care why she wanted the password. She could have just told the truth. It wouldn't have mattered to him, and she could have saved herself the kick in the butt from her conscience. Can you not email me the file? He asked. I shall see if I can find the back door. If indeed I can, I will email back the password to you. Just like that. Pete's a freaking genius. In a matter of seconds, the tech told her that the file had arrived in his mailbox. Decoding the password would take longer, and he promised to begin work on it right away. While she waited for the results, Claudia phoned Cedars-Sinai Medical Center and asked for ICU. She identified herself and asked for information about Ivan's condition. Are you a relative? The IC nurse inquired. No, I'm a friend. I'm sorry, this is a police matter. We can't give out information except to family members. I understand, but I'm the person who made the 911 call when he was attacked. My name is Claudia Rose. Couldn't you just... I'm sorry, Ms. Rose. You'll have to check with the police. Can you at least tell me if he's conscious? Like I said, Ms. Rose, if you're not a family member, I can't answer any questions. Oh, just a minute. Her voice became muffled while she covered the mouthpiece and spoke to someone in the background. Detective Jovanich's voice came on the line. He's still unconscious, he said without preliminaries. The doc says there's brain swelling. We don't know yet when or if he'll come out of it. Claudia's throat constricted in dismay. So he might not make it? That's a possibility. Have you been there all night? As she said the words, she bit her tongue. The fact that he sounded worn out was none of her business. Yeah, he said. There was a long pause while she tried to think of something else to say. He ended up breaking the silence. I'm going to go catch some shut-eye. Can you meet me around 5 tonight? I'd like to talk to you some more. He hesitated. About last night. She didn't need the quick glance at her calendar to know there was nothing that couldn't be easily cleared. Besides, the opportunity to make a better impression appealed to her. The tech support guy cracked the password and emailed it to her inbox. FQU 6969. Typical Lindsey, to give it a sexual twist. The spreadsheet opened instantly. Claudia's eyes widened as she read the data that filled the rows and columns on the screen. When the fax rang a few minutes later, she was still trying to work out how to hand over the spreadsheet to Detective Jovanich without getting herself arrested. Because from what she saw, there was no question. It had to be turned over, pronto. For a moment, she toyed with the idea of sending it to him anonymously, then ridiculed herself for being a coward. She would give it to him when they met that afternoon. Pages began dropping into the fax tray. Bless Dana, she had come through with the autopsy report. Gathering up the handful of sheets, Claudia began to read. Decedent, Alexander Lindsey Elaine. The report began. Identification, height 70 inches, weight 128 pounds, diffuse skin slippage, unembalmed, long blonde hair, rigor present, blue eyes, free of conjunctival hemorrhages, mouth, own teeth. Skipping the external examination, she went straight to the summary. A 38-year-old white female was found in a hot tub at her residence. The woman was pronounced dead at the scene. The decedent is received in a white sheet. General description. Rigor mortis is generalized and full. Lividity is developed on the anterior surfaces of the trunk and face. The corneas are markedly opaque and the body is cool to the touch. The body is well developed and well nourished. There is diffuse skin slippage with only a rare intact skin blister. The skin slippage is most pronounced in the same distribution as the pattern of lividity. Upper and lower extremities are normally developed and free from apparent antemortem injuries. She had read enough Patricia Cornwell books to know what lividity meant, the pooling of blood where the body made contact with the surface. The dry description of Lindsey's body, inside and out, continued. It all seemed straightforward, no big surprises. She came at last to cause of death. Drowning. No surprise there. Alcohol and barbiturates had been present in Lindsey's system in significant amounts and had contributed to her demise. There was something obscene about the reduction of vibrant, high-spirited Lindsey, who had laughed and cried and raged for 38 years, to a bald recitation of her stomach contents and the weight of her internal organs. So unavoidably, sadly cold. Still thoughtful, Claudia left the report on her desk and went down to the kitchen. She still needed to review the police report for information about any forensic examination that might have been conducted on the alleged suicide note. Dana's transmittal sheet had said that the report would not be available for a few more days. She sliced an English muffin and dropped the halves into the toaster, then turned on the small portable television on the kitchen counter. With a fresh mug of coffee and the toasted muffin, she slid into the breakfast nook and flipped to one of the morning news shows. Within 5 minutes, the lead story was screaming at her. Violent assault in Beverly Hills. The story of the attack on Ivan featured a photo of Claudia herself in a corner insert, with an account of her connection to Lindsey Alexander. She recognized the photograph as one that had been taken several years earlier, when she was interviewed about the handwriting in the rambling suicide letter of rock star Kurt Cobain. Someone in the newsroom must have connected her name from the 911 dispatch and pulled the file photo. Home invasion attacks were not uncommon in L.A., but this was a tale to make a reporter salivate. The suicide of a hot Hollywood agent, an attack on her associate, and the intervention of a well-known handwriting expert. The news anchors speculated among themselves about the reasons for the attack and whether it was connected to Lindsey's death. If it bleeds, it leads. All the makings of a miniseries. Deals were probably already in the works. "You have 10 new messages," the digital voice intoned when Claudia switched the telephone ringer back on and pressed the blinking message indicator. Reporters from the 2 major LA newspapers and local television stations wanted personal interviews about the attack. 3 calls from Kelly demanding to know what was going on. 1 from Pete, another from Zebediah. Apparently they all watched the early morning news. Thank goodness her parents lived in Seattle. The last voicemail she listened to was Lillian Granger's assistant, Yolanda Palomino, asking when Claudia could meet with her boss. Claudia had forgotten all about the woman whose clumsy husband had practically crushed her toes at Lindsey's penthouse. Kelly answered the phone halfway through the first ring. "Claudia." "Geez, Kel, are you sitting on top of the phone?" "My God, honey, what's going on?" "Something crazy." "Tell me everything, and don't leave anything out." When Claudia had finished, Kelly was practically in tears. "Oh, poor Ivan, it's so awful. Why would anyone do that to him?" "It's got to be tied to Lindsey's death." When Detective Jovanich had suggested a connection between the 2 events, she denied it out of fear for Zebediah. In daylight, it seemed more than plausible. Kelly's voice rose with excitement. "This clears me, doesn't it? I mean, I sure as hell didn't attack Ivan. I was busy all night doing the nasty with this amazing firefighter. Oh my God, doing the nasty. Kelly, where the hell do you get this stuff?" The call waiting beep sounded. Claudia put her friend on hold. "I saw the newspaper," said Dana Jackson. Girlfriend, what have you got yourself into now? Don't ask. Can't let you out of my sight for a second. Hey, it wasn't my fault. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Wouldn't be the first time. Hey, listen, I found out who's taken over Van der Bosch's cases. His name's Joel Volnek. Claudia's heart gave a funny little bump. It's pronounced Jovanich. You know him. She couldn't help the smile that formed on her lips. We've met. Chapter 15. Detective Jovanich had suggested they meet at Cowboys, Playa de la Reina's neighborhood bar and restaurant. But the old Jaguar stubbornly refused to start, as it did on a semi-regular basis. Temperamental British electrical system, Claudia grumbled as she slammed the door shut. At least Cowboys was walking distance, if you didn't mind the mile-long downhill trek. Claudia would have welcomed the walk, but her neighbor, Marcia, on her way to work the dinner shift, offered a ride. Like Kelly, she had seen the news and wanted to hear firsthand about Claudia's misadventures. Marcia was dressed in a maroon Cowboys t-shirt, tight blue jeans, and running shoes. With her slim body, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, and no makeup, at a distance she could pass for a teenager. She drove like one, too. Claudia folded herself into her neighbor's V-dub. She kept a firm grip on the roll bar for a 5-minute drive that took 3 minutes. Playa de la Reina's main drag was a half-mile of aging storefronts, restaurants, and 70s apartment buildings currently undergoing facelifts. An incognito beach town, no longer quaint, it was frequented mostly by locals and the few L.A. residents who happened upon it in search of unspoiled stretches of sand and surf. Tourists looking for street vendors selling blue blocker sunglasses and T-shirts with inane slogans had to venture farther north, to the Venice Boardwalk or the Santa Monica Pier. Cowboys was situated near the beach end of the Strip. Red tile roof, yellowed stucco walls, surrounded by a redwood deck, it squatted across the street from a strip mall that included a pint-sized post office, boutique, candy and gift shop, barber, fortune teller, dentist, and a nightclub that had been closed for at least a year. Out front on the sidewalk, a chunk of rock hung from a chain beneath a sign proclaiming it the weather forecaster. If the rock is dry, it's sunny. If the rock is wet, it's raining. If the rock is white, it's snowing. If the rock is swaying, it's an earthquake. At 4:45, a handful of vehicles dotted the parking lot. Crossing the wooden deck, Claudia wondered whether one of them belonged to Detective Jovanich. She followed Marcia into the dimly lit restaurant through French doors, which opened onto the bar. A couple of customers were slouched over their beers, the television blaring up-to-the-minute coverage of the latest high-speed police pursuit. No one was paying attention. High-speed chases were so commonplace in L.A., they scarcely produced a blink. Claudia circled the bar to an arched doorway in the back that opened onto the main dining room. Shelves of paperback books lined the back wall, a faded hand-lettered cardboard sign tacked to the frame inviting patrons to take a book home and replace it on their next visit. The smoky aroma of hickory wafted through open doors from the barbecue pit on the patio, an olfactory announcement of the evening's fare. Across the room, the detective sat alone at a small table covered with a red-checkered tablecloth, reading a dog-eared Ludlum he must have borrowed from the shelves. His hair was still damp from the shower. He wore the same sport coat from the night before and an open-necked white shirt with gray flannel trousers. A dark tie hung from his pocket, a toothpick from his lip. As if he had her on his radar, Jovanich glanced up as Claudia appeared in the doorway and inclined his head, acknowledging her presence. He wasn't obvious about it, but she couldn't help being conscious of his eyes on her as she crossed the bare wooden floor. She dressed in tight jeans, a black t-shirt tucked in, and sandals. Her hair swung loose, just touching her shoulders. Jovanich removed the toothpick as she approached, stood, and drew out a chair for her. The clean scent of Zest soap clung to him. "Car trouble," Claudia said in greeting. So I guess you found the place all right?
I've been here before. I live close by.
He didn't say where, and she squashed her curiosity like a bug. She was here on business, after all. Police business. Anything new with Ivan? Jovanich shook his head.
The hospital has instructions to page me if he regains consciousness. How about you? Now that you've had a chance to rest up, have you thought of anything new?
The plastic flash drive throbbed accusingly in her purse, like Poe's telltale heart. She had so far failed to come up with a satisfactory explanation for having it in her possession. He must feel its presence, Claudia thought, her mouth as dry as dust. Before she could respond to his question, Marcia stopped by their table to take their drink order. She gave Jovanich an approving glance and winked at Claudia over his head. Pretending not to see, Claudia introduced them, and her neighbor lingered, chatting, until another couple came in, looking for a table.
I think your neighbor is more interested in our conversation than serving drinks,
Jovanich said when she left, clearly reluctant to go. Claudia smiled at him. Are you detecting again? One corner of his mouth turned up.
Just can't seem to help myself.
I have an idea, she said, wanting to stretch the light mood and delay her confession a little longer. Why don't you write out a few words for me? Maybe I can change your opinion about graphology.
I gave you a signature on my card last night. Isn't that good enough?
If I handed you a close-up photo of my nose, how much would it tell you about my face? His grin softened his features and made him look younger.
Okay, I get the point.
Your signature is just your public image. Claudia leaned an elbow on the table and cupped her chin in her hand, vamping a little. What are you afraid I'll see, detective? Come on, the real you can't be all that bad. He cocked a brow, eyeing her without comment, then reached over to the empty table next to theirs, filched a cocktail napkin. He took out his pen.
What should I write?
What you write isn't important. How about, I know that this is a true sample of my handwriting. His pen flew across the square of paper, printing the first few words block style, the rest in cursive.
My handwriting changes,
he said, handing her the napkin.
Depends on whether I'm writing for work or something personal.
That's what they all say. She appraised the results at arm's length, taking into account the less than ideal writing surface. Let's see. Fast thinker, good intuition, flexibility, all important qualities for your work. Turning the napkin over, she touched the back, where she could feel the pen pressure on the other side. Heavy, but not overly so. Full lower loops in the cursive writing. Healthy sex drive. Strong physical drives, good stamina. She noted that he formed his personal pronoun with a loop at the top and a small tick at the bottom. Some unresolved issues with your father. His smile flash froze, and the poker face was back.
He's dead.
And you're angry about it. For the briefest of instants, a mask of pain crossed Jovanich's face, just long enough for Claudia to see it. He began searching his pockets for a new toothpick, found one, and jammed it between his teeth, using the movements to recover his poise. The restaurant was crowding up with diners arriving for the early bird special. Bacon-wrapped tri-tip and ice cream for dessert if you ordered before 6. Marcia reappeared with coffee for him, iced tea for Claudia, giving him the extra moments he seemed to need. Once Marcia was out of earshot, Jovanich picked up the story.
My father was a homicide victim when I was 13. Yeah, I'm angry about that.
Getting too personal was an occupational hazard that Claudia had never learned to curb. She squelched a sudden desire to reach out and touch his hand. I'm so sorry, she said in a small voice.
Don't be. It helped me choose a career.
Claudia could feel the world of hurt exposed by his words. I didn't mean to sound blasé, she said. You have every reason to be angry.
He was mugged.
His flat tone as he recited the facts did not invite sympathy. He was carrying $3 and change, not worth stealing. So they beat him to death. Something told her that Jovanich was not the type to offer this kind of personal information lightly, especially to a stranger, a possible suspect. She wondered why he was offering it now. There was an awkward silence while Claudia glanced down at his handwriting on the napkin, resolving to control her runaway tongue. The time had arrived for her confession. How would he take it? His handwriting, not the words themselves, but the patterns and rhythms of the ink trail, would inform her of the best approach. The writing was stripped down, simplified, with no extra loops or strokes. That meant she would need to keep her explanation direct, no frills. If she tried to make excuses for what she had done, he would lose patience and stop listening. "A few minutes ago, you asked if I had any ideas that might help," she said, her heart thumping a wild rhythm. It would be embarrassing if he hauled her out of the bar in handcuffs. Would he Mirandize her on the spot once he heard how she'd come by the flash drive? That would give Marcia some juicy tidbits to chew on. "I have something for you." Reaching into her purse, she took out the plastic drive, which was wrapped in the printout from the Pakistani tech support guy, and handed it across the table. "The password is on the paper." His eyes pinned her like a butterfly on some collector's wall. "What's this?" She wanted to look away, but found she could not. "It's a flash drive for the computer." "I can see that. And is this flash drive connected somehow to the assault on Mr. Novak?" Claudia's cheeks burned, and she was sure he could see her guilt. "Yes, there's a spreadsheet on it. Just the one file. It's a bunch of names, financial information, other things." "What other things?" "Sexual things." His body went still, the penetrating gray eyes alone betraying his interest. "Why don't you tell me about it?" Before she spoke, Claudia sipped some tea, noticing that the glass shook in her hand. She wiped the condensation with her napkin and cleared her throat before continuing. "Lindsey Alexander, the publicist Ivan worked for. It turns out she was apparently into more than just repping big-name celebrities. According to the file on this drive, she had a whole other clientele that she was providing services to." "How do you mean?" "The services?" "Yes, the services. You did look at it, didn't you?" He held her in his gaze, and apparently he was going to show her no mercy. "Okay, then." "Bondage," she said, meeting his eyes. "S&M. Golden showers, group sex, animals, that kind of thing." "I see." Jovanich rubbed his hand over his face and gave a long sigh, as if he had grown weary of the conversation. "So, would you care to tell me how it is that you just happen to have this interesting spreadsheet on a flash drive that apparently belonged to a dead woman?" Well, I have a confession to make," Claudia said, wishing she could slither under the table. I found it at Lindsey's penthouse." "Lindsey's penthouse? You found it at Lindsey's penthouse?" She nodded yes, and he sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and fixed her with a grim look. Moments passed in silence while he stared her down. Conversation buzzed all around them, the scent of hickory-smoked meat drenching the air, but for once, Claudia had no appetite. "When, Miss Rose? Exactly when did you find this flash drive?" No sense pretending she was a lousy liar. She cleared her throat again, moistened her lips. "Last night?" "Last night. Okay, next question. Where did you find it? You'll need to come back to the condo and show me." "I can't do that." His left brow shot up. "Why not?" was in Ivan's hand. Well, that is until he dropped it. Jovanich looked at her for several seconds with a chilling expression. When he spoke, his voice held a barely controlled explosion. I suppose you realize that you removed evidence from a crime scene? Do you know what the penalty is for tampering with evidence? Claudia found that she was afraid to speak. Just what had she expected? That she could charm him into letting it go that she had broken the law? That would have been nice. She lifted her shoulders in a small shrug, as if to say, can't we pretend nothing happened? It's called obstruction of justice, and it carries a fine of up to $100,000 and a prison sentence of up to 40 years. Oh, shit. But you're not going to arrest me, are you? He seemed to be debating with himself, but she figured he was just playing her. Why'd you take it? I didn't know what it was. I thought there might be something on it that would hurt a friend of mine. Well, that didn't sound right, and right away she knew it. I mean, obviously I wouldn't have kept it. I'm giving it to you now, aren't I? Oh, hell, I didn't think about it. I just took it. He looked at her in a way that said he wasn't sure whether to believe her. How do I know you haven't messed with it, added or deleted something? Of course I haven't, Claudia declared with more righteous indignation than she deserved. Your forensic people can verify that. But anyway, there's more. This wasn't enough? Jovanich examined his toothpick. He chewed it flat. Okay, what else? The names in the spreadsheet. What about them? They're, shall we say, recognizable? High-profile people. How high-profile? Very. She lowered her voice to a confidential near whisper. One of them is Senator Bryce Height. I met him at Lindsey's after the funeral. And you know that evangelist who's always in the papers? Some big-time movie stars. She named a few of the notables, counting them off on her fingers. And this plastic surgeon who runs infomercials on late-night TV. Bostwick? Does that sound right? Bostwick Medical Group? Anything else you might have missed? She wasn't sure whether the irony in his tone was a good sign or a bad one. I didn't recognize all the names, but these people have some pretty interesting proclivities. A thread of a long-ago conversation floated back. Interesting, Lindsey had once said, is a word people use when what they mean is perfectly awful. Jovanich's look was speculative. What he saw every day in his job must eliminate the surprise factor. What makes you think these people are clients, and it's not just her Christmas list? It's got an accounts receivables worksheet and accounts paid. These people are playing expensive games. Jovanich turned the media device in his hand as if staring at it would tell him everything he wanted to know. So, am I to infer that you now believe Ms. Alexander was killed because of this? Doesn't it seem odd to you? Ivan's beaten half to death when he was probably going to give me this file? I thought he was being paranoid when he said someone might be listening in on the phone. You know what they say. Just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean they're not out to get you. Claudia made a wrinkly nose face at him, taking it as a good sign that he was joking with her. Jovanich tapped the flash drive. Why do you think the assailant didn't attack you and keep looking for this little piece of evidence? If Ivan had it in his hand, the guy didn't have far to look. I'm just thankful he didn't attack me. So, you don't think it could have been a coincidence, Lindsey's death and this guy attacking Ivan Novak? No, she said firmly, I don't. What was Novak's relationship to Ms. Alexander? They seemed to be close. Ivan was like a silent partner. He pretty much ran things. What I heard from Lindsey's brother, who's a real dirtbag, by the way, was that Ivan was Lindsey's heir. I see. I don't suppose he printed a copy of this damning spreadsheet." Claudia let out a long sigh, daring to breathe more easily. Maybe he wasn't going to haul her sorry butt off to jail after all. "I could print one for you if you like." Detective Jovanic dropped the flash drive and the paper with the password into his jacket pocket. "I'll give you a ride home." She took it as an unspoken truce. Later, she wondered if she was being naive.
Chapter 16. Jovanic settled into the comfortable old couch in Claudia's upstairs office. The short ride to the house had been pleasant enough, but now his body language was keeping secrets. If he had an opinion about the printout she had handed him, he wasn't sharing it. Seated as she was at her desk, they were a good 10 feet apart, and she needed the distance. "Tell me more about Lindsey," Jovanic said.
Lindsey. 20 years since she had first invaded their lives. The memories struck like physical blows. Tall and bony as a high-fashion model, she had entered the university lecture hall that first day and turned it into her personal catwalk. She had worn a brief halter top and a gauzy skirt that danced well above her knees, dishwater blonde hair cascading in a tangled mane over bare shoulders. Posing as she did against a backdrop of bright sunlight, it was apparent that in an era where broad burning was in vogue, her panties had gone up in smoke too. Marilyn Monroe on a sidewalk grate was a prude next to Lindsey Alexander. She was no great beauty. Her braying laugh turned more heads than her looks, but that didn't stop her. Down the aisle she had sauntered, stopping to drop a casual remark to a student here and there, always male, of course. The psych professor halted mid-sentence and stared, annoyed by Lindsey's disorderly entrance, but clearly intrigued. "Who does this chick think she is?" Kelly whispered, awed by the audacity of their new classmate. Claudia pulled herself out of the past. "Back in school, we used to say that if sex was an Olympic event, Lindsey would be a gold medalist. She used to brag about being into kink. In fact, she made a point of seducing as many of our boyfriends as she could and introducing them to S&M. She gave a short laugh. I guess they were willing victims. "She must have made a lot of enemies," Jovanic remarked, snapping Claudia back to reality. "I'm sure she did." "Including you." Claudia's eyes narrowed. Was he trying to trick her into some sort of confession? Time collapsed as more long-buried memories blurred around the edges, spun like a rewound video, and focused on a gathering at a hotel in San Francisco. Feeling the need to detach herself from those long-ago events, she sought the right words with which to express them. "Lindsey started out as a handwriting analyst," she explained. "We studied together and later worked together for a while. This was nearly 20 years ago. We both attained a certain level of leadership in the field. Lindsey cultivated some very high-power contacts in the corporate world, and that gave her a certain, well, let's say, edge. She and I were invited to help set up a symposium. The top professionals from all over the world were being invited to discuss the future of handwriting analysis, whether we needed to focus on becoming a licensed profession, how to get people to stop thinking of us as fortune tellers, take us more seriously." Jovanic glanced down at his notebook, and Claudia thought she detected a rueful smile, probably remembering his own reaction of last night when she had told him what she did for a living. "Lindsey managed to wangle an appointment as chairman for the event," she went on. She wanted the title, not the job. She was very good at starting things and then dumping them onto someone else to finish up. "Did that show in her handwriting?" Claudia shot a quick glance at the detective and decided he was baiting her. "Yes, it did," she assured him, refusing to take the bait. "She asked me to handle the publicity. I told her I didn't know jack about PR, and frankly, by that time, I didn't want to be that closely involved with her. But she kept pressuring me. 'It's easy,' she said. "I'll help you," she said. Silly me, I let her talk me into it. The trouble was, I did a pretty decent job, and she couldn't stand that. Lindsey was a narcissist who couldn't stand having anyone look as good or better than she did. She started sabotaging everything I produced. Very subtly, of course, but in the end, nothing I did had a snowball's chance of succeeding. And just like that, Claudia was back in the audience, reliving the humiliation. She waited until the closing ceremonies. Then she screwed me big time. It was very clever the way she shifted the blame for everything that went wrong with the symposium onto me. And believe me, that was plenty. Jovanich removed the toothpick from his mouth, giving her his full attention, which she found damned uncomfortable. "What did you do?" What could I do? It was a catch-22 for me, and she knew it. If I'd publicly called her on her lies, I would have looked defensive. The truth came out later, and she was eventually discredited. That's when she decided to switch careers. But you know how these things go. Everyone comes to the wedding, but they don't show up for the divorce. It took a long time to rebuild my credibility. It might not sound like much to you, but it was pretty traumatic for me. Claudia watched his hands as he wrote in his notebook. Big hands, strong-looking, very short, neatly trimmed nails that looked as if he'd taken some time with them. When he'd finished writing, he glanced over at her. "What about after that?" "I cut her out of my life, avoided her for years. A few months ago, we ran into each other at a restaurant in Venice. She and Kelly had walked into the Great Wall together, and there was Lindsey in the lobby, waiting for a table. She had greeted them both effusively with hugs, as if they were still the bosom buddies they used to be. Kelly had shoved her away, angrily demanding to know what made her think she could justify the unforgivable betrayals. Claudia remembered the tense moment when it looked as if Kelly would physically attack Lindsey. But she didn't say that to Jovanich. Instead, she offered a watered-down version, leaving out any mention of her friend. Lindsey slathered on the charm, suggested we hash out our differences over Mugu Gai Pen and a bottle of good wine, her treat. By the time the fortune cookies arrived, we'd agreed to leave the past dead and buried. "You were willing to just let bygones be bygones?" asked Jovanich. He sounded incredulous. Claudia shrugged. "It seems stupid to hold a grudge after all those years." "So did you see her after that?" "We got together a couple of times. She'd hired me to do some handwriting analysis for her. That's how I came to know Ivan. He was the one who made the arrangements." Up went the brow, curving into an accent mark. "You said she was a handwriting analyst, too. Why would she hire you to do something she could do herself?" "She hadn't practiced in a long time, said she was rusty." That might have been true, but my feeling was she just didn't want to bother with it. Sitting at a desk wasn't her #1 priority. And let's face it, analyzing handwriting is work like anything else, regardless of how some people want to look at it. Claudia noticed his lips twitch a little as he scribbled in his book. "Touché." "Was it anyone on the list?" he asked when he had finished writing. "Excuse me?" "The handwriting analysis you did for her. Was it anyone on the sex list?" "No. One was a new client she was taking on. The other was a problem competitor she wanted to know how to handle. Strictly mundane stuff." "So, no big rekindling of the friendship?" "I'm smarter now." Claudia picked at her sleeve, looking away from him. "You have to understand something, Detective. Lindsey was a classic narcissist. She truly believed the world revolved around her, and she was very good at manipulating people to do whatever served her needs. Then she'd stab them in the back and laugh. The strange thing was, you might hate what she did, but when you were with her, that's so hard to explain. You couldn't stay mad at her. I'm not sure she even understood what she'd done to get everyone so upset." "Did she ever seduce any of your boyfriends?" The question came from left field. Trying to catch her off guard again? Claudia smiled a wry smile. No. I guess the men I liked weren't to her taste. She had a knack for knowing how to hit where it hurt, and she was well aware that my professional life was my vulnerable spot. Jovanic consulted his notebook, flipped back a few pages. Do you know someone by the name of Kelly Brennan? That was the second time he had caught her by surprise. She felt transparent, vulnerable, as if he had seen into her head and watched the memories as they unraveled. Kelly? What about her? How well do you know her? We've been best friends since kindergarten. He wrote something, then said, Were you aware that Ms. Brennan made threats against Lindsey Alexander? She told me about it, but if you think Kelly could have killed her... Whoa, slow down. Her name came up in the file. I'm looking at all the possibilities, that's all. Kelly's 5'4". She'd weigh 110 if she wore army boots. She could never handle someone Lindsey's size. She didn't say that Kelly wasn't the type. Is Miss Brennan the friend you wanted to protect when you took the flash drive? Listen, detective, my friends aren't murderers. Don't you think you ought to be looking at the names on that list I just printed for you? If someone did kill Lindsey, it's probably one of them. He returned her stare. I'll be looking at all of them, including your friend Kelly. Before she could form a rejoinder, his cell phone rang. He took it off his belt and listened. Win. What's the status? Has he said anything? I'll be right there. He rang off and turned to Claudia. Ivan Novak just regained consciousness. Chapter 17. After the detective's departure, Claudia cracked a can of Diet Cola and took it out to the deck. Late afternoon traffic swished along the highway below, blending with ocean sounds as she swung idly in the basket chair, wondering what Ivan might reveal to Jovanic. She felt again the firm warmth of his hand as it closed around hers on his departure. He had held on a little longer than necessary, promising to let her know what happened at the hospital. She wished she'd had the cojones to invite herself along. Both Lindsey and Kelly would have. As if Kelly had heard the thought, her red Mustang convertible screeched around the corner and stopped at the curb outside the house. She cut the engine and jumped out, waving up at Claudia. Claudia got up and leaned over the balcony. You're just in time. In time for what? Come up and see. Okay, chill the glasses. Kelly went around to the back of the car and popped the trunk. She produced a grocery bag imprinted with the logo of the local liquor store and took a bottle of wine from it, then ran up the steps, bearing the bottle like an Olympic torch. She stopped short when she saw the stack of file boxes inside the front door. What the hell's all that? Lindsey's personal files, Claudia informed her. Ivan messengered them over before he was attacked. Maybe there are some handwriting samples to compare to the suicide note. Then she corrected herself. Supposed suicide note. You can help me look. Yeah? What's in it for me? Chinese food and scintillating conversation. What are you in the mood for? I'll call the Cherry Blossom and have them deliver. After placing their order, she brought Kelly up to date on her conversation with Detective Jovanic, refraining from mentioning that her name had come up. It made no sense to throw her friend into a new panic, which is what would happen if she knew that the detective was looking at her. The news about the flash drive and its contents brought a big, satisfied smile to Kelly's face. So, all her big talk about kinky sex wasn't just blowing smoke? Evidently not, Claudia said. She had a very lucrative business on the side. I'm guessing that Ivan suspects one of her customers killed her. Or Zebediah. But Claudia was keeping that bit of speculation to herself, too. Kelly folded her hands in prayer and turned her eyes heavenward. Hey, as long as it wasn't me. She seemed to be taking the situation much more lightly today. Claudia suppressed a sigh of impatience. Kelly, the other night you believed you might have killed her. Don't you think maybe the blackout you had is a sign? A sign of what? Maybe it's time to do something about your drinking. Kelly hung her head, a mock penitent. You're right. I'm an idiot. I'll call my sponsor first thing next week. Promise. That was too easy. Claudia turned her attention to the file boxes without much hope that Kelly would follow through on what she'd said. She tapped the box on top of the stack. One way or another, in all this mess, maybe we'll find proof of what really happened to Lindsey. They carried the coffee table aside, tossed couch pillows on the floor for comfortable seating, and began to dig in. I don't think that woman ever wrote on a clean sheet of paper, said Kelly, arching her back in a stretch an hour into the search. She frowned at the growing stack of discarded file folders. Notes, letters, and business correspondence decorated in Lindsey's familiar green ink. It was a big screw you aimed at whoever she was writing to. Like she thought you weren't worth the nickel it might cost to use a new sheet. Kelly tossed a credit card receipt onto the pile and dug into the file box she was rapidly emptying. Claudia reached for a wax-coated carton on the table and spooned a heap of fried rice onto her plate. She claimed she was saving trees, she said, skepticism showing in her voice. Give me a break. I'm as environmentally She broke off mid-word. Kelly was waving a leather-bound book at her. I've got something. Printed writing I can use? No. Kelly rolled onto her knees and shoved the book in Claudia's face. Didn't you say Bostwick was one of the names in the spreadsheet? Yeah, what have you got? Her calendar. Look at the note on September 23rd. That's the day she croaked. Remind Boz. Blue Heaven. P.S. Boz could be Bostwick. Boz. Bostwick. Claudia turned it over in her head. You could be right, she said. But what's Blue Heaven? And what's P.S.? Who knows? What about that movie, My Blue Heaven? You know the one with Steve Martin and... who was that guy in that old movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Rick Moranis. Claudia was getting to her feet and carrying her plate out to the kitchen. She spoke over her shoulder as she went. Definitely not a Lindsey kind of movie. If you're through with the wontons, let's go upstairs and Google it. With Kelly hanging over her shoulder, Claudia launched her web browser and typed Blue Heaven into the Google search engine. 41,000 hits came up. How the hell are we supposed to know what she was talking about? Kelly grumbled as they clicked through the first 20 links. There's everything here from a karate studio to that movie. Well, I doubt it was a karate studio. Claudia leaned back in her chair and pondered the question of what Lindsey might have wanted to remind Dr. Bostwick. Assuming they were right, of course, and the notation Boz was referring to the plastic surgeon. And what about P.S.? A sudden inspiration pushed her upright in her chair. She rummaged through the stacks of papers that littered her desk until she came to the autopsy report that Dana Jackson had faxed. The drug toxicology report on the last page yielded the information she was seeking, and she keyed in a new search. Barbiturates plus Blue Heaven. Look, here it is, Amitol. That's one of the drugs listed in the autopsy report. Her fingertip left a smudge on the screen where she pointed. That makes sense. See what it says here? Amitol is called Blue Heaven. She scrolled down. And look here. Doctors sometimes prescribe barbiturates for people who have anxiety or can't sleep. Often, people take these powerful medications for the fun of it, or when trying to calm down the effects of other drugs, such as cocaine or amphetamines. Do you think she was stoned when you saw her? Not so you'd notice. Kelly had not been so lucid herself that night. She was not the most reliable historian. Besides, she was too eager to grasp an easy explanation that would get her off the hook. Claudia glanced through the autopsy report again and back at the computer screen. Barbiturates combined with alcohol contributed to her death. See what it says here? They make you sleepy and relaxed, slow down the reflexes. Once she was in the hot tub, she might not have been able to get out. Didn't get out. The realization weighed on her. Or if someone pushed her in, if she didn't write the note, She was murdered. Kelly stretched out on the floor and pointed her toes, bending her knees, then flexing them. So she did kill herself, or I guess it could have been an accident. Claudia was still not satisfied. What about the note? It was fun while it lasted. If she didn't write it, it had to be someone on that spreadsheet, Kelly speculated, rolling onto her stomach and continuing her calisthenics. Why? Any number of people might have wanted her dead. Other publicists, agents, clients, producers, directors. You said it yourself. Yeah, well, I didn't write the damn note, and right now, that's all I care about. We haven't got good enough exemplars to know for sure whether Lindsey wrote it or not. Maybe this Bostwick character was there after you left. They could have been planning to party together with him supplying the drugs. Maybe he gave her an overdose by mistake. Or she could have been blackmailing him about the sex stuff. He was into donkeys. Or was it Labrador retrievers? Damn, that's disgusting. Kelly rolled onto her knees and jumped up with the energy of a 5-year-old. Well, he sounds like an ass, but that's what he gets for hanging out with Lindsey. If you lie down with dogs, you can expect to get bitten. You're mixing metaphors, Claudia pointed out as they went back downstairs. It's, if you lie down with dogs, you'll get up with fleas. Kelly gave her skinny eyes. You're such a know-it-all. She threw herself onto the couch with Lindsey's calendar and began flipping through the pages again. Everything here is notes about meetings and parties. Big red circle around Halloween. It says Granger. That's the party planner she used. As it happens, I have an appointment with Lillian Granger tomorrow myself. She wants me to look at some handwriting, a job applicant. You know her? Met her at the reception the other day. What reception? Oh, the thing after the funeral. You think this Lillian Granger might know something? I don't know, but I plan to ask her. Hey, wait a minute. Wasn't she that itty-bitty woman with the jolly green giant? Yeah, the jolly green, clumsy giant who crushed my toes. Well, you know what they say about the size of a man's feet, Kelly said with a wicked look. If that's true, his schlong must be... She held her hands up, 2 feet apart. They giggled like schoolgirls. After the stress of the past 48 hours, it felt good to laugh again. Lillian seemed okay, Claudia said, slipping back into adult mode. Except I thought it was kind of tacky, talking business right after the funeral. Kelly picked up a container and began spearing bits of sweet and sour chicken. You should expect Lindsey's friends to be tacky, she said, mumbling around the chicken. And speaking of tacky, what about that little tart in the Fredericks of Hollywood getup? At the cemetery? I heard her friends say she worked for Lindsey. Oh, yeah? As what? Claudia shrugged. She reached for an almond cookie and took a bite. It sounded like those women didn't believe the suicide theory any more than Ivan did. He's probably the one who put the idea in their heads. Maybe. And assuming they did work with Lindsey in some capacity. Kelly yawned and patted her lips with a paper napkin. You know what? I don't want to think about this anymore tonight. You can stay up all night and think about it if you want to, but honey bunches, I'm gone. No thanks, I've had enough too. They shoveled Lindsey's papers back into the file boxes and cleared away the food debris. Claudia stood on the balcony and watched Kelly wheel the Mustang into a U-turn and accelerate away. As she turned to go inside, a second engine cranked over, and a dark van parked across the road pulled out after her. A half-dozen homes stood on Claudia's side of the street. The other side was a sheer drop to the highway below. She knew her neighbors' vehicles by sight, and the van didn't belong to anyone on the block. Chances were the van driver had been visiting one of the neighbors, but too many strange things had been happening lately to brush it aside. Kelly turned left at the corner. The van turned too. Claudia ran into the house and dialed Kelly's mobile number. What did I forget? Kelly asked. I don't want to spook you, but do you see a van behind you? Yeah, why? I think he may be following you. Hey, you're totally getting into this cloak and dagger stuff, aren't you? Kelly snickered at the thought. Tell you what, if he's still behind me when I get to the police station on Little Culver, I'll pull right over and walk in. Okay, Mom? Claudia pictured the lonely stretch of wetlands between Playa de la Reina and the police station. Just watch your back, okay? 10 minutes later, Kelly called back. He stopped at the mobile station. Quit worrying. He just needed gas. Her words made sense, but did little to allay Claudia's uneasiness. It wouldn't be difficult for the van driver to catch up with Kelly. She told herself she was being paranoid. It didn't help. At least put the top up on your car, would you? And keep an eye on the rearview mirror. Maybe I'll pull him over and see if he's a hottie. Claudia made an exasperated tch. That kind of attitude is going to get you in trouble. Call me when you get home. After Kelly made it home without incident, Claudia poured herself a glass of Chardonnay and was finally able to relax enough to watch some mindless TV. But she couldn't stop herself from wandering to the window during commercials, on the alert for strange vehicles in the street. Chapter 18. Silvery morning mist cloaked the coastline, turning the occasional cyclist into a wraith on wheels. After one more night of fitful sleep, Claudia indulged in a run on the beach, which lifted her spirits the way no amount of caffeine could. Damp sand crunched on the cement path as she jogged behind Flair. The German shepherd's tongue dangled happily from massive jaws, a joyful bark erupting at the discovery of a crab burrowing in the sand. They ran past 3 fishermen, their lures bobbing in choppy green water. Lounging against the railing of the concrete pier, protecting a plastic grocery sack that Claudia figured concealed an illegal case of beer, they ignored jogger and dog. She covered the distance down to El Porto and back in under an hour. Her lungs were burning with exertion by the time she returned Flair to her backyard. Feeling good about the morning's workout, she arrived back in her kitchen just as the phone rang. Detective Jovanich, with news of Ivan Novak. He was awake for a while, he said, but I didn't get much out of him last night. He needed surgery and he was still pretty doped up. Not making sense. He wasn't able to tell you anything? Claudia felt a sharp pang of disappointment as her hopes died that Ivan had identified his attacker, or at least given some clue. Jovanich's voice was raspy with fatigue. He kept trying to say something, but he couldn't get the words out right. It sounded like he was saying, va, va, va. I wonder if he was trying to say video. He told me over the phone that he wanted me to hold on to some recordings for him while he was away. Did he tell you what kind of recordings or what was on them? No, I have no idea. Claudia thought back to her last conversation with Ivan. He had indicated that the videos were too sensitive to leave lying around, which suggested to her that he had expected someone to come looking for them. Could I see him? She blurted before thinking about it. As she made the request, she was unsure of why she had. Some sense of responsibility, perhaps, since it had been she who found Ivan. Sure, why not? Detective Jovanich said. Maybe you can figure out what he's saying. When can you get here? She named a time and he gave her his cell phone number. The doc says full recovery is pretty iffy. Maybe permanent brain damage. Brain damage. Claudia pictured him struggling to relearn the basics of life. Walking, talking, eating. The image left her depressed. No more Ivan strutting around, handing out orders in that bossy way of his. I hope I can be of help, she said. By the way, I checked out Lindsey's calendar last night. There was an entry on the day she died that I think might refer to someone on her spreadsheet. Charles Bostwick. Jovanich's voice perked up. You have her calendar? Don't worry, Detective, I have it legally. After I left Ivan at the penthouse yesterday morning, he messengered me about 10 boxes of papers. The calendar was in one of them. Well, that's a relief. His tone was dry. I Googled this Bostwick guy. He's a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. Why, you're a regular detective, Miss Rose. I'll put the good doctor at the top of my list of people to interview. There was an awkward pause. Maybe, you'd like to go along for the ride? To see Bostwick? Uh-huh. Maybe you can spot some of his handwriting. Tell me his secrets. Well, yeah, Claudia stammered. I mean, is that kosher? No, but if you don't tell, I won't. She could not stop grinning as she hung up the phone. Granger and Granger occupied the entire 24th floor of a concrete and glass tower bordering the upscale Westfield shopping center in Century City. 10 million square feet of office space in the miniature city, populated by hundreds of professional practices. Claudia privately dubbed it Lawyer Land. Arriving 5 minutes early for her appointment, she stepped from the elevator into a short foyer. To her left, a set of wide double doors opened onto a plush reception area, where the front desk was an extravaganza of black marble. Glass walls offered a sweeping view of Westwood and Beverly Hills, the high-rent district. The receptionist, who was on the phone, raised a slender, manicured forefinger, signaling her to wait. Pretty, early 20s, golden tan in a Donna Karan suit, far too self-possessed for her age. While she waited, Claudia amused herself by watching the young woman write on a pink telephone message pad. Half-inch acrylic nails required that she hold the pen between her second and third fingers in order to write. Large circular handwriting. Image-conscious valley girl, center of her own universe. "May I help you?" she asked at length. Claudia pushed her business card across the ledge. "I have an appointment with Lillian Granger." Reading the card, the receptionist dropped her blasé attitude. "You're a handwriting expert? How cool is that?" Claudia smiled. "Pretty cool, I guess." "I should let you see my handwriting," the receptionist said with mounting enthusiasm, unaware that she had already revealed plenty as she wrote down messages. "I've already seen it. You're the type of person who lives in the moment. You don't spend a lot of time thinking about yesterday or planning ahead for tomorrow, and you love to be in the middle of whatever's going on." "Wow, that's so true. How did you know?" Claudia just smiled again and seated herself on a tobacco-colored leather chair, glancing at walls papered with framed photographs of the Grangers hobnobbing with famous clients at functions they had organized. A banquet with an American Medical Association banner, a political victory party with a candidate whom she recognized, Senator Bryce Height. Oscar parties figured prominently, as did variations on a lily theme. A framed print of Monet's water lilies, calla lilies woven into the carpet border, lily of the valley on the lipstick-stained mug someone had left on the coffee table. A conceit on Lillian Granger's name, perhaps? While Claudia waited, a succession of fresh-faced young men and women traipsed through the foyer, immaculately groomed in conservative suits or dresses. Stepford kids, she thought, checking her watch. 10:15. 5 more minutes and I'm gone. 4 minutes and 30 seconds later, Claudia gathered her purse and briefcase. As she rose, a striking woman came along a corridor behind the reception desk and approached her. Late 30s, like herself, older than anyone Claudia had seen in the office thus far, dressed in a narrow black pinstriped suit whose crisp tailoring suggested custom-made. Dark hair and serious brown eyes ringed with dark shadows. Personal problems or work-related? Something was definitely making this lady unhappy. "Ms. Rose," the woman extended her hand with a smile that seemed strained. "I'm Yolanda Palomino, Mrs. Granger's personal assistant. We spoke on the phone." "Nice to meet you," Claudia said. "Would you follow me, please?" Yolanda turned back the way she'd come and walked a foot ahead of Claudia, making conversation all but impossible. Low-walled cubicles flanked the quiet corridor. Human fishbowls. People spoke on the phone or worked at computer monitors positioned so that a visitor could view the display over the occupant's shoulder. No secret downloading of porn or lunchtime games of doom in this office. Monet water lilies floated across monitors not in use. Yolanda Palomino led Claudia to an office made private by ceiling-height cherrywood doors. Lillian Granger's personal space. A bouquet of golden tiger lilies straight from the cover of Town and Country graced a table outside the door. Claudia bent to sniff. Gorgeous flowers. Mr. Granger has them delivered first thing Monday mornings. Yolanda knocked on the door and waited to be invited inside. Lillian's pleasant alto called out, and Yolanda stepped aside for Claudia to precede her. A baby grand stood at one end of Lillian's office and a formal seating area at the other. Floor-to-ceiling windows allowed breathtaking vistas of the city. The CEO of Granger & Granger wore a boxy jacket and straight skirt in a fine wool that matched the burnished gold of the tiger lilies and de-emphasized her short stature. Lillian came forward, hands outstretched in welcome. "Claudia, thank you so much for coming." Her voice was warm molasses. "Hold on my calls, Yolanda. Miss Rose and I don't want to be disturbed." Then, turning back to Claudia, "Come on over here, let's sit down." She led the way to a chintz-covered love seat and patted the cushion beside her. A silver tea service had been set out on a tray beside a 19th-century Satsuma vase on a claw-footed mahogany table. They might have been at tea in a Charleston antebellum drinking room. "Would you like some coffee, Claudia? Tea? How about a cold drink?" "Nothing for me, thanks." Claudia sat down, marveling at the lushness of Lillian's office. The celebrity catering business had been good to the Grangers. "I have to apologize for keeping you waiting," Lillian said, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial murmur, as if somewhere in the vast room there might be an eavesdropper. "Just before our appointment time, I got a very special call. It was." She paused dramatically, looking at Claudia in a meaningful way. "The president. I couldn't very well put him off, could I?" "The president?" "Well, I don't like name-droppers, but yes, I'm talking about the president of the United States. He wants me to co-chair his new commission on women's issues. He's going to ask Senator Haidt to be the other co-chair. The senator is already one of our clients, so it would be a terrific fit." Claudia's heart did a quick rat-a-tat. Senator Haidt, according to the spreadsheet, one of Lindsey's S&M clients, on a committee for women's issues? What skeletons had he pulled out of someone's closet to wangle that privilege? She wondered what Lillian would have to say if she knew that her proposed co-chairman figured prominently on a kinky sex list. "That's quite an honor," she said, biting off an acid remark. Lillian reached over with a warm smile and squeezed her hand. "You never know, Claudia. There could be a place on that committee for someone with your kind of talents, if the good Lord wills it. Now please tell me, what's all this about poor Ivan Novak? On the news, they said you were there when it happened? I couldn't believe it. I mean, we were all just there, weren't we?" Not for the first time, Claudia shuddered when she remembered what she had seen that night. "Ivan's badly hurt," she said. "The prognosis isn't very good." Lillian gave a troubled sigh and shook her head. "Well, I just want you to know we're all praying for him." Does she mean the entire company is in on the prayers? Is group prayer part of the Granger Company morning ritual? "I'm going to the hospital after I leave here," Claudia said. "If he's conscious, I'll tell him you were asking about him." "Thank you, dear. Have they caught the monster who did this to him?" "Not yet, but I'm sure they will soon." Lillian shook her head again with a bemused, "what's the world coming to" expression. Sensing an opening to ask the question that was on her mind, Claudia took a moment to cross one knee over the other and smooth her skirt. "Lillian, do you have any idea why someone would want to hurt Ivan?" The other woman's head jerked up in surprise. "Me?
Why, no, I couldn't even begin to guess. Wasn't it a botched robbery? No. Claudia hesitated, not sure how much to reveal. The thing is, Ivan didn't believe Lindsey killed herself, so he hired me to examine the suicide note. He thought maybe it was planted there by someone else. I've been asking myself whether this theory of his might have triggered the attack on him. But if he didn't believe it was suicide, what did he think? An expression of shock and distaste crossed Lillian's face, and her hand flew to the gold cross that dangled at her throat. Oh, my good Lord, you aren't saying what I think you're saying. That Lindsey was murdered? Oh, my Lord in heaven, Lillian said in a faint voice. The cross was getting a workout. I can't pretend I knew either of them that well. I met with Ivan from time to time when we organized events for their clients. Naturally, I saw Lindsey from time to time, too, but we never developed any kind of personal relationship. Claudia felt the keen pang of disappointment. Her feeble attempt at playing detective had not taken her very far. She had learned nothing new from Lillian relative to Lindsey's death. Her hopes of having some new information for Detective Jovanich faded. She would do better sticking to the handwriting business. You know, Lillian said, I always got this feeling from Lindsey that there was kind of a wild side to her. I invited her to church with Marty and me several times, but she always declined. Lindsey in church? Claudia's mind reeled. Suppressing a chuckle, she turned the conversation to the job applicant whose handwriting Lillian wanted her to analyze. Chapter 19. The heat had broken, leaving behind one of those perfect California fall days where the temperature invites sleepless. The merest hint of brown haze clothed the distant foothills. Claudia found a vacant spot and parked on the first level. Detective Jovanich was waiting for her at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in front of North Tower parking. His jacket and slacks looked rumpled, as if he had slept in them. If he'd slept at all. The 5 o'clock shadow that darkened his jaw convinced her that he had not. Claudia waved as she drove past him and turned into the lot. He was talking on his cell phone as she exited the garage and approached him. He dropped it into his pocket, and they fell into step together. You look great, he said, making her glad she had chosen the gray silk suit. The mid-thigh split in her skirt was high enough to be provocative, but low enough to be professional. At the lobby door, he stood aside for her to enter. I just got some information you'll be interested in. Remember those flowers that were delivered to Lindsey's condo the other night? The big arrangement in the foyer? Yeah. That's how the suspect got inside. Flower delivery. Unfortunately, his face was hidden behind the flowers. The guard couldn't give any kind of description. Claudia made a rude sound. That guard wouldn't have noticed his grandmother if she was green with yellow stripes. When I got there, it was pretty late. He didn't even look at my ID. Didn't make me sign in. He was too busy scarfing down his Big Mac. Anyone could have gone up to Lindsey's place. He'll be in line at the unemployment office tomorrow. I hope he feels horrible, knowing what happened to Ivan because of his laziness. Jovanich gave her an ironic look, as if he were so jaundiced by what he had seen of human nature that he couldn't believe the guard might care. The flowers got the suspect inside. After that, he must have used a weapon to control the victim and to get him into the kitchen. Mr. Novak was assaulted with a blunt object. The suspect apparently took it with him. I've been thinking about why they'd go to the kitchen, Claudia said. It wasn't just an ordinary B&E, was it? Jovanich regarded her with mild amusement. And just what do you consider ordinary breaking and entering? Well, they bust the lock, go inside, and see what's there. More of an opportunistic thing. In this case, there was no forced entry. Plus, I think a normal burglar would run the other way when someone unexpectedly shows up. It's pretty clear this burglar was there with a specific purpose in mind. I think he was looking for something. Ivan doesn't live there.
He was just packing up Lindsey's stuff. But the way he was attacked seemed personal. Stranger things have happened, Jovanic said, then caught her skeptical look and capitulated. Okay, let's say you're right, and it wasn't your run-of-the-mill B&E. The suspect didn't know whether or not the victim would be there, or he wouldn't have needed the flower delivery pretext. But what was he looking for? Jovanic took the opportunity to make a slight dig. Maybe the flash drive you snagged? Well, if that was it, you should be glad I took it, because now you've got it instead of him. Besides, I bet what he was looking for were the videos Ivan mentioned to me. Jovanic didn't answer, but his lips twitched as if they were fighting a smile. Entering the North Tower, he explained that they would be going to the neuro-intensive care department. Friday afternoon, the hallways were bustling with volunteers pushing lunch carts. He walked with long strides, a man with places to go. Claudia kept up without difficulty. I'll get permission to go back into Lindsey's place, either from Mr. Novak or the property manager, Jovanic said. Otherwise, it'll take a search warrant. Maybe he was also after the flash drive. Ivan might have been fighting to keep it from him. If the intruder went to that much trouble and he knew Ivan had it, he wouldn't have left without it. Seems he panicked and ran when he heard you come in. Claudia mentally filled in the gaps of what the detective had not said. She was lucky she hadn't suffered the same fate as Ivan. The guy might have come after her, too. Jovanic hit the intercom at the locked door to neuro-ICU. Like I told you this morning, they had to do an emergency surgery last night. Seems that bone fragments pierced the brain. I hope we can get in to see him. The door swung open and they entered a world of white-stockinged feet in crepe soles that whispered on the polished floor as nursing personnel scurried from one room to another. Given the level of activity, a surprising hush hung over the unit, interrupted by the purr and sporadic beep of machinery. Neuro-ICU was arranged in wagon wheel fashion, with the nursing station at the hub. 11 beds made up the spokes, separated from the nursing station by a wall of glass. Jovanic had explained that each patient had his or her own case manager nurse, along with a team of nurse assistants who divided their attention between the cubicles. He flashed a smile at the duty nurse. She flashed one back. The casualness of the exchange suggested prior acquaintance, and Claudia made a guess that Jovanic must have visited other cases in the unit. Grace Bowman was printed on the nurse's badge. Hi, Grace, Jovanic said, dropping some of the cop coolness and confirming Claudia's impression. Any change in Mr. Novak? Bowman, who hadn't seen the kind side of 50 in a while, shook her head and fluttered her eyelashes at him with a coyness that irked Claudia. His vitals are stable and he came through surgery just fine. The doctors did what all they could, but he's not even close to being out of the woods yet. It's gonna take a while before we know just how much damage was done. Don't know what they hit him with, but they meant business. How about letting us see him, just for a few minutes? The nurse cocked her head in a half shake that looked as though it might turn into a refusal. You know he's sedated. Come on, Gracie, just 5 minutes. Gracie? I bet he has the babes wound around his little finger with those puppy dog eyes. Bowman's starch visibly wilted, and her gaze invited Jovanic to beg some more. When he didn't, she smiled faintly. Well, 5 minutes just because it's you, Detective J, but then he gets his dose of Valium. The nurse turned to Claudia, making her tone all business. Just don't expect too much. Most times, people with severe head injuries don't remember what happened to them. Sometimes they don't even know who they are. She eyed her watch. It's nearly shift change, and I'm going to have to tally all this hourly stuff. Thanks, Grace, Jovanic said. We won't take long. He guided Claudia to Cubicle 4, Ivan's room. A sign was taped to the dimly lit window. Family only, short visits expected and appreciated. No flowers. In the lowered light, propped up in the hospital bed, Ivan appeared bionic. Part of the machines that connected him to life, less human, smaller. Tubes and drains had been secured in place, and wrist restraints to prevent him from tearing out the IV lines. At the head of the bed, a gray metal box monitored changes in vital signs. A bag dripped blood. A tube fed oxygen. A breathing apparatus dominated the arrangement. Ivan's chest rose and fell with the oxygen's steady rhythm. Half-closed lids revealed unfocused eyes. Like a boxer whose head had taken a pounding, the flesh around his eyes was purplish and swollen from the slow leakage of blood vessels. But Ivan had never been a boxer. A lump of emotion clogged her throat as Claudia stared at the form on the bed. "Does he have any family?" she whispered. "Is anyone staying with him?" Jovanich shook his head. "No one at his office knows of any relatives. We haven't found any." Was that what had drawn Ivan and Lindsey together? No one to care for but each other? The detective moved a chair next to the bedside on Ivan's left, then stationed himself on the other side. Claudia sat and reached through the bed rail, careful not to disturb the IV needle as she took Ivan's limp hand in hers. Maybe on some level the human contact would make a difference. "Ivan," she said in a quiet voice. "It's Claudia. If you can hear me, please squeeze my hand." No movement. Was he even aware of her presence? She tried again. "Ivan, can you hear me? Squeeze my hand if you can." For a moment, there was no detectable reaction. Then, almost imperceptibly, she felt the movement of Ivan's fingers curling around hers. She glanced up at Jovanich with a nod. He gave her a thumbs up. "That's good, Ivan," she encouraged. "I'm going to ask you some yes and no questions. If the answer is yes, I want you to squeeze my hand once, like you just did. And if the answer is no, squeeze twice. Do you understand?" Ivan's fingers responded again, and the pressure seemed to gain a little strength. "Good, Ivan. Do you know who I am?" "Squeeze." "Okay. Do you know where you are?" "Squeeze." The rhythmical whooshing of machines punctuated the silence as Claudia sought the right question. She didn't want to upset him by reminding him of the attack. Jovanich came around the bed and stood behind her. He touched her shoulder, prodding her. She shrugged him off. "We need to go slowly." "We can't. We might not have another opportunity." Jovanich leaned down, his jacket brushing her cheek. "Mr. Novak, do you know who attacked you?" Ivan rolled his head away from them and moaned, a guttural animal sound. The heart monitor changed rhythm, peaks and valleys squeezing together. Heart rate 140. "Damn it, don't push him," Claudia said, feeling a flash of irritation heat her face. "I thought we agreed that I'd handle this." "We need to get some answers." Jovanich had his own agenda. As a cop, he saw things through a different lens than she did. His first concern was apprehending the suspect. But Claudia had an agenda too. She blamed herself. If she had arrived sooner, maybe somehow she could have prevented what had happened to Ivan. Ivan's hand moved in hers, squeezing it with an urgency that made her lean in closer. "I know you want to tell me something, Ivan, but please don't try to talk." She glanced at the heart monitor. Still too fast. "Call the nurse," Claudia said to Jovanich. "I'm worried about him." He shook his head. "If anything's wrong, you'll know it. That's what all this equipment is for. Keep going. We have to find out what he knows." Misgiving flooded her, but she saw again in her mind the bloody scene in Lindsey's kitchen. Jovanich was right. They had to draw out whatever information they could. To Jovanich, she said, "Give me your pen and notebook." He flipped to a blank page in the little book and handed it to her along with his pen. "What's the plan?" Different areas of the brain governed speaking and writing skills. It's just possible that he might be able to communicate better in writing. Hold the pad steady for me. Restraints were loosely tied around Ivan's wrists. With the reflexive grasp of an infant, he grabbed the pen in his fist the moment Claudia touched it to his fingers. She covered his right hand with hers, using a light touch that would allow her to assist the writing movement and at the same time give the plump fingers some support. At first, the marks looked like the scribbling of a toddler. His hand moved in an unsteady, circular pattern. As he continued to scribble, the mental images of letters learned in childhood gradually began to be restored, impressing themselves on his injured brain to begin forming new neural pathways. After a few moments, a teetering line appeared next to a jagged oval, then another oval with a line going through it, then a possible letter I. When he'd finished, Claudia looked at the marks Ivan had made, then at Jovanich. "Do you think this is an L.I.?"
"Hard to say. You're the handwriting expert."
"Analyzing personality doesn't mean you can always read the words," she retorted. Jovanich's presence in the small room was making her uncomfortable. She wished she could be alone with Ivan and take things at her own pace. Ivan was tugging at the pen. He drew a shaky horizontal line above the vertical one. A new form took shape as they watched. All at once, it became clear to Claudia. "It's not L.I., it's V. I think it says, is this word video, Ivan?" Affirmative pressure on her fingers. "You wanted to give me a recording, didn't you?" Stronger pressure.
"Now we're getting somewhere,"
Jovanich said, watching their hands closely.
"Where's the video, Mr. Novak?"
Ivan tried to say something, gagged. The monitor beeped a caution. "Stop it," Claudia snapped at Jovanich, irritated again by his insistence. "Don't upset him. Make it easy. Ask yes or no questions." She worked to get Ivan settled down, expecting Nurse Bowman to respond to the alarm. Minutes passed. The alarm quieted without anyone showing up. Claudia rolled her shoulders to release the tension and repositioned the pen in Ivan's hand. This time, a clear letter B emerged under the pen, but everything else was chicken scratch. Ivan jerked on her hand, attempting to speak. "Ivan, is the video you want to give me on a DVD?" The sounds he made were thick, alien words. Claudia glanced back at Jovanich, but he shook his head in frustration. Ivan strained his body, struggling to sit up. The ventilator alarms went wild. The blood pressure display on the monitor glowed 220 over 120. Grace Bowman flew into the room, a cannonball in tennis shoes. She did a brisk check of her patient, pushing Claudia and Jovanich aside as she recycled the blood pressure cuff and reset the alarms. Having satisfied herself that the readings had dropped within a more normal range, Nurse Bowman swept them both with a stern glare. Before she could scold them, Jovanich said, "We were just starting to get somewhere. Could we have a couple more minutes?" The man had balls the size of grapefruits, Claudia decided, staring at him in amazement. Her amazement doubled when Nurse Bowman threw Jovanich a wink and said, "Make it quick." Then she hurried away to answer another call. Claudia watched her leave, her expression darkening. If it was me asking, she'd have tossed me out on my ass in a flash. What the hell is wrong with me? He's just a passing acquaintance. What do I care who flirts with him? The thought was followed by a flash of brutal honesty. She was attracted to him, and she'd better get over it. The urgency to get whatever information Ivan had was far more important than her case of the hots for an inscrutable police detective.
"It pays to know the right people,"
Jovanich said in a calm tone.
"I helped her kid out of a jam last year."
"Well, I think we should stop." She indicated Ivan, who continued to writhe in the bed. "This can't be good for him." Jovanich stared her down.
"Bowman's the nurse, not you. We need this information. Keep going."
"Do you have to be an asshole about it? He needs to rest. Let's come back tomorrow."
"Listen, Miss Rose,"
he said, giving her the granite stare. "Did they teach it in the detective's manual?" "This could be our only chance. It's the best lead we've gotten so far. The longer we wait, the less chance there is of catching the guy who did this to him. He's responding to you. Ask him, otherwise I will." Silently cursing the detective's impatience, Claudia took Ivan's hand again. She thought the skin felt cooler, almost clammy to her touch. "Ivan, is the DVD at Lindsey's condo?" Squeeze, squeeze. No. Then one squeeze. Yes. What the hell? She looked down at him in confusion. His eyes were closed now, and he was breathing hard from the effort. "You're doing great, Ivan. I can't read the second word you wrote. Would you like to try writing it again?" The affirmative pressure on her hand had weakened significantly. They repeated the routine with the pad and pen, but Ivan's hand grew heavy, even with Claudia assisting him. A series of illegible marks crawled across the paper. Crooked curves pitched at odd angles. A capital B, maybe. What looked like an R. A D. Other marks that might have been N and I, but Claudia was far from confident she had it figured out. BRND, she said, puzzling it out. Burned? Brand? Barn? Ivan's body shuddered as he again strained to spit out words that were unintelligible to Claudia's ears. "I think he's out of it," Jovanic said. "He doesn't know what he's doing." "Shh, he can hear you." Jovanic leaned over Claudia's shoulder again, leaning toward the injured man. He spoke with a surprising gentleness that revealed something good in him after his apparent insensitivity. "Mr. Novak, Ivan, what are you trying to tell us?" Ivan squeezed his eyes shut. His body jerked. The wrist restraints tightened against his struggles, draining the blood from his hands. The pen clattered to the floor. Ivan's eyelids fluttered open, and he stared directly at Claudia. "Brand!" he cried, his arms flailing violently against the restraints. "Brand! Brand! Brand!" Then chaos. The heart monitor exploded in a riot of peaks and valleys that widened with each beat. The screen flashed VTAC. Nurse Bowman ran in, took a glance at Ivan. "Get out!" she hissed, hurrying Claudia and Jovanic through the door. "Go! Hurry!" she shouted down the hallway. "Code Blue! Get a crash cart!" In moments, the small hospital room was overflowing with nurses, doctor, a respiratory therapist. Bowman expertly whipped the pillow from under Ivan's head. A technician rolled the bed flat and raised it to waist level. The respiratory therapist connected an ambu bag, pumped it up to 100% oxygen, and gave Ivan a few breaths. An IV team nurse grabbed his left arm and began a new IV. Doctors and nurses shouted commands. "Get the defibrillator charged up. Give him some epinephrine, an amp of bicarb. Draw some gases. Get ready to defibrillate." A stream of personnel squeezed into the room, while others hurried out with specimens for the lab. In a matter of moments, plastic bags and bits of paper littered the floor. Bowman ripped off the hospital gown and squeezed gel onto Ivan's chest. Watching the activity through the window, an icy fear chilled Claudia to her bones. "We shouldn't have pressed so hard." The doctor barked, "Clear!" and applied the paddles. Ivan's body bucked on the bed. Again, the doctor called, "Clear!" Electricity slammed through Ivan a second time. A third. Chapter 20. 20 minutes later, the doctor came out into the hall, wearing the face of one who has looked death in the eye too often for it to make much of an impact anymore. He assured them it wasn't their fault, that Ivan had not succumbed because of their questions. "We'll have to wait for the autopsy to be sure," he said, "but I'd say it was a subdural hematoma, a blood clot in the brain. We're able to revive the patient in about 60% of the cases, but I'm afraid this wasn't one of them." The doctor patted Claudia's arm in a practiced way. "Don't blame yourselves. It most likely would have happened anyway." Outside, on the way to the parking lot, the sun still shone brightly. 2 orderlies strolling behind them were cracking jokes. An elderly woman steered her husband's wheelchair. Life went on as usual outside the hospital walls, but not for Ivan. "I don't care what the doctor said," Claudia said bitterly. "We shouldn't have pushed him so hard." Jovanich's mouth was set in a hard, thin line, and she was having trouble reading his emotions. But when he spoke, his tone was again unexpectedly gentle. "We had to," he said. "Those couple of words you got him to write are the only clue we've got. If we can't find the video, we're up shit creek, assuming it exists." "It's not going to matter much to Ivan, is it?" "We have to get the guy who did this," Jovanich said. "We're talking about a murder charge." "Yes, of course," Claudia said, dispirited. "You have to catch him." "Have any idea what he was talking about?" "To me, it looks like he wrote video." She looked down at the notebook still clutched in her hand. "And he said brand. At least, that's what it sounded like." She sighed heavily. "I just don't know. What's on this video that he was so anxious for you to have?" Claudia thought of the photos she had acquired from Earl Nelson, still in their envelope in her desk. He talked about recordings, plural. Considering some of the names on that spreadsheet, I would guess sex videos. Videotaping her clients and blackmailing them is the kind of thing Lindsey would do. The cell phone was already out of Jovanich's pocket, and he was punching buttons. "I'll call the property manager and make sure we can get into the penthouse. We've got to find that DVD." They reached Claudia's Jaguar. "I wonder who'll take care of burying him," she said as she unlocked the door. "I'd like to attend if there's a service." "I'll talk to the people at his office and let you know," Jovanich said, opening the door for her. "But first, I'll follow you home." "That's not necessary. I'm fine." She didn't feel fine. She felt punch-drunk after everything that had happened and appalled by the ruthless way Jovanich had pressured Ivan. But now it was more crucial than ever to discover the true cause of Lindsey's death, and now of Ivan's, and she was determined to participate in finding the answers. "Are you still meeting with Dr. Bostwick?" she asked. "I'm heading over there now." "I'd still like to go if you're willing to take me." He stepped into her space, a little too close. "Sure you're up for it?" She stood her ground, staring back at him eye to eye. "Listen, Columbo, I'm up to my eyelashes in this case. I'm not about to sit around like some meek little mouse, waiting by the phone to hear what happens next. Ivan was my client. I know we weren't bosom buddies, but I owe it to him to follow through. Besides, I've done a lot of police consulting, so you shouldn't get in too much trouble for letting me tag along." He put up his hands in mock protest. "Fine, okay. How about I drive?" "Why? You still think I'm not up to it?" "Nope." A half smile dimpled one cheek. "I just always wanted to drive a Jag." No one but Claudia was allowed to drive the Jag. Ever. She tossed him the keys and went around to the passenger side. He opened the door for her, climbed into the driver's seat, and fired up the engine, reverently caressing the burled wood dash. The smile he gave her almost made her forget that she was angry about his pushing Ivan. Charles Randolph Bostwick III, M.D., owned a venerable old building of medical suites on San Vicente, a mile or so east of Cedars. Jovanich drove into the subterranean parking garage and parked the Jag on the second level next to a snow-white, late-model Rolls-Royce. The Rolls occupied the space closest to the elevator and bore a personalized license plate. Hard up. Claudia curled her lip, unamused. "There's a good word for that. Rhodomontade." Jovanich stood aside, allowing her to precede him into the elevator. "You just swallow a dictionary?" "It means braggadocio. I hate that kind of crap." "Wanna bet that's Bostwick's car?" "No takers on that one. Is he expecting us?" He grinned nastily. "The element of surprise works wonders. No time to invent an alibi. How do you know he'll see us? He'll see us. In the lobby, they switched elevators and rode to the 18th floor, headquarters of the Bostwick Maxillofacial Surgery Group, which also occupied floors 3 and 4. They exited the elevator in a vestibule. A woman seated behind an antique writing desk glanced up with an expectant smile. In her demure white silk blouse with its Peter Pan collar and a soft cardigan sweater, she could have stepped out of the Donna Reed show of the 1950s. She rose from her chair. Good afternoon. How may I help you? I bet she wears pearls and high heels while she bakes chocolate chip cookies for the kids, Claudia thought, as Jovanich flipped her his badge. Detective Joel Jovanich, LAPD. I need a few moments with Dr. Bostwick, please. The smile vanished, replaced by a worried frown. Oh, dear, said Donna Reed in a breathless voice. Can I, help you? The doctor is with a patient, and she broke off mid-sentence. There's someone already waiting to see him. Apparently catching the glance the two of them cast at the empty lobby, the receptionist hurried to explain. We have private waiting rooms. I'm sorry, but the doctor is already 40 minutes behind schedule. I don't see how. Perhaps you could go down to the 4th floor. We have an office manager there. This won't take long, Jovanich assured her. Something about the set of his jaw must have convinced her that he wasn't going away. Or maybe it was the purposeful way he looked around, as if seeking a place to start looking for the doctor himself. The woman glanced uncertainly at Claudia, perhaps hoping for some moral support. When none was forthcoming, she pressed her lips together in disapproval and touched a button on the phone. They heard a beep, followed by an irritable voice that boomed through the intercom. What is it, Francis? Why are you bothering me when I'm in a consult? I'm so sorry, doctor. Please excuse me, the woman stammered. When you have a moment, there's someone here, someone who needs to speak with you. I told you not to bother me, the voice thundered back. I'm so sorry, doctor, but it seems important. If you could just... Was her inability to finish a sentence her natural mode, Claudia wondered, or a sign of habitual intimidation? In her imagination, she gave the woman an overbearing husband who believed in wifely submission. He would have made her a doormat through years of abuse that was now being seconded by her employer. Somewhere out of sight, a door slammed. Seconds later, a man in a snowy, full-length lab coat with his name embroidered on the pocket charged toward them with the force of a stormtrooper. Frosty blue eyes glared through gold-rimmed granny glasses that perched on the end of a well-shaped nose. Some years past his prime, the doctor would still have been handsome had his face not been twisted in an angry glare. He walked right up to Jovanich, and for a moment Claudia thought he was going to poke him in the chest. Lucky for the doctor, he stopped short. Who are you, and what do you want? Charles Bostwick demanded. Claudia had met anal retentive, bad-tempered men of Bostwick's ilk before. They hated life, even when life had been good to them. She could guess what his handwriting might look like. Heavy pressure, extreme right slant, long lower loops, and plenty of sharp strokes. A man habitually this hostile might choose red ink for emphasis. Jovanich flashed his badge again. Detective Joel Jovanich, he said. LAPD. I'm sorry to disturb you, doctor, but we need a few minutes of your time. I'm trying to run a medical practice here. I'm not interested in buying tickets to the policeman's ball. This is a murder investigation, doctor, Jovanich announced, smooth as glass. The threat in his voice was nothing more than a subtle undertone. It involves a former patient of yours, Lindsey Alexander. Perhaps we could speak in private. Bostwick swung sharply on his heel and returned the way he had come. Ever hear of making an appointment? You've got 5 minutes. To the woman at the reception desk. Get Myron Gershman on the phone, then have Ron come up here and finish the consult. Claudia and Jovanich followed Dr. Bostwick to a door at the end of the hall. Hewn from black walnut and polished to a high gloss, it had a brass plate with his name engraved on it, as if it were on the exterior of a building. Dr. Bostwick unlocked the door and they followed him into a room that spanned the width of the building. He strode over to a long table covered with stacks of books and papers, which stood on a raised dais, standing above them, putting psychological distance between them. Behind him, a wide window offered an unobstructed view of the Hollywood sign. At the other end of the long room was a life-size jungle tableau in a glass case, where a magnificently maned lion tore at the bloody flesh of a downed zebra. A taxidermist's dream. Bostwick caught Claudia's stare and mistook it for admiration. "Bagged him myself," he declared with pride. "African Safari, 1973. She was tempted to launch into her views on trophy hunters, but Jovanich broke in before she could speak. "About Lindsey Alexander. I have no intention of talking to you about any of my patients," Bostwick said. "Doctor-patient confidentiality. Perhaps you've heard of it." "That privilege ended when she died," Jovanich said, brushing off the sarcasm. "Perhaps you've heard of that. We're not here to talk about your doctor-patient relationship." Bostwick swung his cold gaze onto Claudia. "Who are you?" "Ms. Rose is helping with the investigation," Jovanich inserted smoothly before she could speak. "Why don't you tell us about your personal association with Lindsey, Doctor?" "There was no personal association. She was my patient. That's all there is to tell." "That's so. Do you have office hours on Saturday?" "Sometimes. Why?" "She had an appointment with you on the day she died." "So what?" Bostwick retorted. "She killed herself, didn't she?" "Did she?" The doctor puffed out his chest, managing to look like the injured party. "Why are you asking me? I know nothing about her death." The intercom sounded and the receptionist's timid voice came over the speaker. "Excuse me, Dr. Bostwick. I have, Mr. Gershman is on the line." Bostwick threw them a smug look and leaned on his desk, pressed the speaker button. "My attorney," he announced. Then, addressing the speaker, "Myron, there are some detectives here asking questions about a patient of mine who died recently." The lawyer cleared his throat. "Are we on speaker?" Bostwick affirmed they were. "Detective, I'm going to advise my client not to answer any questions without my being present. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to make an appointment for a time when we can all meet." Jovanich inclined his head at the doctor and replied to the speakerphone. "Certainly, sir. We're just asking a few questions, but if you think your client needs an attorney, you're welcome to bring him to the Wilshire Division Police Station this afternoon, and we can conduct the interview there." "Now wait a goddamn minute," Bostwick interjected. "I'm not going to any police station. I've done nothing wrong. If my patients got wind—" "Hold on, Charles." The lawyer's voice bled in and out as his words crossed with the doctor's over the speaker. "I can't leave the office just at the moment, but—" Anger stained the doctor's cheeks an alarming scarlet, and Claudia felt a flicker of concern. Bostwick growled at the speakerphone. "Why the hell do I pay you that fat retainer every month if you aren't here when I need you?" Gershman's tone was conciliatory, but firm. He had certainly danced this two-step many times before, and he had the routine down pat. "Charles, I have another client here at the moment, but I can be there in about a half hour. We'll meet in your office at 1 o'clock. Detective?" Jovanich wasn't about to let the attorney take control of his investigation. "Sorry, Mr. Gershman, I have another appointment. We'll see you and Dr. Bostwick at Wilshire Division at—" He consulted his watch. 5 o'clock. Shall I send a black and white to pick you up, Doctor?" Not the sort of man who was accustomed to being opposed, Bostwick cast a baleful look at the phone. "Damn it, Myron, you useless son of a bitch." He ended the call and brought his hard stare back around to Jovanich. "I'm not going to any goddamn police station. What is it you want from me?" "You do understand that you're going against your legal counsel's advice if you speak to me, You don't have to answer any questions, Jovanich reminded him. Yes, God damn it, get on with it. Ask your questions. Did you meet with Lindsey Alexander on Saturday, September 23rd? Bostwick sucked air through flared nostrils, a bull ready to charge a red cape. Yes, I saw her for a pre-surgery visit. She was scheduled to come in on the following Monday for a procedure. What kind of procedure? Blepharoplasty. Jovanich gave him a thin smile. I'm sorry, doctor. Would you mind translating? Eyelid lift. It's done with sedation, either IV or general anesthetic. In this case, general. She was scheduled for both upper and lower lids. I see. Okay, so she was scheduled for surgery on Monday. Where did you see her on Saturday? Bostwick hesitated, and his gaze shifted to the left, toward the window, a surefire sign he was giving them less than the whole truth. I met her here at the office, the doctor said. She was very nervous about the procedure, very stressed. She kept calling me at home. Do all your patients get your home number? Bostwick reddened again. It depends on the patient. Lindsey was... Whatever he was going to say stayed on his tongue. I ended up telling her I'd meet her here and give her some medication to alleviate the anxiety and help her get through the weekend. Wouldn't it have been easier to just call in a prescription to the drugstore? Jovanich pressed, moving closer to the desk. My patients get more personalized care than that. Ms. Alexander required my reassurance. And that's what they pay for, Claudia thought, casting a glance at the hand-carved chairs, the Persian rugs covering the floor. Plastic surgery for the affluent included a whole different level of care. What's P.S., doctor? Jovanich asked. P.S. There was a note in Ms. Alexander's calendar that she was meeting you at P.S. Bostwick blinked at him, the color leaching from his face. I don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what P.S. might be referring to. Bostwick picked up some papers from his desk and began rifling through them, not looking at Jovanich. Something about the question had discomfited him. I just said I didn't. Weren't you listening? Jovanich remained impassive, letting the doctor know he was not going to be provoked. Okay, then. Did you supply Miss Alexander with Blue Heaven? Blue Heaven? Are you talking about Amytal, detective? I don't use street names. Did you give her Amytal? I gave her some to help calm her. Enlighten me, but isn't Amytal a rather outdated drug, sir? Bostwick's lip curled. He was in his element now, and he looked Jovanich in the eye. You have a medical degree, do you, detective? I did nothing illegal. Amytal is a sedative. I gave my patient a legal sedative to help her with anxiety before surgery. What's the problem? What time did you see her? Sometime in the middle of the afternoon. I'd have to check my records for the time. You'll need to do that, sir. Now, perhaps you could tell me where you were between 8 o'clock on the night of the 23rd and 6 o'clock the next morning, the 24th. Bostwick was quick to respond. Home in bed with my wife. Just ask her. He removed the granny glasses and folded them before dropping them into his coat pocket and heading for the door. Your time is up, detective. I have patients to see, and I've had enough of your interrogation. Jovanich followed him, dogging his steps. Thank you for your time, sir, he said. Then, in a classic Columbo move, he stopped and turned back so abruptly the doctor nearly ran into him. There is one more thing, sir. What now? I understand you have a particular fondness for Labrador retrievers. Chapter 21. Jovanich unwrapped a toothpick and leaned on the elevator button that would return them to the parking garage. I think that shook him up a little, he said. Claudia had to grin. Did you see his expression when you made that Labrador retriever crack? I thought he was going to have apoplexy. Nasty old pervert. Sex with animals is a crime. I'll get him for that even if nothing else comes of this Lindsey business. The cool gray eyes found hers. How about a trip to the penthouse? You can help me look for videos. The laughter died on Claudia's lips. Memories of the blood-spattered kitchen and Ivan's battered head haunted her, but she would not tell Jovanich how much she did not want to return to the Wilshire Boulevard condo. Sure, let's go. He remained silent, but he bumped his elbow against hers in a way that said he understood. She told herself she was being stupid, but that didn't stop her from taking comfort in the contact. Lobby security had tightened since the attack on Ivan, and a guard in a spiffy new uniform manned the door at the Wilshire Boulevard building. They had to sign in with the concierge and both show ID before meeting with the property manager, who gave them a key to Lindsey's penthouse. Jovanich ripped away the yellow crime scene tape that crisscrossed the entry and unlocked the door. Before they stepped inside, he took 2 pairs of latex gloves from his pocket and handed 1 pair to Claudia. Wear these, he said. Do you always carry rubber gloves in your pocket? I got them out of my kit before you arrived at the hospital. You have a kit? Crime scene kit. Gloves, plastic and paper bags, stuff like that. I keep one in my car. They moved into the great room. We're here with permission of the property manager, he said. But until we know more, everything in the place should be considered evidence. That means don't touch anything unless you absolutely have to. If you see something you think is important, let me know. Claudia nodded understanding and pulled on the gloves. The latex slid on over her hands, powdery inside, loose against her fingers. My, what big hands you have, detective, she said, stretching her right hand out and wiggling her fingers in the glove. Jovanich matched his glove to hers. The top joint of his fingers reached past her fingertips. For an instant, the room was silent, apart from their quickened breathing. Claudia snatched her hand back, awkward with the intimacy that had invaded the moment. She glanced around the room, looking anywhere but at Jovanich. Where do we start? Let's go through here. He sounded as disconcerted as she felt. They moved in the direction of the kitchen. I want you to show me where you were when you found that flash drive. Following him along the service corridor she had traversed the night of the attack on Ivan, Claudia stopped at the kitchen doorway. For some reason, she had expected to find the blood and gore already gone, the room sanitized. To her dismay, the remnants of savagery had been left undisturbed, and the rusty stains and lingering smell of congealed blood still had the power to nauseate her. Like I told you, the drive was in his hand. She gulped and drew a ragged breath, unable to continue. From the far side of the island workstation, Jovanich looked over at her. Claudia thought his work would have left him too calloused to care, but the warmth in his eyes said otherwise. It's not your fault, he said. Maybe it is. She struggled to express her feelings. I didn't want to come. I took my time getting here. Maybe I could have prevented this. You can't save the world, Claudia. I'm not trying to save the world. You could have been another victim, he interrupted, once more the tough, pragmatic detective. If you'd arrived 5 minutes sooner, you might be dead too. What good would that have done Novak? His careful gaze took in every inch of the well-appointed kitchen. We'll start in here. It's unlikely that he brought the videos in here, but since he had the flash drive with him, we might as well check it out. Apparently, there was a limit to his empathy. Claudia crammed her feelings into a little box in the back of her mind and moved as far from the site of the attack as she could, unable to think of any man who possessed the power that Jovanich had to simultaneously attract and exasperate her. After they had no luck in the kitchen, Claudia informed the detective that she would start looking in Lindsey's office and went upstairs alone. Seating herself at the queen-sized glass-top desk, she opened the first drawer in the black lacquer base and stared at the flotsam and jetsam that Ivan had not yet packed into moving boxes. Little bits of a life that now meant nothing. 2 lives. She began to sift through the contents. Utility company envelopes, bank statements, a small bottle of Elmer's glue, a staple remover. Nothing different than someone searching her own desk drawers would find, until she came upon a plastic bag filled with multicolored pills and capsules. The task of snooping into the life of a dead woman made her feel creepy. What difference would it make now anyway, even if they found the mystery videos? Lindsey was dead. Ivan was dead. "Claudia!" Jovanich's voice interrupted over the intercom, making her jump. "Find anything?" "The most interesting thing I've found so far is a bag of drugs, pills and capsules. No videos, no references to DVDs. Let me know if you find a key. We've got a locked door, and I'd rather not have to bust in." "Oh, go on. Be a big bad cop. Break down the door." She heard a snort that might have been a chuckle before the intercom clicked off. Keys and Lindsey. Claudia leaned back in the chair and stared into the past. Lindsey Alexander had summoned Claudia and Kelly to lunch on the patio at Spago in Beverly Hills. "Let's see your key rings," Claudia said. "I just read an article that says your key ring tells a lot about you." "Where'd you read that?" That was Kelly's question. "The International Handwriting Journal in an article by Richard Kokachek. He says, the more keys you carry, the more entanglements you draw into your life." Lindsey squinted over the top of her menu. "The fewer entanglements, the better, is my philosophy. It's why I don't wear underwear." Kelly rolled her eyes and slapped her menu on the table in disgust. "Damn, Lindsey, who gives a crap what you put on your skinny ass?" Heads twisted around to see what had made the tall blonde laugh so loud. "But we're talking about keys," Claudia interjected before her 2 friends could get going. Lindsey took her key ring from a pocket and jingled it. A brass L with only 3 keys attached. "One for the car, one for the penthouse, one for my bedroom." Claudia said, "You lock your bedroom with a key?" "Always." Lindsey swallowed a mouthful of wine and set the glass down a little too hard, splashing a few crimson drops on the snowy tablecloth. "You never know who might show up in the middle of the night." "Yeah, you mean like someone's wife?" "Kelly, of course." "Now there's the pot calling the kettle black," Lindsey retorted, and they were off again, bickering and sniping at each other the way they always did. Had Lindsey forgotten to lock her bedroom door on the night she died? Or had she perhaps admitted a trusted visitor? Claudia pondered the question as she opened the center desk drawer. An electric jolt zinged through her as she found herself staring down at the brass L with 3 keys, lying in a wooden tray. Jovanich unlocked the door and walked in. Claudia followed, again feeling like a voyeur as they entered Lindsey's most private space. "Best little whorehouse in Brentwood," she murmured, surveying the bedroom walls covered with vividly erotic paintings from the Kama Sutra. A modern 4-poster bed stood on a 6-inch platform, satin tethers attached to each post, waiting to bind a willing victim. A wild zebra comforter had been turned back to reveal glossy black satin sheets, a black peignoir draped across it. On one pillow lay a leather mask, a nylon-thonged whip. Dozens of candles covered virtually every surface. "The lady was ready for action," Jovanich said. He jerked his head upward, drawing Claudia's gaze to the ceiling above the bed, where a spray of peacock feathers had been fixed to the frame of a 6-foot gilt mirror. "With a capital A," Claudia said, wandering over to check out the largest bathroom she had ever seen. French doors led to an enclosed deck with a full-sized jacuzzi, where Lindsey's life had ended. By her choice? Or if Ivan was right, someone else's? Jovanic called her back into the bedroom and pointed to a small, dark globe high up on the wall opposite the bed. "See that?" "What is it? A camera pretending to be a light fixture?" "That'd be my guess. Maybe we're getting hot." Claudia was getting hot, but not in the way he meant. His proximity was getting to her, and the bedroom's raw readiness for sex aroused fantasies that mildly shocked her. Did he feel it too? She was relieved when he walked away and disappeared inside a closet. She could hear him tapping on the walls. "There's a false wall. Camera's got to be hidden in back of it." Claudia strolled into the closet and collided with him as he was coming out. She felt her cheeks flush. "Find any DVDs?" she asked, annoyed with herself for her teenage reaction. She was almost 40, for God's sake. "Nothing interesting, but plenty of commercial ones. Come on, I'll show you." Jovanic led her into a cavernous walk-in closet with built-in racks around 3 walls and a center island dresser with enough designer clothing to stock iMagnon. Shelves on the 4th wall held more DVDs than Netflix. She was a big Mickey Rourke fan, Claudia observed, browsing the titles. She's got 'em all. 9.5 Weeks, Wild Orchid. Personally, I never could get into him. "Too rough for you?" Jovanic's voice was soft, sensual, close to her ear. Alarm bells went off in her head, and Claudia backed up a step, doing her best to resist the magnetism she felt emanating from him. No, just, too..." She broke off, stumbling over her words. He looked amused, but said nothing. Back in the bedroom, they divvied up the work area and began to search. The nightstand drawer held an array of sex toys. She closed it again in a hurry. Below the drawer was a cabinet, where she found an old-fashioned Rolodex. "Oh, maybe we can match names on the spreadsheet," she said, flipping through the cards. Jovanic glanced over from the armoire he was examining. "That'd be a nice break. Let me know if you recognize any of them." "So far, they're all girls' names. Brianna Anderson, Yoko Izumi. Wonder if they all worked for her. Paulette Jones, Tony Giardina." "Hey, I know her," Jovanic interjected. "Tony Giardina. She's a pro. She was, anyway." "A pro? As in prostitute?" "I busted her when I worked Hollywood Vice." Claudia gave him the cocked eyebrow. "You remember the names of all your busts?" "No, but this is one bust you couldn't forget." He grinned sheepishly at his own pun. "She looked like a teenage Dolly Parton, only 16, a real looker, even under a ton of makeup and a crazy blonde wig. My partner and I got her into the Children of the Night program. Supposed to help turn her life around. Maybe it didn't take." "I wonder if Lindsey recruited..." She broke off, staring at the next card on the Rolodex. "Oh, man." "What?" "Remember how Ivan kept trying to say something that sounded like brand? And that word he wrote that we couldn't decipher? I bet this is it. Look, Brandy DeGarmo. I think he was trying to tell us her name." An electric jolt of excitement made her jump up. Maybe this Brandy has the recordings or knows where they are. Jovanic crossed the room to peer over her shoulder. He reached around her and pulled the card from the file. "Ever thought of changing careers?" he asked with a wink. "You can be my new partner." Chapter 22. It was after 8 by the time Claudia dropped Jovanic back at his Jeep, which he had left at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. He had followed her most of the way back to her house, veering onto a side street just before Bayona Creek. Friday night, and she'd spent it at a murder scene, trolling for a mystery video. A real hot date. Kelly would get a laugh out of that. She locked the door behind her and kicked off her shoes with a groan of relief, peeled out of her suit jacket. The pantyhose was next, landing on the couch in a heap beside her purse. Without the protection of her outer clothing, goosebumps pebbled her flesh. The warmth she had carried home with her from the day spent with Jovanich receded a little, and she shivered, wondering why the temperature was so cool. For a moment, she considered building a fire, but at that hour, a hot drink was easier. Padding to the kitchen, she froze in the doorway. Across the darkened room, the soft glow of the outside porch light shone through the back door, which stood ajar. Claudia crossed the room almost in slow motion and checked the doorframe. No splintering, no sign that the lock had been jimmied. Had she checked to make sure the door was all the way closed and locked when she left that morning? She always did, and was especially careful since a rash of recent burglaries had been reported in the marina area. Her mind skimmed back over her early morning activities. After the phone call from Jovanich, she had showered and dressed for her meeting with Lillian Granger, then left the house around 9. Tiptoeing back to the living room, she stood there and listened to the silence, absorbing the atmosphere, her ears stretched for the faintest sound. If someone was in the house, would she sense an unwelcome presence, the way she had sensed the intruder at Lindsey's? The coat closet door made a loud click when she opened it. Holding her breath, she waited for any answering noise on the second floor. The baseball bat was behind the box of Christmas gift wrap. Claudia had never been much of a ball player, but a woman living alone needed some form of protection, and for her a gun was the last weapon of choice. The adhesive tape wrapped around the grip felt rough in her hands as she eased her way up to the second floor in bare feet, taking care to avoid the treads that creaked. In her bedroom, she checked the closet and under the bed, never doubting that she would swing the bat with all her might if she had to face down an intruder. Her small stash of heirloom jewelry from her grandmother was still safely nestled in the carved wooden box on her dresser. The ruby ring, the stick pins, the emerald necklace. The guest room appeared undisturbed. In her office, the computer monitors were black. No sound of the powerful fan whirring in the case. The computer had been switched off. Claudia's mind began clicking automatically through the facts. She left the computer in sleep mode if she wasn't using it. If there had been a power outage, the clocks would be blinking. They were not blinking. No power outage. The semi-organized chaos on her desk appeared to be as she had left it, but her gut told her that someone had been sifting through the piles of papers. Satisfied that no one was lurking upstairs, Claudia threw on sweats and shoes. She closed the back door and snapped the deadbolt into place, then went out onto the front deck and studied the street. About halfway down the block and on the other side was a white van with a florist logo on the side. Had it been there 10 minutes ago when she arrived home? She didn't think so, but her mind had been occupied with thoughts of Joel Jovanich. It was possible she might have missed it. Claudia didn't believe in coincidences. Not this week, anyway. "I'll be there in 10 minutes, Jovanich said. "I haven't found anything missing, but someone was here. I'll run the license plates on the van. Your name and picture were on the news, and it's not hard to find out where you live." With that less than comforting thought, Claudia waited on the front porch until his Jeep turned the corner 8 minutes later. He slowed to a stop behind the van, sat there until a black and white patrol car arrived and parked behind him. When he exited the Jeep, his weapon was in his hand, pointed down. After speaking to the uniforms, he strode over to the van. Jovanich stole along the fender and peered cautiously into the driver's window. Then he moved around to the back, circling the vehicle until he reappeared at the front end. He spoke again to the patrol officers, then parked the Jeep in Claudia's driveway as they drove down the street. "The van was the same vehicle that was used in the attack on Ivan," he told her as they sat together at the kitchen table, going over the details. "I've asked for a cruiser to drive by a couple of times during the night." "Thanks. That makes me feel a little safer." Jovanich rose and went to the service porch, where he opened the door. Crouching on his heels, he peered at the latch. Do you have a magnifying glass? I want to get a closer look. A flashlight, too, if you've got one handy.
Claudia ran upstairs to her office and returned with one of the powerful magnifying lenses she used to reveal the hidden details in handwriting. She aimed a flashlight over his shoulder while he examined the lock through the magnifier. He drew her attention to some fine scratches that she would not have noticed on her own.
Get the locks changed right away, Claudia. The suspect could have made himself a key.
I'm going to have an alarm installed.
Got anything to help you sleep tonight?
A glass of wine sounds mighty appealing right about now. Join me?
Sure, thanks.
Jovanich relocked the door and followed her into the kitchen, where she took 2 glasses from the cabinet. He leaned against the counter while she poured the wine.
Got an extra blanket? That couch in your office looks pretty comfortable.
Jovanich must have fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Through her bedroom wall, Claudia could hear his breathing even out and light snores begin. He had been at the hospital with Ivan since last night and investigating the attack the night before that. It must be the first real sleep he'd had in 48 hours. Even after the bottle of Merlot they had shared, sleep didn't come so readily for Claudia. A big jumble of images rolled around in her head. Lindsey's funeral, Lindsey's brother, Earl Nelson, Zebediah's revelations about Lindsey's childhood, and Ivan Novak, a man she had scarcely known and didn't particularly like, but who had unexpectedly become the focus of her life. Before she had arrived at complete consciousness the next morning, Claudia's nose caught the fragrance of freshly brewed coffee. Embarrassment followed her momentary confusion when she realized that Jovanich had introduced himself to her kitchen. Her modern, single woman's, nearly empty refrigerator wasn't stocked for guests. When she came downstairs after a quick shower, she discovered that he had made himself at home. Coffee and a toasted English muffin awaited her. He drew out a chair for her at the kitchen table. In yesterday's wrinkled shirt and trousers, and with the rough stubble of a 5 o'clock shadow more than 24 hours old, he looked slightly sinister and intensely attractive. Kind of like a Jane Austen hero, Claudia mused, taking a sip from the mug he set before her. A 21st century Maxim de Winter. She looked up at him and smiled. A man who can make good coffee. I'm impressed.
The least of my talents,
he said with an enigmatic lift of his brow. Opting for the safe route, she changed the subject. So, what's next on the agenda?
I have a meeting with Senator Haidt later this morning. See what I can get out of him.
She wondered whether he would invite her along, as he had the previous day to Dr. Bostwick, but he didn't suggest it.
I plan to rattle his cage a little. If he's as slimy as Dr. Bostwick, I'll have to push harder.
Claudia got up and rooted around in the pantry for a jar of marmalade. If you can believe it, he's even slimier. She spread jam on the muffin and offered him the jar, which he declined. In my opinion, he's the worst kind of slime. He's being appointed as co-chair on a presidential committee to address women's issues. A customer on Lindsey's spreadsheet, for Christ's sake. How disgusting is that? Jovanich showed her mock surprise.
Oh, you don't think he's sincere in his appreciation for women?
Sincere my ass. After Lindsey's funeral, there was this woman at the reception. She was all over him. He couldn't push her away fast enough, pretended not to know her. It was pretty obvious that he did. She said she worked for Lindsey. Jovanich made the connection.
You think this woman is part of the sex business?
Could be. At the funeral, I overheard her saying she didn't believe Lindsey killed herself. I wish I could remember her name. I know it was unconventional, but it wasn't Brandy. He glanced at his watch.
Speaking of Brandy, I hope she returns my call. I'm meeting Haidt at 11. That gives us an hour before I have to go home and clean up. You up for a walk on the beach?
Flip-flopping again about what she wanted from him, Claudia concluded that it was enough that she liked him, and he wanted to spend time with her.
He followed her down the front steps and they turned in the direction of Marcia's house just in time to see the Chevy florist van being hoisted onto a flatbed tow truck. "One of yours?" Claudia asked. "Yeah. They'll impound it, and forensics will go over it for prints and any other evidence. Hairs, fibers. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some DNA evidence that links it to Ivan. I wonder what happened to the guy who left it here. Probably realized he'd been made and took off." Marcia came to the door in a terry cloth bathrobe, her head wrapped in a striped towel, turban style. Her jaw dropped when Claudia told her about the break-in. "Oh, hell no. Are you okay?" Ivanich stepped forward. "Marcia, did you see or hear anything out of the ordinary yesterday?" Claudia's neighbor tightened the belt on her rope, a frown creasing her forehead as she thought about it. "You know, now that you mention it, some guy was knocking at your place yesterday, Claudia. I came outside to get the newspaper and Flair started going nuts when she saw him, so I brought her back in. Man, if I'd known, I would have called the cops. I thought he was just selling something." "What time was that?" Ivanich asked. "I'm not real sure. Maybe around 9:30? 9:30. Shortly after Claudia had left for her appointment. He must have been watching her as she left. Ivanich jotted on his notepad. "Did you notice the van parked down the street?" "What van?" "The one that's being towed right now." Marcia stepped out onto the porch and saw the tow truck. "Oh, hey, no, I didn't." "How about describing the man you saw yesterday?" Marcia delved in the side pocket of her robe and took out a pack of smokes and a lighter. "Geez, let me think." She lit up, turning her head to blow the smoke from the corner of her mouth. Claudia noticed that Ivanich turned his face in the direction of the smoke and breathed in. He searched his pockets, but apparently had used his last toothpick. "I wasn't paying that much attention." Marcia pursed her lips, eyes narrowing as she recalled the visitor. "I got an impression he was young, maybe early 20s. Dark hair, average height, maybe kind of hefty. Couldn't tell you anything more specific. I'm sorry." "How was he dressed?" Levi's, I think, and a dark shirt with long sleeves." "Not too helpful, huh?" Claudia's heart trip-hammered against her ribs. A stranger had gained entry to her home almost without leaving a trace. If he had not been careless about closing the kitchen door, she would never have known he'd been there. What had he wanted? Had he accomplished what he set out to do? "Try not to worry about it too much," Ivanich said as they went down the path to the beach with the German shepherd padding in front of them. "I doubt he'll come back. He had all yesterday to look around." Was that supposed to make her feel better? "What if he planted a bug or something?" Claudia said, expressing a concern that had been forming in her mind. "If it makes you feel better, I'll get a tech out to sweep the place." "Yes, please," she said gratefully. "It would definitely make me feel better." They took off their shoes and let the sand crunch between their toes as they walked along the deserted beach. Off her leash, Flair bounded ahead in pursuit of a flock of seagulls and sandpipers skittering around the shore. The air smelled of salt and seaweed. "Do you think he was looking for the videos?" Claudia asked, unable to leave the subject of the intruder. "Or the flash drive. He couldn't have known that I took it. Could he?" "If this is the guy who attacked Ivan and he knew you were at the penthouse that night, sure, he might have thought you had it. But it's all guesswork. We won't know if whoever attacked Ivan even knew about the drive or whether he was looking for the videos. It could have been something else." Ivanich picked up a small rock, tossed it overhand into the waves, walking backwards a few steps so he could look at her as he spoke. "So, tell me, what do you do when you're not discovering bodies and getting your house broken into?" Claudia stuck her hands in her pockets, hunching her shoulders against the brisk wind that had kicked up. "I analyze handwriting for clients. I write articles, do a little media once in a while. Pretty dull, huh?" "Shit, no. I don't know many people who get on TV." "Doesn't mean anything. Testifying in court is a lot harder. I don't much like it myself. They walked along in silence for a while. Then he blurted, "You ever been married?" She glanced at him sharply. Was this Detective Jovanich or Joel, the private citizen, asking the questions? Once. Didn't last too long, but we're still friends. We got divorced 6 years ago. You? Divorced. She didn't like my job, wanted me home more. There was more to that story, she was certain, but the way he said it didn't encourage questions. Still, she pushed a little. You're not on friendly terms? Bitterness tinged his voice. I hear from her when she needs money. It wasn't enough that I gave her everything we had. House, furniture, bank account, everything, in exchange for a promise that she'd never contact me again. She never was any good at keeping promises. Any kids? No, I was away a lot. Brief and sharp, warning her away from that line of questioning. Claudia didn't push it. It was a prickly area for her, too. After that, they walked in silence for a while, detouring around the rocky peninsula that jutted into the marina until they reached the Venice boardwalk. Back on the leash, Flair strained to explore new paths, but by that time the merchants were beginning to open their stalls and arrange displays of assorted beach gear for the tourists. They returned from their walk and left Flair next door. Then Jovanich thoroughly checked Claudia's house again. When he left to get ready for his appointment with Senator Haidt, Claudia checked her email. 15 new messages popped up on the monitor. Running her eye down the list, she saw a name that made her heart skip a beat. Lindsey6969@AOL.com. The subject line said, "About you." The thought struck her that maybe Lindsey was really alive and playing a horrible practical joke on them all. Remembering her conversation with Zebediah at Lindsey's condo, Claudia reconsidered the question. With the thought that nothing would surprise her where Lindsey was concerned, she opened the email. It is a disgrace that someone took Lindsey's DVD. I cannot tell you how bad I feel for her. All her work gone. Oh, wait. What is this I have found on my pillow? Why, it's her DVD. How did it get there? Oh, that's right. I took it. What's this? A lighter. The DVD. The flames. Oh, no. Sorry, boys and girls, but it's too late for Lindsey's DVD. My deepest condolences. Chapter 23. We can't give out a user's name. That's confidential information. Claudia stared at the phone in disbelief. The customer service rep's neutral tone angered her as much as his refusal to divulge the information she needed. It's confidential? She shouted, her nerves jumping. It's not confidential that someone sent me a threatening email. Isn't that against the rules? Yes, ma'am, it is, and we've already closed down the account. You're telling me I have no recourse? I'm sorry, ma'am. The user opened the account with a fictitious name and false credit card information. As soon as the system caught it, the account was closed. So, you're telling me I'm basically screwed? Ma'am, I don't have to listen to. Claudia slammed down the receiver, breathing hard. Too much was happening, too fast. Something evil had oozed into her home, first with the physical break-in, and now the mocking email. It was as if the intruder were standing right there, laughing at her. She was well known in her field. She had a website, and her email address was listed there. Anyone who could Google would be able to find her. She knew that Jovanich would want to know about this latest incident, but he was with the senator. Her work had always been a good distraction. The handwriting sample Lillian Granger had given her to analyze was a small godsend. She studied the job description, then made notes about the way the handwriting was arranged on the paper, the letter style, and the movement of the script across the page. Every time her mind strayed to the ugly email, she firmly pushed it away. 90 minutes later, having successfully struggled against the compulsion to check her email every 30 seconds, she decided that the applicant would be a good fit for Granger & Granger. A bathroom break, quick snack, back upstairs. Checking the clock again and again. Checking for email. At the bottom of the computer screen, an envelope icon blinked. New email had arrived and was waiting to be opened. Claudia stared at the screen. Acid burned holes in her stomach as she read the address. Lindsey666@msn.com. Same name, different server. This time the subject line was simply, you. The message window itself was empty. A paperclip icon indicated an attachment. What if the intruder had sent her a virus? Her virus definitions were up to date, so if malicious script was attached, the antivirus software should warn her. She had continuous off-site backup of her data files, so the risk to her system was minimal. The attachment had a JPEG extension, which meant a graphic file. Rolling the mouse over the paperclip icon, she took a deep breath and double-clicked. Pixel by pixel, a large photograph came into focus. The fine hairs rose on the back of Claudia's neck. An image of a 1985 white Jaguar parked in her driveway. The photograph's edges appeared curled and charred, as if a match had been held to it. Claudia clicked on view and played with the magnification. The figure in the driver's seat grew clearer, but she already knew that someone had snapped a picture of her backing out of her own driveway. A stranger had entered her home and computer, pawed through her things, threatening her security. The earlier text message was sick, but the burned photo was no less than an assault. Who is watching me, and why? Seeing a lot of break-ins, the locksmith said with a portentous shake of his head and deftly unscrewing the 30-year-old doorknob. He had arrived within a half hour of Claudia's phone call. Not so many around here, though. Mostly kids looking for cash, guns, for drugs. Know what I mean? Kids on drugs were the least of her worries. Just make sure no one can get in, okay? I'm having a security system installed as soon as they can get over here. You'll be safer than Fort Knox with these babies, he said with pride. She knew better than to believe his spiel, but at least the new locks should slow down the housebreaker, if he returned. Jovanich arrived not long after the locksmith's departure. A wave of relief washed over Claudia, followed by alarm bells in her head. She was not ready for that level of personal involvement with anyone. As soon as his eyes rested on her, the detective's standard deadpan expression flickered off, replaced by a hint of pleasure. Thought I'd come back and see if you wanted to go get some lunch. He looked stylish in a navy pinstripe suit and dark tie, but in her heightened emotional state, his appearance didn't mean much. Reading her face, his expression changed and he was all business. First and foremost, Jovanich was the police, which brought the gravity of her situation home to her all over again. What happened? You'd better come upstairs and see for yourself, she said, bringing him inside. Following her up to the office, Jovanich listened keenly as she described the 2 threatening emails she had received while he was meeting with Senator Haidt. Seated at her desk while he watched over her shoulder, she rolled the mouse across its rubber mat to turn off the screensaver, and the graphic threat once again filled the screen. It has to be the guy who broke in here yesterday, Claudia said, or someone working with him. It would be way too coincidental for the 2 events not to be connected. The flash drive is in the evidence locker, and we still don't know where the video recordings are. Unless there's something you haven't told me, that means they didn't find what they were looking for. There's nothing else. Unless what? She could feel his eyes boring into the back of her head as he must be wondering what else she might have withheld. After the incident with the flash drive, she had probably lost all credibility. She swiveled her chair to look up at him. Ivan sent me to see Lindsey's brother. His name's Earl Nelson, to see whether he had some printed writing I could use to compare to the suicide note. He's a total sleazebag. He ended up demanding money for some photos of Lindsey. Ivan said he'd pay.
What kind of photos?
Kiddie porn. Well, young teen porn. I wonder if the break-in could have anything to do with that. Jovanich looked skeptical.
If he sold Ivan the photos, why would he need to retrieve them? That's what you're getting at, right?
I'm grasping at straws. I just can't imagine why anyone would come after me. I turned the flash drive over to you. I'll gladly give you the photos. He gave them to me because they have handwriting on the back, but it's nothing I can use.
I think the video is the key. Once we find it, maybe we'll have some answers. Come on, let's get out of here.
Claudia grabbed her purse, yearning for her old, dull, quiet, safe life. She wished she had never heard of Lindsey Alexander or Ivan Novak. But then she reminded herself she would not have met Jovanich. Jovanich removed his suit coat and folded it, tossed it onto the back seat of his Jeep, then loosened his tie and laid it on top of his coat. When he fired up the engine, Rachmaninoff's Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini came on. Claudia looked over at him in surprise. I wouldn't have pegged you for a classical buff.
Why? Because I'm a guy? Or because I'm a cop?
He switched off the player.
Oh, shucks, ma'am, some of us got culture.
I didn't mean it like that. Not everyone likes classical. I love Rachmaninoff, and that happens to be one of my favorite pieces. Jovanich grinned.
Don't get too excited. Garth Brooks is pretty high on my list, too.
They drove down the hill to the shack where sawdust covered the floor and the patrons perched on red plastic-covered bar stools. The shack's burgers were arguably the best on the west side, but Claudia chewed with little enthusiasm. The gnawing anxiety of having her precious security stolen put a damper on her appetite. How was your meeting with the senator? She asked in a half-hearted attempt to distract herself. Jovanich's look made plain the disdain he felt for Bryce Height.
His attorney was glued to his hip, and he was about as greasy as you predicted.
Slimy, she corrected.
Anyway, according to him, Lindsey was the greatest, yada, yada, yada. He'd met her through some friends, and she helped him with the PR on his campaign, more yada, yada. In other words, a whole lot of nothing.
Did you tell him about his name being on the sex list? Jovanich made a fair imitation of Senator Height's throaty baritone.
Someone has made a terrible mistake, Detective. I'm a respectable family man, a devout Christian.
Then, dropping back to his normal voice,
that's all his attorney would let him say. But, just between you and me, I snagged this.
He plucked a paper from his pocket and handed the folded square to Claudia. Claudia put down the burger and wiped her fingers on a napkin before taking the paper, which appeared to be the draft of a speech. This is his handwriting?
Yeah, and don't ask how I got it.
I wouldn't dream of it. The handwriting itself interested her more than the legalities of how Jovanich had obtained it. Moreover, he was offering a test of her skills and, perhaps, her loyalty. She inspected the handwriting with open curiosity. Holy shit. He grinned.
That the technical term?
Look how ornate it is. And see these little hooks inside the oval letters and convolutions all over the place. There's even a twist in the lower zone. This is even worse than I expected. Jovanich managed to look both genuinely interested and leery at the same time.
Okay, you got me. Now, would you mind translating?
Basically, it's vulgar. It's dishonest. What you see is not what you get. He's a perv.
You got all of that out of this?
That's all I've got to go on, isn't it? So, how would you like a quickie basic lesson? He folded his arms and nodded.
Sure, I like quickies.
Ignoring the double entendre, she held the paper up in front of him. Look at the writing as if it were a picture. You have to learn to see it as a unified entity rather than a bunch of letters and strokes. Look at the layout, the way it's arranged on the page, the margins, the spaces between words, lines, letters. Heights is all cramped and crowded together. He doesn't respect other people's boundaries. Okay, now look at the style of writing. In this case, flamboyant and overdone. He covers up what he doesn't want you to know. We don't have time to cram in a whole course, so I'm just going to show you some of the more obvious clues. She pointed with her nail. See here? The oval letters, O's and A's, for example, show how clearly the writer communicates. The cleaner the ovals, the more upfront and direct the writer is. When there's extra junk inside them, like these little hooks or circles, it interferes with clear communication. Look at this stroke. It looks like a V inside the O. Some handwriting analysts call it the sign of a liar. She paused. It's dangerous to make assumptions about any one stroke, but in the context of this particular writing, a liar is a pretty fair assessment. He looked at her dubiously. And you get all this out of a few loops? She shook her head. No, I get it from looking at the overall picture, but some of these characteristics are big red flags. See this weird twist in the lower loops? No one taught him to make the letter G that way. It's supposed to be made with a stroke that moves down, then goes back up to the left and crosses at the baseline, the line of writing. Well, this guy puts a twist in where he should just cross the upstroke. The upstroke is left hanging in midair. Jovanich shook his head in confusion. Wait a minute, you're losing me. Everything in handwriting is symbolic. The lower loops symbolize the drive for food, sex, money, among other things. So when the loop of these G's twist around like this, it says that something is off in his basic drives. In other words, the twists show that he doesn't satisfy his sexual and material drives in what we might call the standard ways. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean everyone who makes this kind of stroke is a pervert. But when you combine it with all the other negative indicators in this handwriting, like I said, it's a big red flag. Jovanich shoveled fries into his mouth and thought about it while he chewed. This is all very illuminating, but we can't convict him based on his loops and swirls. What we need is something tangible, like a video. Let's drop in on Miss Brandy. She called right after I left Hyde's office. What did she say? Wanted to know where I got her number. She sounded pretty nervous when I said Ivan gave it to me. Said she's not seeing anyone. Claudia grinned. Of course, that won't stop you, will it, detective? He smiled back at her, and she felt her spirits lift. She lives in Hollywood. God, I hope she has Ivan's DVD, and that she'll hand it over if she does. We won't know whether it's helpful until we check it out. He trailed off into a silence that dragged out. Something else was going on. She had been trying to read the subtext of the conversation ever since they'd sat down. When the silence became uncomfortable, Claudia decided it was time to put an end to it. What aren't you saying? What do you mean? I'm an analyst. I analyze people, not just their handwriting. So, what is it you need to get off your chest? He balled up the paper from his burger and busied himself stuffing it into his empty cup. You're right. There is something. I've got to go to Phoenix tonight on a case I've been working. Her heart sank. Just when she'd begun to feel safe, the rug was being pulled out from under her again. He kept talking, as if filling the silence with words would somehow make it okay. I'd feel better if I could be here, keeping an eye on you, but something's breaking on this other case. I'll be gone for a few days, but we can keep in touch by phone. He toyed with his trash, straightening out the paper, crushing it again. Listen, Claudia, you shouldn't stay alone. Is there somewhere you can stay until I get back, or have someone stay with you? I don't need anyone to stay with me, and I'm sure as hell not letting this scumbag force me out of my own house." Her attempt to keep the disappointment out of her voice came out sounding truculent instead. She couldn't help it. He seemed to bring out the bitch in her. Overcompensation, she decided. A defense against falling for him. She tried again, softening her tone. "Look, whoever he is, he's not going to come back when he knows the police are involved. He must know it if he's watching my house. You towed the van he was using. You said so yourself. He can't get in with the new locks, and the alarm system will be installed tomorrow. He's had plenty of time to search the house, and he knows there's nothing there. You don't need to worry about me." "Come on, Claudia. We're probably not dealing with some street punk here. This is someone who is able to break into your house virtually undetected. Yeah, we have to assume this asshole's been watching you. He photographed you, for God's sake. He's threatened you by email. He's probably killed twice already. What more do you want? A gun in your face?" Claudia slid off the bar stool and began gathering the empty cups and paper wrappings, tossed them in the trash can. She might have had her privacy violated, but she was drawing the line at letting some anonymous criminal steal her independence. "Yeah, thanks for being concerned, but—" "Hey," he broke in, once again the poker-faced detective from their first meeting. "You're a grown-up, and I'm not your keeper. You want to stay alone? Stay alone." Brandy DeGarmo lived in the rear unit of a rundown duplex off Selma in the heart of Old Hollywood. In the dusty yard of the front unit, a pair of toddlers in grubby diapers squatted in a dilapidated sandbox, long since depleted of sand, pounding on clods of dirt with plastic shovels. Claudia glanced away, wishing she could scoop up the tots and take them away with her. They made their way past a weeping willow that looked as sad as its name, and up the cracked, oil-stained driveway. A spanking new red Beamer parked next to the rear unit struck a false note. Jovanich checked his shoulder holster before rapping on the door. After a lengthy pause during which nothing happened, he stepped back from the porch and took a good look around. Bent and broken mini blinds hung crookedly at the windows, cranked open, but the drapes behind them were drawn. He came back to the front door and banged on it again with the edge of his fist, harder this time. Continued banging until the scrape of a chain lock sounded and the door cracked an inch, revealing little more than a blue eye. "The fuck you want?" a belligerent young female voice demanded. "Hi, Brandy," Jovanich said in a friendly tone. "I'm Joel. I called you this morning." The door inched open, allowing a patch of pasty skin to show. "I told you, I'm not working right now." Her voice sounded slurred, maybe from sleep, maybe from using. Something about it tickled the edges of Claudia's memory, but she couldn't place it. Jovanich put his hand on the door. His 6'2" frame loomed over the girl. "We need to talk to you. It won't take long." The detective's manner was persuasive. "Can we come in for just a minute?" How'd you get my address? Get the hell out of here and leave me alone." The door started to close. Jovanich jammed his shoulder into the doorway and pushed it open. A girl with blonde-tipped black hair stood there, her jaw slack with surprise. A red tattooed heart peeped over her tube top. "I know you," Claudia blurted as memory cleared. "You were at Lindsey's funeral." Brandy frowned as if trying to recall her face. "Who are you?" she asked with the wary manner of one assaulted by bad experiences too numerous to count. "I was a friend of Lindsey's," Claudia replied. "We need to talk to you." "I got nothing to say. Go away and leave me alone." "Wait, I heard you talking to your friend. I know you don't believe Lindsey killed herself." The girl's eyes grew round with fear. "Go away," she whispered hoarsely. "Just go." Jovanich stepped in front of Claudia and showed her his badge. "Brandy, we need your help." The girl stared back at him, Her pupils were dilated almost to the outer rims of the irises. She crossed thin arms over her flat chest, holding on to herself with hands that trembled. "I don't know Jack. Leave me alone, please." Jovanich leaned closer and said, "Ivan is dead." As his words struck her, there was the briefest of pauses, and Brandy slid down the doorpost to the floor. A high-pitched keening grew from somewhere deep inside her, breaking loose in uncontrollable sobs. From the room behind her, another familiar voice spoke over Brandy's wailing, a voice with a faint Caribbean lilt. "I do believe I smell cop." The door opened wide, and Brandy's beaded companion from the funeral stood there, one hand resting on a curvaceous hip. "Why don't you come on in, officers?" she said, tossing her braids with a sassy smirk. Chapter 24. In her champagne-colored Dana Buckman suit and braided hair, Destiny Cardosa might have been at home in a corporate office. In Brandy's dump, she looked as out of place as perfumed toilet paper in an outhouse. Claudia surveyed the small, dark living room with its thrift shop furnishings and threadbare rugs that could have used a heavy-duty vacuum. The place reeked of the kind of mustiness that resulted from age and poor housekeeping. Jovanich flipped Destiny his badge. "Detective Joel Jovanich, LAPD." She showed him her sexy smile before turning to Claudia with narrowed eyes. "This is a reunion for you and me. Am I right, girlfriend?" "Looks that way," said Claudia. "We're here on a murder investigation," Jovanich began again, but Destiny ignored him, her gaze boring into Claudia as though they were alone in the room. "Is that what you was doing at that funeral, girlfriend? Investigatin'?" Claudia shook her head. "I knew Lindsey a long time ago. The investigation came later, after Ivan was murdered." Brandy picked herself up off the floor and flung herself onto the sagging couch, hugging her knees to her boyish chest. She buried her head in her arms, rocking herself like a 5-year-old in need of comforting. Reminded once again of a feral cat, Claudia sat down near her, careful not to touch her. "Brandy, Ivan sent us to see you. He said you have a video that he wanted you to give us." Brandy's head snapped up, the suspicious glare back on her tear-stained face. "We do not know what you're talking about," Destiny said coolly before the girl could answer. Jovanich stepped toward her, a slight hint of menace in the way he used his height and broad shoulders. "Brandy can answer for herself. We're not here to hurt her. We're just here for the DVD." Destiny's expression warned the girl. "Don't trust him. He's a cop." "Brandy," Claudia spoke gently. "Someone broke into Lindsey's condo and beat the crap out of Ivan. I found him. Before he died, he told Detective Jovanich and me about the recording and that you had it. To me, that says there's something that will identify the person who killed him. Killed Lindsey, too. We don't care about anything else on the video." She glanced up at Jovanich for affirmation. "Right?" "Right," he agreed. "Look, Brandy, we're not Vice. I don't give a shit how many tricks you turn or what you did with them." Destiny Cardosa gave a harsh laugh. "You think that is the problem?" "What then?" Claudia asked. "We already have a list of Lindsey's clients. We need to see what's on the video." Silence. "He'll hurt me," Brandy said in a small voice, as if talking about the neighborhood bully. Despite her punk hair and obnoxious manner, she came across as vulnerable. "Who'll hurt you, Brandy?" Jovanich asked, but the girl kept her face turned down, shaking her head. How long has she been on her own? Claudia wondered. Selling the only asset she has. From the contrast between the two women's wardrobes and the house, it was obvious that whatever Lindsey had been paying her, it did not come close to what Destiny earned. Yovanich crouched in front of Brandy. "We can protect you, Brandy. I'll make sure you're okay. I promise." "What you gonna do? Put her in the witness protection program?" Destiny scoffed. "Huh, you gonna get her killed like Lindsey, that's what. Now, what is it worth to you, this video, Mr. Detective?" Yovanich rose to his full height. "Lady, what's it worth to you to stay out of jail?" he asked, his voice chilly enough to make ice cubes. Brandy started wailing again. "No, not jail." Destiny swung around and lashed her hand across the girl's cheek, leaving the stain of a bright red palm print on the white skin. Yovanich grabbed her arm roughly, twisting the fine fabric of her jacket as he jerked her away from the girl on the couch. "You want me to arrest you right now for assault?" Now that the kind uncle routine was over, he turned to Brandy. "Where's the DVD? Get it now!" With the enthusiasm of a death row inmate headed for the gallows, Brandy dragged herself off the couch and jerked her head toward an alcove at the back of the room. She could have been pretty with a little care and attention, but the peevish expression marred her face. The three of them caravanned behind her and crowded into a pocket-sized kitchen. Brandy slogged over to the ancient refrigerator. "There's nothing on—" "Just do what the man say," Destiny interrupted. "Give it to him." The little door to the freezer section creaked loudly against crusted ice. Reaching behind a stack of frozen dinners, she brought out a plain wrap ice cream carton. The label read Rocky Road. Brandy handed it to Yovanich and said, "Inside." Buried treasure, Claudia thought, remembering a favorite treat from the good humor truck of her childhood. She and her little brother would race each other to eat through the sugar cone to find the plastic toy inside the ice cream. Yovanich put the carton on the counter and lifted the top. Inside was a DVD in a jewel case, sealed in a plastic bag. Brandy scuffed her foot against the refrigerator door. "Ivan was supposed to put it with the others," she said, her eyes awash with tears. "What are we going to do now?" "Where are the others, Brandy?" Yovanich touched her arm, but she shrugged him off. "The desert." "The desert? Lindsey's house?" Claudia threw him a sharp look. "What house?" "Yeah, the house." Yovanich had to do a little tango to switch places with her in the cramped kitchen. He went to the sink and pushed up his coat sleeves, rinsed the bag under the faucet. Tearing a handful of paper towels from the roll on the countertop, he wrapped them around the carton. "Pack up some clothes," he said to Brandy. "I'll arrange a place for you to stay until this is over." And to Destiny, "What about you?" She gave him a look that was halfway between sultry and nonchalant. "No need you worrying about me, sugar. I can take care of myself just fine." Chapter 25. They took Brandy to the Wilshire Division station, where Yovanich handed her off to a female officer. Next, he commandeered a small interview room. The plain gray metal table was bolted to the floor. A small table held an old combination TV video player. One wall was a dark two-way mirror. Anyone but Lindsey would have had video saved on something more modern than a DVD, Claudia said. Despite Yovanich's assurance that no one would be watching from the other side, she took the chair that faced away from the mirror. She was probably too cheap to upgrade. Yovanich popped the DVD into the player and fiddled with the controls, glanced at her over his shoulder with the raised brow. "You sure you're over 18? This show is going to be XXX rated." She responded by showing him the tip of her tongue. "If anyone asks, I'll just say you're a dirty old man who's trying to seduce me." He turned back to the player with a quiet chuckle. Claudia unpacked the coffee they had picked up from Starbucks on the way in and pushed one across the table. She pried off the lid and blew into her cup as they watched Brandy mugging for the camera in a parochial school uniform, with a skirt short enough to show white lace panties. Blonde pigtails had replaced the punk do. Black patent Mary Jane shoes completed the ensemble. With her small breasts and slim body, she could have passed for a 10-year-old, had it not been for the world-weary eyes in her young face. They watched her clamber onto a wrought iron-framed bed that looked a lot like the one in the photos Earl Nelson had sold Claudia. Brandy began jumping up and down, playing trampoline. "What the hell?" Claudia said. Then she recognized a familiar, raspy male voice off camera. "Knock it the fuck off, Brandy, and lie your ass down. I gotta get the lighting right." "That's Earl Nelson," Claudia murmured. "Lindsey's brother." The girl laughed and threw herself onto her back, spreading her knees wide, mocking him. "God damn it, Brandy. He's not your gynecologist." Lindsey Alexander. A chill ran through Claudia hearing the voice from the dead. A moment later, Lindsey strode past the camera to the bed, skin-tight jeans clinging to her long legs. A sleeveless shirt showed off slim, tanned arms. An untidy mass of blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders as she leaned down and gave the laughing girl a sharp slap on the leg. "Come on, get serious. He'll be here in an hour. I want everything set up and ready." "Yeah," Earl Nelson called from behind the camera. "Get that cute little ass in gear now." Lindsey swung around on him. Her lip curled into an ugly sneer. "You're here to operate the camera. That's all dumb shit. Don't forget it." The screen went black for a moment, and Claudia wondered about the exchange between the siblings. Had one of them become violent? Earl was deeply resentful that he had been cut out of Lindsey's will. Had he known that he was disinherited before her death? Or could his resentment have triggered her murder? The picture came back on. Destiny in a black leather bustier laced up the front. The exposed areas of her café au lait skin glistened with oil. Her legs were encased to mid-thigh in polished black boots. She carried something in her right hand, but Claudia couldn't make out what it was. Destiny turned and gazed into the camera lens through half-closed eyes, running her tongue over seductively parted, full red lips. The camera zoomed out to reveal a nude man cuffed to the headboard and footboard of the bed Brandy had been jumping on. A leather hood concealed the man's head, except for his mouth, which showed a rubber bit clamped between his teeth. Jovanich made a sound of frustration. "Who the hell is that?" "He's got Height's build, and the body fits," Claudia said. "That's not proof of anything. Maybe if he had a tattoo on his—" He broke off. Claudia laughed, surprised by his embarrassment. "Oh, don't mind your language on my account, Columbo. You can say dick." "Jeez, Claudia, do you always talk like a sailor?" She returned her gaze to the monitor, where Destiny Cardozo was ignoring the squeals of her client as she leaned over him, screwing on nipple clamps. Claudia winced. "I can't believe he paid for that." "Pleasure and pain, it's all the same," Jovanich said in a blasé tone, pointing the remote at the television and fast-forwarding through the bondage session, stopping the video at a frame that showed Destiny loosening her client's bonds. He hit play, and Destiny was sitting the man on the edge of the bed. Then Brandy showed up and straddled his lap, positioning herself on his erection. As the man started moving against her, she pulled off the hood, but her head blocked the camera's view of his face. Jovanich hit rewind and leaned back in his chair. "Well, that adds a whole lot of nothing. Whoever that is on the DVD, it doesn't mean he had anything to do with Lindsey's death, or Ivan's either." "The girls can testify it is him, can't they?" Put a couple of call girls against the kind of lawyers these Johns' money can buy. Who would you believe? Besides, this video doesn't connect him to murder or blackmail. So why would Ivan want us to have this? Doesn't make sense. I told you he was out of it. Didn't know what he was saying. Brandy mentioned other DVDs. Maybe Ivan meant she could show us where the good ones are. Jovanich dug a fresh toothpick from his pocket and unwrapped it. Lindsey's assets list a house in Palm Springs. I'll check out who the legal owner is now and go take a look when I get back from Phoenix. Claudia sucked in a sharp breath, remembering the notation in Lindsey's calendar. Meet Boz, P.S. She could have been meeting Bostwick at her Palm Springs house. Jovanich crumpled the plastic toothpick wrapper, dropped it into his empty coffee cup, and began chewing on the toothpick. His mouth twisted. You might be onto something. I could go out there and look around, she offered, if you get the keys to the place. You like to live dangerously, don't you? We have no idea what's out there. We might need a search warrant. In fact, I'll get the paperwork started before I head out tonight. She wondered whether the we included her. How long will you be out of town? It depends on what happens with the informant I'm meeting there. Let's head out. I need to drop this DVD at my desk. The small room was silent for a long moment as he shoved the disc back into its case and returned it to the plastic baggie. Claudia felt him wanting to say something, and she was afraid she knew what it was. He pushed back his chair and held out his hand to her. I'd feel a lot better if you'd stay with someone till I get back. I have a business to run, Joel. People send me handwriting samples almost every day. All my equipment is at my house. You have a laptop and a cell phone, don't you? His voice was tight with frustration. Why are you being so stubborn? I'm not letting some scumbag criminal run me out of my home. I've got new locks, and tomorrow I'll have an alarm system. A muscle jumped in his cheek. Fine, I'll drop you there. He lobbed his coffee cup into a trash bin in the corner and headed to the door. Damned arrogance. He didn't even know her, had no right to start arranging her life. Why can't he understand my point of view? Irked at herself because she already liked Jovanich too much, Claudia followed him through the busy police station. And secretly, she thought he might be right. As if she couldn't leave home for a few days. As if she never went on trips with her laptop computer. She climbed into the Jeep, feeling the tension between them. You're making a lot of assumptions. He switched on the radio and turned up the volume, not bothering to reply. The short drive to her house passed without conversation until he turned into her driveway. Be sure and call 911 if you have a problem. Look, I'm sorry you don't agree with my choice, but I've been on my own for a long time, and I'm used to making my own decisions. With a careless shrug, Jovanich put the Jeep in gear and peeled out, leaving her with a crisp salute. Chapter 26. The next few days passed quietly. No threatening emails, no strange vans trailing when she went out to run errands, no further break-in attempts against her newly fortified domain. The days were spent analyzing handwriting for clients and doing errands, the evenings watching the news, chatting with Kelly or Zebediah on the phone, and catching up on the professional journals that had been piling up. Lindsey's boxes were stacked in a corner of the living room. First thing Monday morning, she decided, she would ship them off to the police. Her client was dead. There was no reason to pursue the assignment any further. Or so she tried to convince herself. Life was starting to slip back into its familiar routine. She could even go 15 minutes without thinking about Jovanich. By the time Saturday evening rolled around, the case and the troubling events attached to it had begun to recede comfortably into the background. So the knock on her door late in the evening took her by surprise. Earl Nelson's unwelcome visage peered at her through the fisheye lens of the peephole. "What do you want?" Claudia called through the door, an unpleasant sensation sweeping over her at the sight of Lindsey Alexander's brother on the porch. "Open the door," Nelson said urgently, rapping on the door as he spoke. "Come on, open it." "Yeah, I don't think so." "You gotta, lady. I got something for you." Claudia stared at the door, wondering how stupid she would be if she opened it. She had discarded the notion that Nelson had anything to do with Lindsey's death. For him, it would literally have been a case of killing the golden goose, and she couldn't see him doing that, nor setting it up to look like suicide. He wasn't smart enough. Telling him to wait, she went and got the baseball bat from the closet, then reluctantly unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door a crack. "What? You gonna let me in?" He still stank, and Claudia breathed through her mouth to avoid having to inhale the miasma of drugs and alcohol that oozed through his pores. "No? What do you want?" she asked again. Nelson held up a 4x5 manila envelope. "I heard you was looking for a video. Well, this one has Mr. High and Mighty himself on it, threatening to put a hit out on me." "Who's that?" "I figure you already know." "Listen, if you're going to waste my time, I'm going to shut the door." Earl Nelson's face split into a self-congratulatory smirk. "Who'd you think it is? Our biggest customer, that's who. I let him know how it was gonna be, now that little sister's out of the picture. Now I'm the man." "Oh, I get it. You told this client you were going to continue blackmailing him, and you thought he'd be okay with that." Nelson shrugged. "The way I see it, it's an insurance policy against him getting embarrassed, you know? And he's threatening you on video? I guess you can't very well call the police with that story, can you? Okay, give it to me." Claudia reached through the opening in the door to take the envelope, but Nelson snatched his hand away. "This ain't a bunch of baby pictures, lady. This is gold. A measly $1,000 won't cut it this time. What do you say?" Claudia glared at him, furious that he would have the temerity to try to extort money from her again. More furious that he knew where she lived. "I say, get the hell off my porch before I call the cops." Without another word, she slammed the door in his face, her heart pounding. She could still hear him. "Lady, you don't know what you're doing. Come on, lady, it's your last chance. Lady?" The phone call 2 days later came out of left field. Unknown caller. Answering her cell phone, Claudia nursed a small hope that it would be Jovanich, who remained deafeningly silent. But it was the mocking voice of Destiny Cardoza that shredded the safe little cocoon in which she had wrapped herself over the weekend. "How do you like the video we gave you, girlfriend?" Destiny's throaty laugh stung her, but Claudia kept her voice casual, not allowing the other woman the satisfaction of knowing she'd riled her. "Where'd you get this number?" "You are not the only one playing detective. It's not so hard to find you." "What do you want, Destiny?" "You asked for a video, didn't you?" "I think you know that wasn't what Ivan meant for us to have." "Listen, girlfriend, I got to see you again." The Jamaican accent thickened as she spoke. "Why didn't you tell us you didn't have the right DVD?" "Why would we give something to the cops that somebody else is willing to pay plenty for?" Claudia rolled her eyes, wishing fervently once again that she had never become involved in this case. Everyone was trying to sell something, but no one was offering what she needed. Hand printing done by Lindsey as an adult. She returned her attention to her caller. "Destiny, don't you know you're playing with fire? Whoever it is on the disc Ivan wanted us to have, it's obvious he's a dangerous son of a bitch. We believe he had both Lindsey and Ivan killed. Someone broke into my house, and I wouldn't be surprised if the same person was behind it." Jovanich's warning buzzed in her head. She had ignored it herself. How could she expect Destiny to listen? But the other woman surprised her. "I have been thinking," Destiny said, a thin edge of fear slicing through her words. The kind of fear not easily faked. "Maybe you are right. So, I am going to give you something to help you." Suspicion sharpened Claudia's tone. "What changed your mind?" "Hiding out in my apartment all weekend, thinking about everything. It made me feel all disheveled. I do not enjoy that feeling. I would like to stay alive." "Why me? Why didn't you call Detective Jovanich?" "You think I want to deal with cops? No, thank you very much." "So, where is the disc Ivan was talking about?" "In the house in Palm Springs. But girlfriend, I have something else. Evidence." "What is it?" "I don't want to talk about it on the phone. Meet me at the entrance to the Grove, by the farmer's market." "Tonight?" "Yes, tonight." Claudia hesitated. No way in hell would she trust the other woman to be straight with her, but Jovanich's silence rankled. If Destiny was holding evidence that incriminated one of Lindsey's clients, and if Claudia could get hold of it, she would succeed where he had failed. She glanced at her watch. 10:30. "Where are you?" "Hollywood, near the Magic Castle. Meet me at the entrance to the Grove." "I'll be there at 11:45. The Grove was a high-end outdoor mall, a very public place. Claudia agreed and replaced the phone in its cradle, wondering whether she was about to make a monumental mistake. What if Destiny was setting her up somehow, using her promise of evidence as bait? She called Zebediah and left a message. "If you don't hear from me by 12:30, call out the cavalry. I'm meeting Destiny Cardoza at the Grove." In case she was walking into a trap, she got there 40 minutes early, shunning the parking structure to pull in behind a big black Ford Expedition, a half block down the street from the mall. The SUV provided a shield, but still allowed a clear view of the entrance to the Grove. Cutting the engine, she slid down in her seat. Like a cop on surveillance, she thought with a secret smile, remembering a PI she'd dated a few times. He had taken her along several times when he needed to serve a summons on someone hell-bent on avoiding it. Having someone to talk with made the endless dreary hours more bearable, he'd said. Someone to keep him awake when even high-test mocha no longer did the trick, and the need for sleep had grown from a vague threat into a scream. Tonight, Claudia had no trouble staying awake. Adrenaline surged through her veins until she drummed her fists on the steering wheel to dissipate the excess energy. Am I nuts, walking into a high-risk situation, virtually unarmed? Virtually. She stuck her hand in her pocket and stroked the nasty little asp she had placed there. One night, when she had accompanied the PI to serve a subpoena in a particularly unsavory neighborhood, he had given her the folding baton because she would not touch a gun. It was illegal for a civilian to carry an asp, but who was going to ask? She'd never had occasion to use the thing, but like her baseball bat, its presence gave her a sense of security. When Destiny's lipstick-red Beamer rolled down the street in her direction, Claudia slumped even lower in her seat. As far as she knew, Destiny would not recognize the Jag, but there was no telling what information Lindsey's former employee might possess about her. The Beamer turned into the parking garage, and an arm reached from the driver's side window, took a ticket from the machine. At the garage entrance, a street light shone brightly on the car, outlining Destiny's statuesque profile in the driver's seat. She appeared to be alone. The gate arm rose, then dropped behind her vehicle. Claudia started up the engine and pulled into traffic, drove around the block, and found a place to park in a bank's parking lot next to the Grove. She might be on a fool's errand, but crossing Fairfax on foot near midnight would be more dangerous than any trick Destiny might have up her sleeve. Claudia was standing in front of the dark windows of the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf Cafe when Destiny, wearing a skin-tight black jumpsuit and high-heeled boots, arrived at 11:30. She looked surprised when Claudia stepped from the shadows.
"You are early,"
she said with a hint of accusation. "So are you," Claudia said, thinking it was no shock that men were willing to pay big bucks for her services. Destiny exuded an effortless sexuality that would be hard to resist if that's what you were looking for. "You look like Catwoman," she said.
"And my claws are sharp."
Destiny's eyes darted this way and that, intensifying the impression of a feline on the prowl. When she was satisfied that they were alone, she unzipped the front of her jumpsuit and reached inside.
"Lindsey's brother sent me something. He was scared."
"Earl Nelson," Claudia said with contempt. "He came to my house the other night and tried to sell me a video."
"I know. He said you would not take it.
After he saw you, something got to him really bad. Today, this was in my mailbox." She extracted a small envelope and shook something from it. In her outstretched palm was a flat metal key, the kind that might open a locker. "What's this for?" Claudia asked. Could Earl Nelson have had something of value after all?
"That he did not say, but there was a piece of paper with it. It said AA243-65843. I think it is a combination."
"What makes you think this is something I would want?"
"Lindsey's brother is trouble,"
Destiny said, and her voice was strained.
"Now I cannot reach him, and I got this eerie feeling that something bad happened. I don't want to hold this key. Give it to your policeman friend. Maybe he will know what to do with it."
"Blackmail is a dangerous business. If Earl has been threatened, I expect he's on the run." Claudia slipped the key into her jeans pocket. "He talked about a Mr. High and Mighty. Is that Senator Haight?" Destiny shuddered.
"Girlfriend, you got no idea of that one's power. Lindsey thought that recording was her insurance, that one in Palm Springs, and she is dead."
"Do you believe the senator had her killed?"
"What else can I think? Listen to me, girlfriend. I don't want him coming after me."
Destiny wiped her hands together as symbolic cleansing.
"If you can stop him, the better for me. But I tell you one thing. I will not be hanging around waiting for him to find me."
All at once, Destiny stopped speaking and swung around. Claudia had heard nothing. A stocky figure slipped out of the shadows at the side of the building where she had waited moments earlier. A leather hood covered his face, similar to the one worn by Lindsey's client on the video. Behind the round holes in the hood, the man's eyes were flat black discs as he traced a deadly pattern between them with a handgun.
"Stay right the fuck there,"
he ordered in a low growl.
"Where's the video? Just tell me where it is and you can go home, nice and safe."
Safe like Lindsey? Safe like Ivan? Claudia stared at him, trying to burn into her mind any details that would identify him later, assuming there would be a later. She committed to memory the baggy khaki work pants slung low over thick hips, the black t-shirt, and his hands. Even in the low light of the street lamp, Claudia could see that they were covered in dark curly hair that reached almost to his knuckles. Clutching her purse tight under her arm, she stole a glance at Destiny, who had recovered and was cajoling him.
"Come on, sugar," she said, moving her body suggestively. "You don't need a gun. Let's talk about money. We can work together. I can give you what you want."
The man's lips twisted, showing through the open zipper.
"Forget it, babe. I'm getting bank for this little job. Now, tell me where the fuck it is, or you're both coming with me. We do not have what you want."
As Destiny spoke, Claudia, keeping her eyes fastened on the gun, slid her hand into her pocket. Her fingers curled around the comfort of cold steel. But the man sensed her movement and swung his weapon on her.
"The fuck you doing?"
The momentary distraction was all Destiny needed. Moving faster than Claudia could visually track, she landed a vicious kick at the man's weapon arm, knocking it upward. She swept around in a half circle, kicked again, caught the back of his knee. His feet went out from under him and he went down, grabbing at Destiny's leg. The gun crashed to the sidewalk. Claudia moved in and smashed the asp against his forearm. Metal met bone with a sickening crack. His first scream of pain was no match for the second when she drove the butt of the club into his groin. He was struggling to get up when Destiny delivered a sharp kick to his head. Claudia looked down at their assailant, who was out cold on the sidewalk. Was that necessary? At the dojo, said Destiny with a touch of pride, we are taught to leave an attacker incapacitated. Then, noticing that Claudia was punching numbers on her phone, who are you calling? 911? No cops. What are you talking about? We have to call them. He needs an ambulance. Hey! The voice came from the Grove entry. Hey, stop! A green-jacketed mall guard came running toward them. Without taking the time to say goodbye, Destiny made a beeline for the parking garage. Instinctively, Claudia ran too. She fired up the Jag and hit the road, in time to see the red BMW race up the ramp and out onto Fairfax towards 3rd Street. Driving away, Claudia asked herself why she had run when they had been defending themselves against an attack. The adrenaline rush began to ebb as reality set in, leaving her insides quivering like a bowl of jelly. She had no doubt that the man would have killed both her and Destiny if they hadn't rushed him like a pair of Wonder Woman wannabes. Chapter 27. Look, darling, you're an anonymous celebrity. Zebediah Gold, clad in a pair of white tennis shorts, a curly thatch of graying hair sprouting from his chest, thrust the newspaper at Claudia as she entered the tiny kitchen, rubbing her hair with a towel. You've made the front page again. She had called him after leaving the Grove and asked to spend the night. A long time had passed since they'd been lovers, but he was always there when she needed a friend, and after what had just transpired, she had been willing to follow Jovanich's suggestion to stay away from home. He was the one man she trusted to share a bed with her and not make any demands. Claudia took the newspaper, wrinkling her nose at the black liquid in the carafe on the Mr. Coffee. What is that stuff? Looks like mud. So don't drink it. God, I don't know why I put up with you. Claudia ignored his jest and scanned the article, reading parts aloud. 2 women caught on surveillance cameras left the scene after an apparent mugging. The male victim, who was unidentified, also left the scene before police arrived. Claudia put down the paper and stared at Zebediah in amazement. Oh my God, they're saying we mugged him. She jabbed her finger against the newsprint. If they've got it on camera, they could see that he attacked us. And I left my baton there too, damn it. Now they have my fingerprints. With the uncomfortable sense that a noose was tightening around her neck, Claudia produced the key Destiny had given her and showed Zebediah. She had been too stressed to think about it the night before. Why would he send Destiny a key to a locker? She asked. You said Nelson talked about insurance. Maybe whatever is in the locker is insurance for him. He was in on the S&M scheme. That's obvious from the video Joel and I got from Brandy. But kinky sex isn't illegal, dearest, and neither is videotaping it. But blackmail is, she reminded him. And blackmail provides a motive for murder. If it's him, you know our self-righteous senator can't afford for it to get out, especially when he's being appointed to that special presidential commission. You never know. It might help his next campaign. Be serious, Seb. He doesn't know we have this, but it's pretty clear he believes that either Destiny or I have the DVD, and he had one of us followed. He's going to do whatever it takes to get it back. She's probably back in Jamaica by now. Can't you ask for police protection? Maybe after they see this and they find out about the other video Destiny told me about. Zebediah took off his glasses and rinsed them under the kitchen faucet.
How is it that you know about the other video and the key, and the police don't? He asked, drying them off on a dish towel. Isn't it all evidence?
I'll tell them. I just need to find a way.
When they find out, darling, you're going to be in shit so deep, you'll need a 10-foot ladder to climb out. What about that detective you've got the hots for? Can't he help?
That's not going anywhere. He went to Phoenix last Friday, and I haven't heard from him since. Don't even know when he's coming back. Claudia felt heat rise in her face and looked away. Zebediah leveled a knowing look at her.
Don't tell me you've already pissed him off.
What are you, psychic? How do you know he's pissed? He arched a stern brow at her.
What did you do, Claudia?
Nothing. Okay, he wanted me to back off the case while he was out of town and stay out of my house.
And you, my independent friend, said no.
When Destiny called, I thought I could help by getting the evidence from her. Claudia couldn't suppress a nervous giggle. Destiny had called all right, and she had answered. But Zebediah had known her for far too long and refused to be diverted.
You mean you thought you could win if you got the DVD from this woman?
Okay, fine. I screwed up by going to meet her, and he's going to find out about it.
The bigger screw-up was getting into it with that thug and then leaving the scene.
Claudia made a face at him and poured an extra heavy dose of creamer into her coffee. It's all over with Joel before it began anyway.
Are you sure about that?
She was saved from having to answer by several notes of a Bach fugue.
Is that your purse ringing?
Zebediah asked. Claudia reached for her cell phone.
You had to start without me?
Joel Jovanich's voice set her heart racing. Ooh, news travels fast, she said, taking her phone into Zebediah's bedroom. How did you know?
I saw the news, recognized you and Destiny. I've been calling your house. You didn't answer your phone.
My phone was off, and I stayed over at a friend's last night. Like you suggested.
Kelly?
No, another friend. There was a long moment of silence while the unasked question hung between them. She felt him wondering who the friend was. Let him sweat.
Looks like you kicked some serious ass, he said when she didn't offer any further explanation. A broken arm and busted his nuts, according to the surveillance tape. They even showed it on Phoenix TV. How's it feel to be a fugitive?
She couldn't keep the grin off her face. That jerk will need at least a big ice pack.
Remind me not to piss you off, Jovanich said.
Too late, but I left my asp at the scene, so you're safe.
I'll get it back for you.
Is that a peace offering? She heard him sigh.
Yeah, peace offering. What are you offering in return?
The real video and a key.
Don't say anything else, he said. Cell phones are too risky. I'm flying back tonight on Southwest. Can you meet me at LAX?
Chapter 28. If the amount of junk mail that ended up at her house was any indication, the rainforest was in bigger trouble than anyone knew. The mailbox contained the phone bill, a letter from her mother, who steadfastly refused to learn how to use email, and a small envelope with Claudia's name and address written in calligraphic script. An invitation requesting the pleasure of her company at the Grangers' Halloween party aboard their yacht for an evening cruise. Lillian Granger had included a handwritten note, which was tucked in with the RSVP card, urging her to come to the party and bring a date. Her handwriting was pure Palmer copybook, the way she had been taught to write in a convent school, no doubt. I's perfectly dotted over the stem, T's crossed precisely in the middle. Claudia had already forgotten the party Lillian had mentioned at their last meeting, and her promise to send an invitation. Partying with the rich and famous might have excited Lindsey, but Claudia could not have cared less. She tossed the invitation into the trash and got a carton of yogurt from the fridge. Halfway through the yogurt, she remembered that Bryce Height was going to be on the guest list. Such an opportunity for some gentle interrogation was impossible to pass up, and with Halloween 2 weeks away, there was time to lay plans. Her mind started buzzing with possible costumes that would hide her identity. And what about Yovanich? In her experience, men like him didn't go willingly to costume parties. If she invited him, she would have to make it clear that it was business. If he declined, she would go alone. Then Claudia received an unexpected phone call. "Ms. Rose, this is Dr. Charles Bostwick." Unlike their in-person visit, he spoke with more charm and less arrogance. "I have some information I'd like to pass along that I believe you might find helpful to your investigation." Your investigation. He thought she was Yovanich's partner. Bostwick cleared his throat. "I'd like to apologize for my abruptness the other day, the confidentiality issue. You have to understand, as a plastic surgeon, I sometimes get patients who aren't completely realistic in their expectations. They think I can make them young and beautiful, and most of the time I can, of course, but I can only work with what I've got. Well, occasionally there are lawsuits, and I've learned to be circumspect when it comes to legal matters." "Did Lindsey threaten a lawsuit, Doctor?" "Well, no, I was just explaining why I felt upset with the police showing up. I mean, you have to agree that the detective was quite offensive." So that's why he had called her. He thought she was a softer touch than Yovanich. She kept her voice neutral. "You said you have some information?" Yes, I thought it might be important." He paused. "I was thinking back over my last contacts with Ms. Alexander, and I recollected a conversation we had the week before her death. She told me the reason she wanted the eyelid lifts done was because she had someone new in her life, a younger man she was quite serious about. She wanted to impress him." "Do you have a name for this mysterious new man?" "She never mentioned him by name, but she must have written something down about him, phone records or some such. You can look through her things, can't you? That's who you need to find." "Why's that, Doctor?" "Obviously, he could be her killer." To Claudia's ears, he sounded desperate. Glad he couldn't see her Cheshire cat smile, she rocked back in her chair. "Lindsey's death was ruled suicide. What makes you think there was a killer?" Too late, Bostwick realized his error. "But isn't that why you came to my office? The detective implied there was something irregular about her death." Panic raised Bostwick's voice to a near squeak. "Ms. Rose, is her death suspicious or not? I can't afford to have my name dragged through the mud." "Sorry, Doctor," she said. "That's something you'll have to take up with Detective Yovanich. It's his investigation. I'll give him your message when I speak to him. In the meantime, if you think of anything else that might be helpful, you know where to reach me." She ended the call without saying goodbye and without confessing that she wasn't officially involved in the law enforcement aspect of the case. He wouldn't be interested in talking to her if he knew she had no clout, and it seemed a sure bet that Bostwick was doing his best to divert suspicion from himself. Because he had something to do with Lindsey's death? Because of the sexual implications? Claudia wished she knew. LAX was just a 10-minute drive down Via del Mar from her house. Claudia surveyed herself in the cheval mirror in the corner of her room. She had opted for a new black knit top that she hadn't yet worn. The deep V-neck went well with silky slacks and jacket. A skirt would have been better, but was too dressy to pick up Yovanich at the airport. She wanted to look good, but he didn't need to know just how attracted to him she was. Claudia cruised into the Southwest Terminal pickup lane just as Yovanich's plane was scheduled for arrival. She thought of Destiny Cardoza and their near miss of the night before and hoped she was sipping piña coladas on the beach. Jovanich was among the first group of passengers to exit the baggage claim door, a suit bag slung over his shoulder. He was running a hand through his short-cropped brown hair. A better tailored, taller Columbo. He saw Claudia wave and his face lit up, which made hers light up too. "How did your trip work out?" she asked as he climbed into the Jag. Just having him back made her feel safer. "Good, except for the flying. I hate it." "What do you hate about it?" "It makes me feel trapped, being at the pilot's mercy." Claudia smiled. "You don't like not being in control, do you?" He flipped her a glance. "Are you psychoanalyzing me?" "You write in block capital printing, and that suggests control issues. I'm just extrapolating that to flying." "I don't think I like being analyzed." "Okay. Then do you want to know about the evidence?" "I can see you're dying to tell me." As they drove through the parking booth, Claudia told him about Destiny's phone call and filled him in on the details of their adventures at the Grove. "Like Brandy said, the video Ivan told us about is in Palm Springs," she said, driving onto Sepulveda Boulevard. "I wonder what the key belongs to." From the corner of her eye, she became conscious of a frown fixed on Jovanich's face. Once she had completed the turn into traffic, north on Sepulveda, he asked where the key was now. "Locked in my safe at home." "I guess I wasn't clear enough when I gave you the tampering with evidence lecture. Now you're withholding evidence too? That's another felony." He threw her a quizzical glance. "You don't take the law very seriously, do you?" "Yes, I do, honest." She gave him what she hoped was a disarming smile. "God, he's attractive." "I'm trying to distract you so you won't take me to jail." "I should," he said, shaking his head. "I really should." Jovanich waited while Claudia locked the deadbolt, grousing about living in a fortress. "Welcome to L.A., he said, following her into the kitchen. He came up behind her until they were almost touching. She stood very still, catching the faint scent of his aftershave. He was so close, and she was suddenly aware of how much she wanted him. Then he stepped back, and the moment was gone. Why hadn't he seized the opportunity to kiss her when she knew he wanted to? "Would you like to join me in a glass of wine?" "Sure, thanks." She took 2 glasses from the cabinet and a bottle of Merlot she'd picked up at Trader Joe's on the way home from Zebediah's that morning, then handed him the corkscrew and bottle. "You any good at this?" As he opened the bottle, she asked, "Will the video be enough to arrest Haidt?" "It's not proof he had anyone killed. In fact, at the moment, we still have no proof that Lindsey didn't kill herself." Claudia thought of the note Ivan had hired her to analyze. It was fun while it lasted. It sounded like Lindsey's philosophy of life. She led him back into the living room. "I've been searching through Lindsey's papers for writings to compare to the note. So far, I haven't found anything to dispute that it is her writing." She gestured at the stacks of banker boxes. "There's plenty more to go through, but right now, my opinion is that she probably did write it. Whether she wrote it as a suicide note is the real question." "The connection that has to be made is one that ties a suspect to Lindsey the night she died, as well as to Ivan, to the break-in here. There's no evidence against Senator Haidt or anyone else. I think it's time to go to Palm Springs, maybe tomorrow." He fiddled with a toothpick as if conflicted between the polite amenities and comfort. "Feel like taking a ride to the desert?" Claudia answered without hesitation. "Nothing I'd like more." "Good. Let's head out there first thing in the morning. The search warrant should be ready. We can pick it up on the way." "You don't have to take a crime scene team?" "As far as we know, it's not a crime scene, so until I check it out, we go alone." They sat on the couch, lamps turned low, reviewing the case and drinking wine for a long time, the stereo providing mood music. Billy Joel gave way to wings, then a sensuous sax disc, and finally, the music ended. The conversation ran down too, until the ocean, sighing through the half-open balcony door, was the only sound. Claudia leaned her head back against the cushions, viewing Jovanich through half-closed eyes. The wine was making her drowsy. She wasn't sure what he expected, if anything. What if she had misread him? She had to find out. We're getting an early start. You've got your travel gear here. She broke off, embarrassed. Jovanich took her hands and enclosed them in his, sending a warm tingle all the way up her arms. He cleared his throat. I think it's pretty clear that I like you, Claudia. I like you a lot, and I think maybe you feel the same. But what you need to know is, I'm a bad risk. My work is pretty much my life 24/7. It doesn't make for much of a relationship. He released her hands and sat back, staring at the floor. I walked in on my wife in the shower with my best friend. How's that for a cliché? They were having sex while I was out protecting and defending. His voice hardened. I was going to kill them both, had the gun in my hand. I wanted to. God, I wanted to. But when I saw her eyes, I couldn't do it. She looked so scared, and maybe a little regretful. I couldn't do it. His sigh weighed a ton, the weight of guilt. It was my fault it didn't work, and I knew it. I left her alone too much. She got lonely. So I got a divorce instead of 20 to life. Maybe you're being too hard on yourself, said Claudia, relieved that his confession wasn't a deal-breaker. My ex felt like he was playing second fiddle to my work, too. He stuck it out for 5 years until he found a sweet lady who wanted to play happy homemaker full-time. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not me. She reached out to touch his cheek. I admit, I'm a little gun-shy. Jovanich turned his face into her palm and kissed it. When he smiled, she saw hope flicker in his eyes. Sounds like we're made for each other. He stood, reached down to draw her up, and folded her into his arms. Resting her head against his chest, Claudia felt his accelerating heartbeat. He stroked her hair, her face, her neck, let his fingertips travel over her breast, searing her skin through the fabric. When his broad hands reached her hips and he pressed her against him, her body instantly responded. Chapter 29. Claudia rolled over and squinted at the digital clock on the nightstand. 3:50. She couldn't have been asleep for more than 30 minutes, but something had awakened her. Moonlight pouring through the open blinds cast long shadows across the shadowy bedroom. Beside her, Jovanich's breathing came deep and steady, unfamiliar. Maybe that was what she'd heard. She smiled to herself in the darkness. They had made love for hours, at first tentatively, exploring, leisurely acquainting themselves with each other until passion consumed them, then a wild coupling as if they had something to prove. Lying back on her pillow, she closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of his bare skin against hers. Was getting involved so fast a mistake? Probably. But for now, it felt very, very good. Plenty of time later for self-recriminations if it went south. Drawing the blanket up over them both, Claudia closed her eyes, resolving to let go of the question of where this was going to lead and just enjoy it for whatever it was right now. Jovanich shifted in his sleep. He threw his arm over her and pulled her close, spooning against her, fitting his form to hers. She dozed off again with his breath warm against her neck. She snapped awake again, recognizing the sound as someone at the back door. Had she armed the alarm system when they returned from LAX? No. Setting the burglar alarm had been the last thing on their minds when they climbed the stairs, leaving a trail of clothing behind them. Claudia rolled out of bed and grabbed her kimono from the floor. Pulling the robe around her, she tiptoed onto the landing and crept down the first few treads. She considered waking Jovanich, but her logical brain argued it was most likely a possum or raccoon foraging for food. She didn't want him thinking of her as a nutcase who jumped at every shadow. Her toe hooked on the bra she had discarded a few steps down, its black lace against the dark carpeting, rendering it almost invisible. She caught herself and, as she straightened, glimpsed a dark figure on the deck outside the French doors. A muffled curse and a crash. Whoever was outside had tripped over the asparagus plant, still waiting to be relocated. Racing back to the bedroom, Claudia whispered, "Someone's trying to break in." In an instant, he was on his feet, alert. "Call 911, he said in a low voice. "Tell them there's an off-duty officer here with a weapon." He was already retrieving his trousers from the stairs and returned to the bedroom. "Tell them what I'm wearing." "What you're wearing?" "So they don't mistake me for the suspect and shoot me." He pulled on his T-shirt, then got his weapon from the nightstand. Pointing the 9mm at the floor, he went back down the stairs. Claudia watched him go, her heart in her mouth. "Be careful," she whispered after him. A useless caution, but she had to say something. A prayer, almost, a benediction to keep him safe. She hugged herself, trying to control the trembling that shook her from the depths, watching him descend the staircase and creep around the periphery of the living room. Standing to one side, Jovanich peered through the French doors before opening them. From the stairs, as she dialed 911, Claudia could see the outline of the asparagus fern pot toppled onto its side. The intruder must have jumped over the side of the deck and gone down the outside steps, the way he had undoubtedly arrived. Jovanich reappeared a moment later and motioned her to stay where she was. He eased open the front door and, with swift, practiced movements, stepped onto the porch, flattening himself against the siding, descending the steps crabwise. Claudia followed, in time to see him round the front of the house, weapon first, and take off down the block after the would-be intruder. He soon disappeared in the fog that had rolled in from the ocean. That bastard has a good head start, she thought angrily, praying that Jovanich would catch the intruder. Was it Earl Nelson? Someone sent by Height? Bostwick? Some random burglar? Yeah, right. Less than 5 minutes later, a black and white patrol car appeared out of the mist and came to a halt outside the house, blue lights strobing. 3 more cars followed. One made a quick U-turn and returned the way it came. The others continued up the street, turning at the corner, where the alleyway behind the homes offered any number of escape routes. 2 patrol officers, Mutt and Jeff pair, climbed out of the parked car and came up the walk. The radios clipped to their shoulders crackled with chatter. If the neighborhood isn't awake yet, it soon will be, Claudia thought, shivering in the doorway. So far, no lights had come on in the neighboring homes. One of the uniforms called up to her. "You okay, ma'am?" "I'm fine. Did you see the guy?" Mutt came halfway up the stairs. Jeff waited below, his hand on the butt of his weapon. "We saw Detective Jovanich around the corner," Mutt said. "He thought the gentleman went over a back fence." The cop's speak annoyed her. As far as she was concerned, there was nothing gentlemanly about the creep who had tried to break into her house. "Did he get inside?" Jeff asked. "You want us to check the house?" "That's okay, thanks. He never got in." "You'd better go in and lock the door now, ma'am. We're going to go give them a hand. Just want to make sure you were okay." He was staring at her with frank curiosity, and Claudia suddenly became conscious of how short her kimono was, and that she was naked underneath it. She thanked them again and stepped inside, locking the door behind her. If they were wondering how it was that Jovanich happened to be in the neighborhood in the middle of the night, her appearance was enough to fire up a red-hot rumor. She hugged Granny Arlene's Afghan around her, trying to keep her mind blank so she wouldn't freak out. But the unwelcome thoughts insisted on intruding. What if something happens to him? Just what she needed. A cop for a lover. How many nights like this could she look forward to if they started a relationship? Waiting for him to come home from a dangerous pursuit, wondering if he would come home at all. You're getting ahead of yourself. So far, it's just sex. But she knew there was more to it than just sex. Even when they were sniping at each other, electricity sparked between them. There was something here worth taking the time to explore, something for which it might be worth letting down her precious defenses. A tense 15 minutes crawled by before she heard Jovanic on the outside staircase. Claudia flung open the door. What happened? Did you catch him? He was breathing hard from adrenaline, not exertion. No, goddammit, we lost him. He reconnected the porch light, which the intruder had loosened. 25 officers falling over each other like goddamn Keystone cops, and nobody sees him. Inside, he opened the French doors and examined the lock. They're checking license plates on the next couple of blocks. I'll get someone to test the deck for prints while we're in Palm Springs. There could be a shoe print in the dirt. Too bad you couldn't have just shot him. Oh, now you want me to shoot him? I thought you were a pacifist. I thought at least you could yell, "Stop, police," or something like that. You think he's going to stop because I yell at him? More likely, some unsuspecting taxpayer hears, comes outside, and gets in the way. Shit, it's cold out there. She rubbed his arms, which were damp with ocean mist. Did you at least get a look at him? Not good enough for an ID. He was wearing a watch cap. The guy who attacked Destiny and me wore a leather mask. He shook his head. Can't be the same guy. You broke that joker's arm. One thing's sure. Whoever is behind these attacks has plenty of resources. I guess a senator does. So does a plastic surgeon. Yeah, we're checking them both out, as well as everyone else on Lindsey's list. Jovanic set the alarm, pulled off his t-shirt, and hustled her upstairs. Okay, back to bed. There's nothing more to be done down here tonight. Is that an order, detective? Claudia cracked. Or are you just happy to see me? Chapter 30. Palm Springs was more than 100 miles east, out the San Bernardino freeway. Jovanic's foot mashed the accelerator and they blasted up the on-ramp. The Jeep wasn't top of the line when it came to comfort, but that morning, the old Jaguar, temperamental at the best of times, had steadfastly refused to respond to Claudia's curses, and they had taken a cab to the police station, where Jovanic had left his ride while out of town. By the time they zipped past Monterey Park doing 85, the morning overcast had given way to smoggy haze. Another 60 miles, they were beyond the Banning Beaumont exit, where brilliant sunshine and clear blue skies replaced the clouds. Once they made the desert, little more than a few scraggly trees and the burned-out shells of an old house dotted the wilderness landscape, with long stretches of nothing between them but a prickly pear cactus in the sand here and there. Morning had brought with it the awkwardness that often assails new lovers. But the connection felt good. Maybe too good for someone desperately afraid of being hurt again. Claudia thought Jovanic seemed to have withdrawn a little, and that left her feeling defensive. Her response was to retreat a little herself. When the wind farms loomed, those alien-looking propellers harnessing ecologically friendly energy to feed once barren land, 2 hours after they'd hit the road, they were at the northernmost edge of Palm Springs. Jovanic exited at Highway 111, which merged with Palm Springs' main drag, and suggested they stop for lunch before driving out to Lindsey's house. They agreed on Chinese, and he pulled in at the Flower Drum on South Indian Canyon. Before they got out, he leaned into the back seat and launched a search for his Thomas guide to help them locate Lindsey's house. I could look it up for you on Google Maps, Claudia said, as he pawed through coffee-stained Starbucks cups, Milky Way wrappers, and assorted McDonald's debris littering the floor of what appeared to be his mobile home away from home. Ever thought of getting a trash bag? He gave her the beetle brow over his shoulder. You aren't going to try to change me, are you? No way. It's your car, your life. As usual, the words came out snippier than she had intended, but he didn't seem to notice. With a triumphant, "Ha!" he hauled out the battered Thomas guide and they strolled inside, his arm around her shoulders. The restaurant had just opened for lunch, and they were the first customers. Black lacquer and red leather figured prominently in a spacious dining room that featured a rock garden and a waterfall. The host, an elderly Asian man wearing an embroidered vest and shiny black trousers, bowed them welcome all the way to a corner booth. His broad smile exposed a set of gold-tipped teeth as he enumerated the day's specials. After the long drive, they both had a good appetite, and the mushu vegetable and lemon chicken rapidly disappeared as they got to know each other. Jovanich asked about Claudia's family. It's a pretty standard dysfunctional family, she said, then smiled. In this case, 2 kids. My brother Pete is a widower with a wonderful daughter. My parents have been married 40 years and just about tolerate each other. Now, how about you? I've told you about my dad, said Jovanich. My sister and I get along okay. She's a big shot in a Silicon Valley firm, so she doesn't have a lot of time for family socializing. She looks in on Mom pretty regularly, so I'm grateful for that, since I'm 500 miles away and Mom has some health problems. They chatted until the waitress cleared away the dishes and brought the check with 2 fortune cookies. Jovanich insisted on paying, pushing the plate of cookies toward her. You're supposed to take the one closest to you, Claudia said, picking one. She snapped it in half and extracted the slip of paper wound inside. What does yours say? Jovanich laid aside the map book he'd begun thumbing and picked up the second cookie. You will be successful in your endeavors. What about yours? She grinned. Beware of sexy involvement with good-looking cop. He snatched the paper from her, shaking his head. Didn't your mother teach you not to lie? Let me see that. He read aloud. Your mind is filled with good ideas. His left brow hiked wickedly. I hope those ideas involve massage oil and a hot shower. Claudia sent him a sultry promise from under her lashes, and he looked pleased as he returned his attention to the map. Kauai Trail isn't in here, he concluded after poring over every page for the Coachella Valley. We can ask, Claudia suggested after Google couldn't find it either. Maybe the host knows. He doesn't speak English any better than the waitress. It's probably a side street off Kauai Drive or Kauai Parkway. They're not all that far from here. What is it that men can't stand to ask for directions? He jammed a toothpick between his lips and ushered her to the door. After a fruitless 45 minutes of exploring every street on the map with Kauai in its name, Jovanich's grumbled profanities became more explosive with each wrong turn. With a final, defeated expletive, he turned the Jeep into a Shell gas station and parked at a pump. Biting her tongue on the temptation to say, "Told you so," Claudia followed him into the convenience store. They got lucky with the pimply-faced attendant minding the counter. Kauai Trail? The kid repeated, scratching at the scrubby growth on his chin. Yeah, dude, I know where that is. It's way the shit out there is where it is. He nodded toward the desert. Yeah, Jovanich put both hands on the counter and leaned across it so the kid had to step back. So, how do we get there? Drawing the directions in the air with his finger, the kid said, Go left, then right, then just keep on going. He scrunched up his nose. You sure you want to go out there, dude? Nothing out there except crazy people. Crazy people? Yeah, dude, don't you know? The further out in the desert you go, the crazier people are. The kid's voice followed them out the door. You gotta watch for it, dude. You get to Indian Wells, you went too far. Even so, they nearly missed the turn. Just in time, Claudia caught sight of a wooden signpost that read Cahuilla Trail, and painted underneath it in faded lettering, Private Road. It wasn't a road in any paved sense of the word, she realized as Jovanich wheeled onto it and they bounced along what was little more than a dirt track. The Jag's shock absorbers would never have survived the assault, and Claudia was glad they were in the Jeep. "It feels like we're in the Old West," she said, raising her voice to make herself heard. "We are in the Old West," Jovanich shouted back. They drove for a while before Lindsey's house came into view, standing alone in the desert landscape. Miles of sand and tumbleweed stretched in every direction, bounded by the San Jacinto Mountains to the north. The road ended there. "No neighbors anywhere close," Claudia noted. "I hope she didn't have a Rottweiler." Jovanich switched off the engine and slipped the keys into his pocket. "If she did, I hope someone's been feeding it, or we could be lunch." Partially hidden behind a pink concrete block wall that was as tall as Jovanich, the house was a low-slung, boxy stucco structure. Palm trees and yucca plants were the only excuse for flora. The property appeared to have been minimally maintained, with once white gravel covering the yard on their side of the wall. Bathed in desert dust, it was currently more of a tan color. Jovanich took the search warrant from his pocket, adjusted his holster, and kissed Claudia on the tip of her nose, which made her ridiculously happy. "Wait here until I check it out," he said, and for once, she didn't feel like arguing with him. The wrought iron gate was fastened with a heavy padlock and chain, with spikes topping the fence. He rattled the gate loudly and yelled, "Hello? Anybody home? Hello?" No snarling guard dog bounded out to greet him. No one appeared at the door to see who was making the racket. In fact, the place had a distinctly deserted air. Jovanich returned to the Jeep and opened the tailgate. Grabbing a pair of bolt cutters and a crowbar-like tool from behind the back seat, he walked back to the gate, and he applied the bolt cutters to the chrome steel padlock. The lock body fell to the ground, and the gate swung open. "Hell of a lot easier than climbing over that fence," he said, picking up the bolt cutter and leading Claudia into the yard. She laughed. "That's a sight I'd like to have seen." Aside from the modern wooden shutters at every window, the house had a 50s retro look. They took the cement path around to the back, where a swimming pool took up much of the yard. A scattering of insects and dead palm fronds floated lazily on the surface of the murky water. The modern design of the spa and its rock grotto placed it as a much newer addition to the house. "I bet it's romantic at night with the spotlights on," Claudia remarked. "When it's clean, of course." "I don't think she came out here to host block parties," said Jovanich, casting a look of distaste at the still surface. "After what went on out here, there's not enough chlorine in the world for me to go near it." "Oh, thanks. I could have gone all day without you planting that thought in my head." Circumnavigating the house, they found it sealed tight enough to frustrate the most enterprising peeping Tom. Arriving back at the front door, Jovanich took his weapon from its holster and waved Claudia behind him. "I'd like to make double sure no one's home before we go barging in." After she backed up to give him room to retreat, he hammered on the front door, his knock booming like thunder in the silent desert. After a few moments went by and nothing happened, he holstered his weapon, took the crowbar tool, and went to work on the door. Lacking heavy security and with minimum of effort on his part, it swung open. Holding the Smith & Wesson in front of him with both hands, Jovanich slipped quietly into the house. It wasn't until after he'd cleared the place and called out to her that Claudia realized she'd been holding her breath. A short hallway opened onto a spacious living area with wood-beamed ceilings. Jovanich pulled back the shutters and opened the patio door, letting in a warm breeze with the light. Mission-style furnishings, whitewashed walls, a glass-enclosed fireplace, woven Native American rugs. Not at all what she had expected, Claudia thought with surprise. An enormous television system had speakers large enough to provide surround sound for an entire theater. It seemed a good guess that Lindsey had brought along her own entertainment. "All it needs is a selection of out-of-date magazines on the coffee table," said Claudia. "It feels like a waiting room." Leaving the search warrant on a side table, Jovanich reholstered his gun. "Yeah, but waiting for what?" "I'm not sure I want to know." They toured the renovated kitchen, where brushed aluminum appliances looked new and expensive. Claudia opened cabinets and drawers, found little. A small stack of hors d'oeuvre plates, a few silver forks, a rack of wine glasses above a cabinet. "I hope there aren't any bugs in here." "I'd be more concerned about snakes and scorpions," Jovanich countered, putting an end to her exploration. "Champagne wishes and caviar dreams," she said, looking in the fridge. "Beluga, no less." "That's good." "At least $100 a pop. French champagne, too. Moet Chandon." Jovanich leaned over her shoulder, taking the opportunity to nibble her ear. "I guess Lindsey took good care of her guests. As long as they didn't get too hungry. They couldn't overstay their welcome. My dad always says that guests and fish start to stink after 3 days. Maybe Lindsey shared his philosophy. Let's hit the boudoir." The lone guest room was plainly furnished with an antique metal bed, not unlike the one in the video they had viewed at the police station. Scroll work and scallops on the headboard and footboard. A rust-colored damask bedspread and pillows dressed it up. Matching iron nightstand with a small lamp. No dresser. Empty closets. The window shutters were firmly closed with bolts. In the master bedroom, framed charcoal line drawings of nudes adorned the walls. Originals by an artist whose name Claudia didn't recognize. Shades drawn over tall windows hid views of the backyard lanai. Nothing of Lindsey's personal character was stamped on the place. Perhaps, as with her Brentwood condo, it had taken its color from her personality, coming to life when she was present. Its very soullessness was a sad commentary. Claudia couldn't help thinking of the photographs Earl Nelson had shown her, of the young Lindsey lying next to Preston Redmond. She felt a stab of pity for the woman she had once thought of as a friend. As much as Lindsey had possessed the capacity to be a friend to anyone. In the walk-in closet, a selection of sexually provocative outfits filled the racks. A black spandex catsuit, similar to the one Destiny had worn at the Grove, chain-ornamented leather. In the drawers, Merry Widow corsets, garter belts, and fishnet stockings. 5-inch spiked heel shoes, black boots, wigs in colors that didn't even pretend to be natural. Everything for the chic dominatrix, Claudia said, taking out a dress that was far too demure for the dark company it was keeping. Pink flowered fabric, a ruffled lace-up bodice and skirt. I wonder what this is doing in here. Jovanich glanced up from the dresser drawer he was searching. Maybe one of her clients was into Little Bo Peep. Think there's a shepherd's crook to go with it? I can guess where she'd put it. Please don't. Whoa, I can't see Little Bo Peep wearing one of these. Claudia looked over and saw he was holding a spiked leather dog collar. With a pang of remorse, she replaced the dress in the closet and went to check Lindsey's bathroom. How callous they were, blithely poking through the belongings of a dead woman and making fun. An old-fashioned clawfoot tub and freestanding pedestal sink allowed for no hiding places. The medicine cabinet held no secrets greater than a bottle of aspirin and a box of cotton swabs. Why would they come all the way out here? Claudia wondered aloud when Jovanich joined her. This place is nothing special. He dropped to one knee and began probing the edges of the floor covering. High-profile people like Lindsey's clients want to avoid being seen. They can avoid the paparazzi out here, and for these jerk-offs, part of the service is being humiliated. I remember Lindsey once telling me she was going to a slave auction in San Francisco, Claudia said. She was the auctioneer. Jovanic unwrapped a new toothpick and sucked on it thoughtfully. He straightened and wiped his hands on his jeans. Come on, let's check the garage. Wait a sec. Grabbing his arm for support, Claudia climbed up onto the toilet seat to get a better look at the faint rectangle in the ceiling that had caught the corner of her eye. She reached up to touch it and felt cold metal. Hey, Columbo, I think we might have something. Chapter 31. It took Jovanic's extra height to push aside the cover of the hidden cache of DVDs and a journal. He handed them down to Claudia, who immediately flipped through pages of the journal, which was filled with handwriting in green ink. The authorship of the sprawling handwriting was unquestionable, Lindsey, but the writing was cursive, not the printed writing she needed for her comparison. The upright slant indicated a strong need for control. These teardrop-shaped lower loops are all about pent-up emotion, she said. But Jovanic was too busy hauling out bundles of pill-filled plastic bags from the cache to listen. A bag of white powder fell into the sink with the others. Coke? Claudia asked. He dipped the tip of his finger in it and touched it to his tongue. He nodded. I'll get some evidence bags from the Jeep. We'll take it with us. Maybe some of it can be tied back to Bostwick. While he inventoried their find, Claudia curled up in a corner of the couch and skimmed the pages of Lindsey's journal. The first entries were dated earlier in the year. February 15th. BH payment set up. Almost felt sorry for him when he saw the vids. He looked sick. March 23rd. PF scared shitless the big shots will find out. No problem there. I haven't had so much fun in ages. March 25th. BH could be big trouble. March 28th. Got BH handled. He now knows better than to mess with me. April 5th. Have the condo in Z cleaned. Should be an interesting trip. April 10th. Loosening them up takes some doing, but wow, what a weekend. April 30th. Boz is a pain in the ass. Have to find a better way to control him. The next entry came several months later. August 19th. That damn Boz and his dog. What a sicko. But as long as he pays the bills and brings the pills, I'll keep him coming. Ha ha. The entries became more sporadic, but continued in a similar vein. As she read, changes began to emerge in the handwriting. September 2nd. Enough is enough. When it's not fun anymore, it's time to call it quits. September 24th. Why did I start this shit? It was fun while it lasted, but it's over, and it needs to be ended. That's the last one. Claudia tapped at the date with a fingernail. It's dated 3 days before she died. It says the same thing as the suicide note. It was fun while it lasted. This handwriting looks pretty stressed compared to the earlier entries. Jovanic glanced up from counting pills. So, what are you saying? Now you think she did commit suicide? I'm just saying the handwriting looks stressed. She heard the impatience in her voice and tried again in a more neutral tone. The best I can do is describe her state of mind from her handwriting compared to earlier in the notebook. I don't know whether she became suicidal or she was tense because someone was threatening her, or something else. I'd need a crystal ball for that. What I do know is there's a definite change over the last couple of weeks. What kind of change? The writing rhythm starts out loose and flowing. Then later it gets smaller, cramps up suddenly. The lower loops tighten, the slant starts leaning slightly to the left. That adds up to stress and tension. There's also a strong movement away from the right side of the page. The right margin is extra wide here, see? That's symbolic of pulling away from the future. People who are suicidal often write all the way to the edge of the page, which represents the future. You could say they're running to the end of the future. which is death. She doesn't do that. So, what do you think it means, Graffle Lady? It could be that she was afraid. After all, look at the hint of threats. She says BH could be a problem. That's Bryce Height, unless one of her other clients had the same initials. Or maybe Bostwick got to be a bigger pain in the ass than she could handle. Jovanich set the drug-filled baggies aside and came to look over her shoulder. He leaned down close, his cheek brushing her hair. How about PF? Sound familiar? Not that I can think of. He picked up a remote control from the cocktail table and pointed it at the big screen TV. Let's see who's starring in Lindsey's home movies. Bondage and Discipline. Games played by powerful, educated men adopting a submissive role, a role contrary to society's expectations, a role far removed from their everyday lives. A string of famous faces figured among the cast of Lindsey's personal video collection, each one addressing her as Mistress Alexander and meekly complying with her orders. Bend over the spanking table and receive your punishment. On your knees. Lick my boots. The soles, lackey, the soles. Hey, do you recognize that guy? Jovanich was staring at the television screen, his eye narrowed in concentration. Claudia looked at the naked man crawling around the dungeon floor on all fours. A wickedly spiked dog collar, like the one in Lindsey's closet, encircled his scrawny neck. Lindsey, in a blonde page boy wig and wearing a skimpy blue vinyl dress with long matching gloves, rode him like a pony, clinging to the ragged fringe that ringed his bald pate. With her hand laced firmly in his white hair, she jerked the old man's head up so the camera caught his features. Judas Priest! That's the guy who officiated at her funeral, Bishop Flannery. Oof. That's more of him than I ever wanted to see. Watching Lindsey strap Flannery to a crucifix-like device attached to the wall, then whip his back and buttocks with a cat-o'-nine-tails, Claudia got a sudden flash. His name! Patrick Flannery, P.F., like in the journal. I think you're right, said Jovanich. Some of the other big shots she mentioned could be from the church. The church who refused to bury her in consecrated ground because she supposedly killed herself. Claudia's lip curled as if she had smelled something rancid. And here's this nasty old hypocrite getting his naked ass whipped in her dungeon. There are just no words. The torment continued, with Flannery alternating between begging Lindsey to stop and then to give him more. The scene faded to black, and seconds later, the camera panned to Senator Bryce Height. No mask covered his head this time. He was strapped onto the doctor's examining table they had seen in the earlier video, his feet in the stirrups, an IV pole beside him. Claudia gauged the mix of dread and anticipation that distorted his features. He doesn't look so commanding now. Jovanich, misconstruing her smirk of satisfaction for something else, said, Don't worry, babe. If she really hurts him, it's because he wants her to. She snorted. That costs extra. Destiny arrived in the scene, wearing a nurse's uniform, a size too small. When it became evident that she was about to administer an enema, Jovanich grabbed the remote. We can pass that up, he said, to Claudia's relief, fast-forwarding through scenes of one man after the other, submitting to whatever satisfied their most prurient fantasies. She recognized a few of them, including an actor who had once occupied her own fantasies. Watching him bend over the padded bench so that Lindsey could spank him with a paddle ensured that she would never look at him the same way again. Charles Bostwick appeared in several scenes. It seemed he liked to have black plastic clamps attached to his nipples. When Brandy began pouring hot wax on his genitals from a red candle, Claudia sprang up, palms outstretched in protest. Enough of this. It's making me want to puke. Jovanich grinned. Come on. You know it turns you on. Turn it off. Just because I understand the psychology behind this kind of behavior doesn't mean I need to watch it. Jovanic gave her a sly look. But I bet I know what you're thinking right now. Oh yeah? What's that? You're wishing you could analyze the handwritings of all those sicko bastards. She had to laugh. She had been caught. He slipped the DVD back into its protective case and began gathering up the evidence they had discovered in the cache. That about does it. Have we missed anything besides the garage? I think we've checked everything, Claudia said. But on their way to the garage, she noticed something else. A set of louvered doors in the hallway. The linen closet. We didn't look there. When they opened the doors, they found not a linen closet, but a staircase that plunged into almost total darkness below. Jovanic glanced back. I think we just found the dungeon. We're not going down there, are we? Their eyes met, and he grinned. It's like one of those movies when the kids go into the house and everyone knows there's a killer waiting for them. Yeah, and you're yelling at the TV, don't go down in the basement, you idiots. You can stay here. No way, Columbo. I'm sticking with you. Jovanic patted his weapon in its shoulder holster, as if to reassure himself. Okay, just stay close. There's no light switch on this end. Holding his phone flashlight out in front of him, he moved in front of her, and they began their descent. 15 steps. Claudia counted them. 15 steps on wrought iron treads, taking them into what? Sensory deprivation, she thought. Low vision, the cold stair rail under their hands, the only sounds, their respirations. At the foot of the staircase, Jovanic found a wall switch, but the light bulbs were low wattage and left the place in gloom. A small table held a ceramic candle holder fashioned in the form of a human hand, a fat black candle in its palm. Holy shit, he said. Holy shit, Claudia echoed from the last step. Little shop of horrors. That depends on your tastes. They were in a large room that ran the length and width of the house, about 2,000 square feet. Claudia had researched sexual deviations for a case she had once been involved in, but reading about it on X-rated websites and even watching Lindsey's videos had not prepared her for the fantastical implements of sexual torture, or delight, depending on your point of view. This is where they took the videos, she said, recognizing the red-flocked walls. Smells nasty down here. Dead rat, maybe. They toured the room, stopping to look at the strange furnishings they had seen in the videos. See, your face goes there, Jovanic said, pointing to a hole in a padded bench. Claudia backed away. Not my face. He did a Groucho Marx bouncy eyebrows thing at her, and his slate-colored eyes seemed to glow like gunmetal in the murky light. Don't knock it. Could be fun. Don't even think about it, slick. The air in the basement was dry, but the temperature felt much lower than upstairs in the main house, and Claudia began to wish she had worn a jacket. Still, as they went from one contraption to another, she found herself fascinated with the sort of person who got a sexual thrill from being restrained and physically tormented. The main room was separated into colored sections, each with its own set of devices. The green room was dominated by a large wooden wheel with leather cuffs attached. The red room was where Lindsey had whipped Bishop Flannery. The blue room was the medical examination area where Bryce Height had acted out his gross fantasies. A tall wooden bookshelf was stocked with sex toys, flavored lotions, bottles of scented oils, economy-sized bottle of Viagra. Bragging label, "You'll last for hours." What on earth is this thing? Claudia asked, curious about a metal box the size of a carton of cookies. The front had a numbered dial and wires poked through the top. That's for electrical fun combined with water. The dial controls the intensity of the charge. Jovanic showed her a glass wand attached to the box. Gotta be careful with this one. It's UV, Gives off static electricity. You don't want to hold it on the same spot for too long. You'll get a nasty burn. Claudia eyed him with suspicion. You know an awful lot about all this. I worked Hollywood Vice, remember? And it's all legal? As long as no one's paying for actual sex. Then it's prostitution. Seems like splitting hairs to me. That's the law. Your tax dollars at work. Does anything we've found here help make a case? The blackmail provides a possible motive for murder if we can prove it, but we still have to prove Lindsey was murdered, Jovanich said, looking around at the paraphernalia of sexual submission and humiliation. No doubt about Ivan Novak, though. Claudia wandered away, not wanting to think about Ivan and the last moments of his life. Her attention caught on a red silk drape covering something in a shadowy corner. She turned to see Jovanich's eyes on her from across the room. Go ahead, he said. Let's see what's behind door number 1. Claudia forced a laugh. I hope there's not an Iron Maiden back there. With a swish of silk, she swept the curtain aside to reveal a door. Half expecting it to be locked, it came as a surprise when she twisted the knob and the door opened. In the low light, a tall, narrow cage took shape. There was no doubt from the smell that its occupant was quite dead. Claudia reeled away, gagging and retching. Sprinting over, Jovanich threw a protective arm around her and drew her away from the closet to the other side of the room. She breathed into his shirt, trying to rid her nasal passages of the smell that permeated the dungeon. How many horrors was she supposed to endure? Her eyes watered, and her breath came in quick gasps. Jovanich held her against him, murmuring into her hair. She didn't know what he was saying. Probably that everything was going to be okay. But it would never be okay for that poor creature in the cage. When she was calmer, Jovanich let go, all police business now, and went to inspect the corpse. From where she stood near the stairs, Claudia could see that a black, form-fitting leather hood entirely covered the head. The mouth was zippered shut. Oh my God, I wonder how long he's been in there. Not all that long. Jovanich shone his phone flashlight slowly downward. He's still in rigor. What does that mean in terms of timing? Rigor is at full stiffness somewhere around 12 hours after death. Releases after about 72, depending on the conditions. The fine hairs on the back of Claudia's neck rose. You're saying he was killed in the last few hours? Jovanich nodded grimly. I'm no medical examiner, but that'd be my guess. Claudia moved closer, curiosity now stronger than revulsion. I wonder who it is. One of her clients? He shrugged. He doesn't have the physique of any of the men we saw in the video. Aside from the hood, the body was nude, arms stretched up and handcuffed to the top of a cage suspended from the ceiling. All over the flat, bony chest were the bloody abrasions of a flagellum. If there had been any doubt, the purple mottled genitals identified it as male. Electrical wires were still clipped to the scrotum. They hit the poor bastard with some ball shock, Jovanich said. He might have had a heart attack. He directed the light aloft, onto the corpse's manacled wrists, and Claudia felt the blood drain from her face. On the dead man's forearm, she could see the faded turquoise scales of a cobra slithering among the scabs and old needle scars. The Chinese food they'd had for lunch curdled in her stomach, rose into her throat. Turning, she ran blindly for the staircase. Claudia? She heard Jovanich's voice as if from a distance. Shadows danced all around her as she ran to the stairs. Earl Nelson! Oh my God, it's Earl Nelson! The afternoon sun finally began to warm her as she sat in the Jeep, waiting for Jovanich to finish giving his statement to the Palm Springs police. He had called the local department to report the discovery of Earl Nelson's body. Lindsey's desert house was now a crime scene and outside his jurisdiction. He would fill in the local cops and turn over the fruits of their search. Then he and Claudia would return to L.A., empty-handed. "RHD will take it over," he said, climbing into the driver's side. "This is Riverside County, but Earl lived in L.A. County, and this is part of an L.A. case. Robbery Homicide Division dealt with all celebrity cases." "When is it going to stop?" Claudia asked obliquely. "Lindsey's dead. Ivan's dead. Lindsey's brother is dead. Even a creep like Earl Nelson shouldn't have to die like that." Jovanich reached over and squeezed her hand. "You're getting a real snootful, aren't you? But you know what? You're a—" "Don't tell me I'm a real trooper, or I will throw up." The corner of his mouth twitched. "Okay, no cliches. Let's just get the hell out of here." Chapter 32. Friday, 2 p.m. 3 days after their grim discovery. The offices of Granger and Granger were as hushed as a library at closing time. "Where is everyone?" Claudia inquired as she accompanied Yolanda Palomino through the deserted hallways. "Staff retreat," Yolanda explained. "Once a quarter, Mr. and Mrs. Granger give everyone a day to rest up and relax while they work on the schedule for the next period." "But she's here at the office, and you are too?" Yolanda smiled, which smoothed the anxiety lines around her eyes. "I'll be leaving in a little while." Lillian Granger was seated at her desk, dwarfed behind a large stack of papers. "Honest to Pete," she drawled, "I can't believe the number of resumes we've received since our advertisement came out in the Times. They just keep on proliferating like bunnies." Bryce Height's face beamed at Claudia from a glossy brochure on Lillian's desk. He was surrounded by a crowd of factory workers, maybe from his recent senatorial campaign, and now an appointee to the President's Committee. What would Lillian Granger say if she knew about Height's fun and games in Lindsey's desert dungeon? Claudia withdrew a sheaf of papers from her briefcase. "I hope some of the new applicants are an improvement over this guy," she began, running her eyes over the handwriting Lillian had provided on her earlier visit. "I'm afraid I don't have very good news for you." Lillian's perfectly penciled eyebrows lifted a fraction before settling into a frown. "What's the problem? His references were impeccable, but I wanted to know what you thought before we spent the money on a background investigation." Claudia passed Lillian the report she had prepared. "You can read the details later. Basically, this guy certainly has his good qualities, but he also has a lot of hidden resentment toward women. You won't see it right away, but if he has to work under female supervision, which would be you, and if you didn't see eye to eye on something, what you can expect is for him either to try to undermine your authority or to instigate a major blow-up. There are other things too, but that's the biggie." Lillian's mouth pulled into a tight little purse as she laid the report on her desktop and leaned in to read it. Claudia tried not to fidget in her chair, but her mind was filled with too many disturbing thoughts for her to sit and wait for Lillian's response. She wanted to get up and pace the long room, dissipate some of the energy that had been building ever since she had accepted the assignment from Ivan. When Lillian glanced up from the paper, she wore a smile. "This is exactly the kind of information we need. You've saved our bacon on this one." That was a relief. Negative results were sometimes met with protest, but there was no point in withholding what she saw in the handwriting. Claudia closed her briefcase. "I wouldn't suggest that you make a hiring decision based on my report alone, but I do think you'll find my analysis confirms whatever other background investigation you do." Lillian's eyes turned skyward. "My Lord, can you imagine what might have happened if we hired this guy and it turned out he had a murky past? With this appointment to the President's Committee right around the corner, everything could have been ruined. Resentment toward women, that would be the absolute worst. I can't have anyone in my camp that's going to be a problem." Claudia's eyes fell on Height's brochure again. If the story of his secret involvement with Lindsey ever came out, Lillian might be tarred with the same brush. She waffled for a moment about whether to reveal what she knew about her client's co-chair. It wasn't the sort of thing you would tell a relative stranger, but if it led the way to further information about the senator, something that would be helpful to Jovanovich's investigation. Taking a deep breath, she launched into an abridged version of what she knew. Video recordings were being used for blackmail, and Lindsey had been involved. Lillian jumped to her feet, her face pinched and pale with outrage. Bryce Height? Lindsey? Blackmail? You can't be serious. A story like that could ruin him if it got out. Don't kill the messenger, Lillian, Claudia said, realizing she had made a serious tactical error. We were talking about potential scandal, so I thought you'd want to know. The situation with the senator could have serious implications. Lillian plopped down in her chair as abruptly as she had risen. She looked as though she had bitten into a Hershey bar and found a worm. I refuse to believe it. There has to be an explanation. Her fingers drummed an annoyed little dance on the desktop. Bryce is a devoted family man. We attend the same church. He was at last Sunday's service with his grandchildren, for pity's sake. And denial is a river in Egypt. Claudia backpedaled. I can't share the details, but there's strong evidence. Senator Height's behavior may not be illegal, but it was of a nature that could come back and bite you both. The woman whose cool head and southern charm had built an empire in the celebrity event business actually wrung her hands as she worked herself into a tightly controlled frenzy. He's on his way to the White House, Lillian said, her voice rising to a higher pitch. He can't afford even the breath of scandal. The lady protests a bit too much. What she meant was she couldn't afford a scandal. Any political hopes of her own would be on the line if it turned out she had allied herself with an albatross. I've sacrificed too much to have it all go down the drain over vicious gossip, Lillian said, confirming Claudia's suspicions. She pressed the intercom button on her phone. Yolanda, get my husband on the line, then see Ms. Rose out. Just give me a moment to put this call through, Yolanda said as Claudia closed Lillian's door behind her. Don't bother, I know the way by now. The executive assistant gave her a thin smile as she picked up the receiver and began to punch buttons with a long, slender finger. Not at all. I'll be happy to see you out. Something in the way she said it suggested that her company wasn't optional. After connecting the Grangers' phone call, Yolanda began to walk with Claudia back to the foyer. I felt so bad about Lindsey, she said. She was such an interesting person. Claudia's ears perked up. Did you know her well? We had coffee a few times. You know, when we were helping her with events for her clients. They tended to be the top celebrities, so Mrs. Granger always handled those herself. That gave us a chance to talk some. Talked about... Claudia prompted, slowing her steps. They were nearing the reception area and the end of her opportunity to wangle any information from Yolanda. Oh, this and that. Personal things mostly. How personal? Was it possible that Yolanda knew of Lindsey's secret business? Have you heard that there are some who don't believe she killed herself? Claudia plunged in. Do you think she did? I can't talk about it here. How about meeting me for coffee after work? No, Yolanda exclaimed, her body tensing. Keeping an eye on the receptionist who was watching the exchange with obvious interest, she lowered her voice to a near whisper. I mean, Mrs. Granger wouldn't approve. She has to be very careful about her image. Everyone around her has to be above reproach in every way. She wouldn't want her name connected to any kind of scandal, like if Lindsey's death was, you know. We're not talking about her. We're talking about you. Well, it extends to her employees, and she's very strict about it. Everyone who works here signs an agreement not to do anything that will reflect badly on Mrs. Granger or the company.
like get involved with drugs or sleep around or anything. The people she hires are all church-going Christians, so it's not a problem. But this is a personal matter, nothing to do with the company. Nothing here is considered personal. Yolanda smiled. You look shocked, Ms. Rose. Don't be. It's our own choice. None of us is forced to sign the agreement, but if we want to work here, we sign. Shaking off her indignation at the Grangers' employment policies, Claudia arranged her face into a neutral expression. She was not going to get anywhere by criticizing this woman's employers, even if only by implication. Yolanda, if you have some information about Lindsey's death, don't you think you're obligated to bring it forward? The woman shook her head emphatically, her dark eyes intense. I don't have any information, only some thoughts about it. I'm sure you'd feel better to get them off your chest, whatever they are. Ms. Rose, I'm raising 4 kids on my own. I need this job. I can't risk it. They passed the reception desk in silence, and Yolanda accompanied Claudia to the elevator foyer. It didn't take a mind reader to see that something was on her mind. Claudia stepped aboard the empty elevator car, frustrated at her inability to break through Yolanda's defenses. The doors were closing when abruptly Lillian Granger's assistant reached out her hand, and the doors opened. She leaned inside, speaking rapidly, sotto voce. You need to check out Mexico. Before Claudia could respond, she turned on her heel and practically ran back into the Grangers' offices. Maybe the odd encounter had left Claudia overly sensitive, but she couldn't resist looking around the elevator for security cameras, like those dark globes in the ceilings of department stores, or in Lindsey's bedroom. But if there were cameras, they were too cleverly hidden for her to see. Lillian as Big Brother? The idea made her smile. Then she turned her thoughts to what Yolanda had said. Mexico. Now, why did that sound familiar? On the drive home, she phoned Jovanich and caught him at his desk, munching on a taco. She repeated her conversations with Lillian Granger and Yolanda Palomino. Mexico, huh? He mumbled, the tortilla shell crackling as he bit into it. Lindsey had some accounts in the Caymans, but I haven't found any references to Mexico so far. You got any ideas about that, Grapho lady? I'm not the detective. Oh yeah, I forgot. Maybe after this case I'll think about changing careers. He answered with a smile in his voice. Okay, Claudia, I admit it, okay? You've been a big help. Now how about those boxes of Lindsey's sitting in your living room? I'll come and pick them up. You're welcome to them. Come on over. I thought maybe you'd get started without me. You're good at that. Next, she dialed Zebediah. You just had to know the right people to ask. Mexico. Sure. Lindsey went down there pretty regularly, he said. She had a timeshare. What was she doing there? What do you think she was doing in Ziwa, sweetie? She went to have fun. Ziwa? That's what the locals call it. The real name is Ixtapazihuatanejo, but they just say Ziwa. You just enjoy saying it, don't you? It sort of trips off the tongue, don't you think? Ixtapazihuatanejo. It's about a 5-hour flight from LAX. Pretty exclusive, but not as touristy as Puerto Vallarta. An unpleasant memory flashed a warning. His letter to Lindsey. She didn't have to remove it from her safe and reread it to remember the opening line. Mexico was a huge mistake. I don't suppose you have any idea who might have gone down there with her? She asked tentatively. I went with her once, a long time ago. I have no idea who else she might have taken. She was pretty close-mouthed about the place. He wasn't denying it, Claudia thought with a surge of relief. Do you think she was hiding something? On the other end of the line, a long pause allowed Zebediah to reflect on the question. Maybe, he said at length.
Yes, I think maybe she was being secretive, which was unlike her. If something was good, she'd brag about it. So maybe it was something not good she was doing down there. Drugs, money laundering, white slavery? Come on, Doc, you're the head shrinker, as you're so fond of reminding me. Give it up. Tell me what you know. Zebediah gave a sly chuckle. I love it when you get tough with me, but sadly, I have no idea. Too bad she never showed me a dungeon while we were there. I never knew she had one in the desert. You'd enjoy the whips and chains, wouldn't you? Think she had a cock ring big enough to fit me? Get serious, Zeb. You must have an idea of what was going on with her. Who knows, sweetie? Maybe she had a married lover and didn't want anyone to know. Claudia turned the possibility over in her head, mused about it aloud. A married lover. She was never one to hide that sort of thing before. But what if her lover were a U.S. senator? Height was a client, not a personal relationship. They brainstormed for a while before deciding that the most plausible answer was the elusive boyfriend that Bostwick had taken such pains to tell her about. The question remained, was the boyfriend real or a figment of Bostwick's imagination? Just a good story to cover himself. They ended the call as Claudia turned the Jag onto the ribbon of highway that ran past Bayona Creek and would take her into Playa de la Reina. When she got home, she intended to re-examine every piece of paper of Lindsey's that she and Kelly had already checked. Maybe they had missed something. The north side of the road into town was flanked by wetlands, whose endangered status made them the subject of semi-regular protests. On the south side, above the wetlands, condos and houses clung to steep cliffs on flimsy-looking stilts. Mid-afternoon, few cars were on the road. Wrapped in her thoughts, Claudia failed to notice the small white truck pull alongside her until the other vehicle had slowed and was almost even. In her peripheral vision on her left, she noticed the truck's passenger window being lowered and wondered if the driver was going to ask for directions. Then she glanced over and saw the gun. Chapter 33. In a fraction of the time it takes for conscious thought to register and process panic, Claudia instinctively stomped the accelerator to the floor. Burning rubber, the Jag sprang forward. The crack of a loud shot, then another. A hot spray of powdered glass came from her left. The air smelled of heat. The white truck sped up, tried to come alongside her again, but was outclassed by the powerful Jaguar, as graceful as its namesake. As Claudia neared the Italian restaurant at the entry to the tiny main drag, she saw a pedestrian crossing at the traffic light and hit the brakes. When she dared check the rearview mirror, the white truck was a quarter-mile back. And as she watched, it hung a jerky U-turn and sped off back in the direction it had come. Cowboys was on her left. She turned into the driveway and parked near the rear wall, her heart galloping double time. She was alive, and she was pretty sure not hit. Shaking all over, she turned her head gingerly from side to side, then tested each of her limbs. Everything still worked the way it was supposed to. For several long moments, she just sat there, trembling, breathing rapid, sharp gulps of air. Trying to dust off the powdery glass left her arm dotted with pinpricks of blood. The driver's side window of her beloved Jag was a web of cracks and breaks, a quarter-sized hole in the center. When she saw the damage to the dashboard where the shell had lodged, she realized how close she had come to being killed. She opened the driver's door and stumbled out. Little bits of safety glass fell from her skirt and crunched on the asphalt under her feet. How many more narrow escapes could she hope for? It was late enough in the day that Cowboy's lunch crowd had thinned to a handful of patrons outside on the deck. Claudia locked herself into the one-stall bathroom and stared in the mirror. Heat from the velocity of the bullet had left a red stinging patch on her left cheek. She dabbed her face and arm with a wet paper towel. Then she went out to the bar and ordered a double vodka tonic. She told the bartender she had been shot at. I wish I'd seen him, he said in a voice as rusty as old nails. A big guy, past 70, with brilliant blue eyes and a craggy, weathered face. He reached under the bar and tossed her a tube of first aid cream. Slap some of this on. It'll take the sting out. Thanks, Dooley. I'm counting on the vodka to do the trick. Her hands were shaking too hard to twist the cap off the tube, so he did it for her, and she smeared the cream liberally over the places that stung the worst. He leaned rough-skinned elbows on the bar, shaking his shaggy head in disgust. I'd have seen it, I'd have gone after him. Would have caught him, too. Yeah, she said absently, not listening, wondering what would come next. And ain't a glass shop for the window? I got a good guy. Dooley passed her a grease-stained business card. The insurance deductible would cost as much as the new window. She sighed. New locks on the house, an alarm system, a new car window. Chalk it up against the retainer Ivan had paid her. In normal circumstances, she viewed using a cell phone in a restaurant as the height of rudeness, but today was far from normal. Oh my God! Kelly shrieked. You could have been killed! No shit. Claudia pressed the paper towel against her left arm. As soon as she wiped them away, the tiny red flecks continued to blossom on her skin. Her face burned, even with Dooley's first aid cream. I'm still breathing, so I guess that's the good news. Where are you? I'll come get you. Don't bother. I'm okay. Kelly gave a rude snort. Shut up, stupid. I need to see you and make sure. Claudia gave up on her makeshift first aid and switched the phone to the other ear. She tossed back a slug of martini, choking as it hit her throat. Fine, I'm at Cowboys. I figured I could use a stiff one. No sex jokes, please. I can't believe all the crap that's come down on you. Does Detective Joel know yet? He's in court this afternoon. I left a message on his phone. Not that I had much to tell. 2 white guys who look like 10,000 other white guys on the west side. Dark glasses, baseball caps, generic white truck. One of those little ones. I don't even know what make. It all happened so fast, there's no way I could get a license plate or even a good look at them. The panic had ebbed, and Claudia was done being scared. Now she was royally pissed at whoever was interfering with her life. From the moment Ivan had asked her to handle the case, she had known in her gut it was a bad idea. She had accepted it anyway, and now she was paying for her decision, in spades. The way things were going, she might end up paying with her life. They are not going to win. Who was responsible for engineering all the threats and attacks? Someone with the wherewithal to plan and execute. Maybe execute wasn't such a good choice of words. Plan and direct others to carry out orders. That had to mean money. Someone that Lindsey was blackmailing. Someone whose name was in the spreadsheet in Lindsey's journal. Bryce Height, Dr. Bostwick, Patrick Flannery. Or someone else? And that brought her back around to the videos. Every man Lindsey had recorded stood to lose should the contents be publicized. Exposure would mean public humiliation, ruined careers, possible jail time for drug use or prostitution, although it was most often the women who ended up in prison, not their Johns. Maybe the offender would face a murder charge if it could be shown that Lindsey had not committed suicide. Claudia had come full circle, asking herself the question she had originally been hired to answer. Did Lindsey write the note? Today was the day she would decide, one way or the other, whether the handwriting on the note was authentic, and Kelly would be there to sort through Lindsey's boxes with her and add a second opinion. A patrol car was parked next to the Jag, and 2 criminalists in plain clothes who had arrived in their own vehicles were going over it, looking for ballistics. The cops had already interviewed Claudia as she sat glued to her bar stool, the curious eyes of the other customers on her. She had refused to let go of her drink, as if her hold on the glass was the thing keeping her from falling apart. Again, She realized that had her reaction time been a millisecond slower and her car less powerful, she would be on her way to the morgue. It crossed her mind that she was making herself vulnerable, standing outside the bar, waiting for Kelly. But the booze boosted her confidence and left her pleasantly lightheaded. Warmed by the alcohol, she almost felt invincible. "Considering how many times I've called the cops lately," she said when Kelly arrived, "I should have a direct line to the police station." Kelly gaped across the parking lot at the Jag's shattered window. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh my God, Claudia, look what they did. What would I do if anything happened to you?" "Don't cry, you'll ruin your mascara." Claudia plunked into the passenger seat of her Mustang. "Oh, my poor car. For Christ's sake, who cares about the damn car? Thank God the bullet missed you." Claudia averted her eyes from the XJ6. "Let's go. I can't stand to see them dig out the bullet." On yet one more day where normalcy had become a scarce commodity, Claudia's house seemed weirdly normal. The lacy white birch stood in the neatly trimmed strip of lawn. A flagstone path led to the redwood staircase. Plants spilled over the ledge from flower boxes on the deck, above the chocolate-brown garage door. From her neighbor's front yard, Flair barked an enthusiastic greeting. Marcia had been spooked by the break-in at Claudia's house and had taken to leaving her dog chained outside on a long leash while she was away from home. There had been no time for walks on the beach with the big dog, and she whined as Claudia and Kelly went to give the fuzzy muzzle a rub. Kelly grinned when Flair favored them both with a warm, sloppy tongue. "Some guard dog. She's just a big old softy." "That's because she knows you. One day I was walking her on the beach and some guy tried to talk to me. I thought she was going to bite him." "Maybe we could take her for a walk together," Kelly offered. "Safety in numbers." "Oh, so we can all be killed together? Yeah, thanks, but no thanks." Unlocking the front door, Claudia switched off the alarm, wondering whether she would ever be able to return to her old life, where she wouldn't have to constantly be afraid, where she could go back to doing the simple, everyday things, like walking her neighbor's dog. When Jovanich packed all the incriminating DVDs into a bag and taken them with him this morning, she had felt a weight lift off her. Just putting distance between herself and the evidence made her feel safer. Her relief had been premature. The attack she had just experienced made it clear that whoever had ordered it did not know she no longer had the recordings. Although, if they were still watching her, maybe they did. She batted the alternatives back and forth like a ping-pong ball. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, maybe they did, until she was dizzy with not knowing. "Will the DVDs prove she was blackmailing these guys?" asked Kelly. Her clients apparently didn't know they were being videoed. She must have saved that bit of information until she was ready to extort money from them. According to the spreadsheet I found on the flash drive, some of them paid a whole lot more money than others. If that doesn't suggest blackmail, what does? Of course, those are the ones who won't admit it because they have the most to lose. Yolanda Palomino's hint about Mexico kept nagging at her. What did Lillian's assistant know that she was afraid to share openly? Mental note: call Yolanda. An hour later, Claudia's living room looked like a paper factory after Hurricane Katrina. The floor was covered with file folders, the couch littered with scraps they had set aside for later examination. Jovanich phoned, having picked up Claudia's message after leaving the courtroom. "I'll be there as soon as I can get out of here. Don't leave the house and stay away from the windows." Just knowing that he was aware of what had happened made her feel better. She lowered her voice to an intimate murmur. "Call me when you're on your way. I'll order pizza and we can hole up for the evening." "Ask him if he's interested in a threesome," Kelly chimed in. "Shut up," Claudia hissed, but she couldn't help laughing when Jovanich said, "That woman scares me." He admonished her again and rang off. He's checking into Lindsey owning a timeshare in Ixtapa-Zihuatanejo, Claudia said, folding herself cross-legged on the floor. Look for any references to Mexico. Kelly, diving into one of the file boxes, came out with the leather-bound appointment book. I'll go through this again. Maybe I missed something before. Look for anything that might point to a boyfriend, too. Bostwick could have been trying to throw us off track with that, but it's possible there is someone else we need to look at. Isn't it strange that if she did have a guy, he didn't show up at the funeral? Isn't everything about this situation strange? Besides, how do we know he wasn't there? He could have been in the crowd, but not wanted to reveal himself. For whatever reason, Lindsey was keeping him a secret. If he exists. If we find him and he's cute, maybe I'll grab him for myself. Poetic justice, wouldn't you say? She's dead, Kel. Can you just drop it? Being dead doesn't change how I felt about her. I still hate her, and if I had a chance to steal her boyfriend like she stole mine, I'd do it in a heartbeat. At a loss for an answer, Claudia knew better than to get into an argument with Kelly about the etiquette of carrying on a vendetta against a dead woman. They had not been working long before Kelly discovered several Mexico references that, because they hadn't known to look for it, she had missed in their last foray into Lindsey's files. Here's one in January with a flight number. American Airlines. Nothing on the other times. Maybe she drove. Too far. Maybe someone else made the reservations for the other trips. What are the dates? There's a note on January 13th, another on March 25th, and one on July 15th. Quarterly. How about October? Anything there? Duh, Kelly said. She died in September. Duh. Even Lindsey might have planned ahead. Look in October. Kelly flipped through a few pages and looked up with a sour face. Okay, smartass. October 14 with a flight number again. I bet Joel can find out if she booked 2 seats, said Claudia, getting excited. Maybe the boyfriend will be revealed at last. She was getting the feeling that they were on the right track. Chapter 34. Claudia flicked a switch on the optical handwriting comparator. The exhaust fan whirred into motion. The screen flickered once and blinked on, transmitting bright light from behind the plexiglass plate. She stepped back a few paces and narrowed her eyes, blurring the focus. She had already clipped the presumed suicide note under one of the hold plates and a specimen of Lindsey's uncontested handwriting on the other. She fiddled with the dial on the comparator until the 2 handwriting samples came into focus, magnified 6 times their normal size. With all the digging into the boxes Ivan had sent, they still had failed to unearth any printed samples that would have allowed for a direct comparison. The writing on the backs of the photos Earl Nelson had sold her had been done too long ago to be of any real value. Sometimes you just had to go with what was available. Kelly stood next to her, taking a long look at the handwritings being projected onto the screen. So? Claudia wiggled her hand in a 50-50 gesture. It's a tough call, but I think she wrote it. Me too, Kelly said. The word spacing is similar. So's the pressure, the letter proportions. Claudia picked up a pen and pointed to one of the on-screen samples. Look at that dent in the tops of the O's. It shows up in both samples. That's idiosyncratic. It's her writing. You're right. The note's genuine. Kelly flopped down on the couch and blew out a gusty sigh of relief. That means there is no case. It had to be suicide. Claudia shook her head in disagreement. Something still stinks. It's her handwriting, but either someone forced her to write that note, or she wrote it for some other reason, and the killer put it where it would look like a suicide note. I can feel it. Let it go, Claude. It's kind of hard to let it go when I'm getting shot at and people are breaking into my house. But you don't know those things are connected to her death. Yeah, right. At least you're not afraid you might have killed her. Kelly could pout really well when she felt put upon. At least I wasn't in an alcoholic blackout, Claudia thought bitterly to herself. As if reading what her friend was thinking, Kelly shot her a dirty look and clambered to her feet. She grabbed her jacket from the kitchen chair where she had hooked it. Nothing good comes of anything connected to Lindsey. I'm out of here. Good luck, honey. Jovanich arrived just ahead of the pizza, and shortly after Kelly's departure. He held Claudia a little tighter, a little longer than she expected. The energy emanating from his body felt electric, angry but contained. Inspecting the tiny cuts on her arm and face, he touched them with sensitive fingers, saying little, but communicating his concern in the grave way he looked at her. He told her he was still waiting for a call from the airlines with information on Lindsey's Mexico trips, and no word yet from the banks in the Cayman Islands, where he had called to investigate her accounts. He had talked with the detectives who were handling the shooting and the attempted break-in at Claudia's house. They haven't got much to go on, he said, dropping his hands from around her and walking over to the French doors, checking the locks. He spoke over his shoulder. No license plate, no description. They got the bullet in case a weapon is recovered. He ran his hand through his unruly salt and pepper hair, rubbed his stubbly chin. Why is he uncomfortable? I need a drink, Claudia said, going into the kitchen and grabbing the bottle of Stoli. If he was going to drop some more bad news on her, which is what she suspected, she wanted to be fortified. Want one? He hesitated, then nodded. She mixed them both a martini, and they drank in silence. Then he looked at her, and her heart started to thump. Here it comes. I got chewed out for taking you to Palm Springs. I don't give a shit about that, but he reamed me for all the time I'm putting into this case. Claudia threw back a slug of her drink. Why? No hard evidence of murder. He doesn't give a damn about the blackmail angle. Jovanich blew out a long breath. He dumped a new case on me, said there's plenty of real murders in the city that need solving. The sense of invulnerability Claudia had felt earlier in the afternoon dissolved. What about the assaults on me? Don't they count for anything? What about Ivan? Isn't that a real murder? What about Earl Nelson? Wilshire's working Ivan's murder. It's their territory. But you started this investigation. When that other case started developing in Arizona, a couple other detectives got assigned to fill in. Barnes and Zuniga. They're still on it. What about me? Her voice rose and she couldn't seem to stop it. His stayed level. It's pretty clear that what's been happening to you and what happened to Ivan is directly related to the videos. Barnes and Zuniga are good detectives. Jovanich reached for her, but she shrugged away, angry at his boss taking it out on him. I guess your captain would be happier if they'd kill me. Then you could investigate the homicide. Come on, Claudia. I'm not giving up on the investigation. I just have to keep a low profile for a while. There's nothing I can do, officially. So people can shoot at me and it's okay? No, goddammit, it's not okay. But Pacific Division is investigating the shots at you, and someone wants me off the case. Could be Haidt or Bostwick pulling strings, I just don't know. After that, it didn't matter what he said. His news had pitched her into a foul mood, and she was too angry and too scared to pull herself out of it. His captain's orders weren't his fault, and she knew it, but fear for her safety was stronger than logic. She couldn't blame him, and that made things worse. Her humor did not improve when he reminded her to lock the doors and said good night, then left. Now she had distanced both her best friend and her lover. Great going, Claudia. She wrapped the uneaten pizza and shoved the box into the fridge. Why couldn't he have been more understanding? Why couldn't I? What do you expect, sweetie? Zebediah said over the phone.
He's a male. You know we're all lower than pond scum.
You float on top of the pond, she retorted. You know I like being single. I like being independent. What the hell's the matter with me, getting involved with someone like Jovanich?
You're human. You have needs just like everyone else, even though you pretend not to.
And Jovanich had already proven himself very good at satisfying some of those needs. But she did not want to go there. Not now, not with Zebediah, who was already too intimately acquainted with her. Let's talk about Lindsey, Claudia said, switching the phone to her other hand and stretching out on the office couch. Ivan claimed she never printed, and it was on clean letterhead, which, as you know, wasn't her style. But I'm 99% sure it's her handwriting in the note.
I've been thinking about it a lot, he acknowledged. She was a primary narcissist, you know.
You're talking about the DSM-4 definition? The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual was the publication used by mental health professionals to diagnose behavioral disorders and mental illness. Claudia rolled off the couch and went to get her own copy from the bookshelf.
A classic case, Zebediah was saying.
Grandiose sense of self-importance, requires excessive admiration, sense of entitlement. Claudia paged through the index to narcissistic personality disorder and took up the litany of symptoms, reading down the list where he had left off, paraphrasing. Exploits other people for their own ends, no empathy, think they're special. Special, she added, like above the law. Zebediah groaned.
Oh, I had to be insane to ever get involved with someone like her.
Claudia held her breath, waiting. For what, a confession? She thought again of the letter he had written to Lindsey.
Get out of my life, it had said. What do I have to do to make you understand? I sent her to another therapist as soon as we'd slept together, of course, Zebediah continued.
You actually slept with her?
One of the biggest mistakes of my life. She was furious when I told her it could never happen again.
Didn't she care that you'd lose your license if it was found out? Claudia asked, then realized it was a dumb question. This was Lindsey they were talking about. If it didn't affect her, she didn't care. Her stomach dropped. That could be blackmail material.
I shouldn't even have continued to see her socially, said Zebediah. California law doesn't allow a therapist to date a patient for 2 years after therapy is discontinued. She used to torment me about that, threatened to turn me in, until I couldn't stand it anymore and put a stop to the whole thing. I couldn't live that way. Having her hold it over my head was worse than if she had just reported me to the licensing board. Frankly, I thought she might follow through on her threats. I was terrified. Losing my license because of a chronic blackmailer would have been the end for me.
I saw the letter you wrote her, Claudia said, afraid to speak, afraid not to. Where you broke it off with her? She heard the shock in his voice.
What? Where on earth did you get that?
Ivan left it for me on the night he was attacked. He seemed to think he thought it implicated you.
I don't understand. Implicated me how?
Zebediah was silent.
Good God, you aren't saying he thought I murdered Lindsey, are you?
He was desperate. He couldn't accept Lindsey committing suicide, so he tried to deflect the blame onto everyone else.
But why me? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Sweetie, don't tell me you thought it was true.
He sounded hurt. Of course not. How could she admit that she had harbored doubts even for a moment? Nobody else knows about it.
Narcissists don't usually kill themselves, Zebediah mused. Occasionally, it happens by accident when they're trying to get someone's attention. I suppose that could have happened to Lindsey.
But if she was trying to get attention, why didn't she call someone for help? A new theory was working itself out in Claudia's head. What if she did call someone, but they didn't come? Whom do you have in mind?
The boyfriend Bostwick mentioned. She warmed to her idea. What if she called and he didn't come, maybe thinking she wasn't serious? Or he didn't care that much, which could explain why he either wasn't at the funeral or didn't make himself known. He might even feel responsible. Or possible he wanted her dead. If she called him after taking the pills, he could have seen it as a way of getting rid of her without having to do it himself. He could be rid of her that way and be scot-free. Interesting concept, darling. I suppose it could have happened that way. But what about the attacks on Ivan and you? Geez, I don't know, Zeb. But even if Lindsey did kill herself, with her being dead, anyone she was blackmailing would know there was a chance the videos would be found. They have to try to destroy them to avoid being exposed. Sounds too coincidental to me. Maybe, but there's no way to prove it unless we find a boyfriend. Claudia gave a deep sigh, giving in to frustration. I guess we're back to square one again. Later, long after she'd rung off and night had settled over the house, she stared into the darkness, battling the urge to call Jovanich. After spending the past 2 nights next to him, listening to him breathe, feeling safe and connected to another human being, climbing into that big, cold bed alone was singularly unappealing. She toured the house, checking doors and windows, rechecking the alarm system, jumping out of her skin at the slightest creak. What was Jovanich thinking now? Did he know how frightened she was? She'd never had someone shoot at her before. Her hand hovered over the phone. She picked it up, put it back down, pride stiffening her resolve. Let him make the first move. Chapter 35. Jovanich phoned the next day, wanting to put things right between them. Claudia apologized for her attitude. He apologized for leaving her alone. They agreed to meet for dinner. The restaurant's name, Shanghai Reds, must have been left over from some long-ago attempt at Chinese that didn't work out, as the current cuisine tended more toward California fresh. They were seated at a window table where they could see the lights from the condos across the harbor shimmering romantically on the water. Jovanich appeared relaxed, enjoying himself. He was less than excited when she told him about the Grangers' Halloween party. I hate parties, he grumbled. And costume parties? No way, Jose. I wouldn't be going either, but Senator Haidt will be there, without his lawyer. That got his attention. You sure about that? Lillian said so. Seems like too good an opportunity to miss. Maybe you could have a little chat with him. He grinned. You could borrow some of Lindsey's togs and go as a dominatrix. But then you'd have to be the submissive, and you wouldn't like that, would you? No, I don't know. Licking your boots might be kind of fun. Is that your idea of a turn-on? Definitely not. She returned his grin. I've decided we're going as Antony and Cleopatra. I already rented the costumes. Ah, hell, Claudia. I'm not wearing a dress. It's not a dress. It's a tunic. And with your legs, you'll look great. Trust me. What I've learned is, when someone says, trust me, what they mean is, screw you. Come on, Columbo, smile. You'll get to brandish a sword, plus you're going to the party with the Queen of the Nile. He shook his head with a sigh, giving up. On another subject, he said, dropping cold water on the light mood. I saw our young friend Brandy today. Gazing into the cool gray eyes, Claudia searched for what might be hidden there. Sounds like one of those coincidences I don't believe in. I was in the neighborhood, so I stopped by for a friendly chat. He spoke in the flat detective way she had observed when he was withholding information. She's getting restless in the safe house, wants to get back to her life. Can't say I blame her. I feel the same way about mine. At least you're not holed up in a crummy motel with cops watching you.
She started to say, "Depends on the cop," but changed her mind. No sense in spoiling the evening with a useless argument that she, too, was virtually holed up, even though it was in her own home. "She's confirmed that Bostwick brought dope with him to their parties," Jovanich continued. "Her say-so won't get him convicted, but it's a start." He took a fragrant rosemary roll from the napkin-covered basket, broke it open, and slathered on a thick curl of butter. He bit into it and moaned with pleasure, like a man who hadn't eaten for days. The waiter brought rare prime rib for Jovanich, a stuffed chicken breast for Claudia. When he left, Jovanich said, "I've been checking up on Preston Redmond from those photos you gave me, the ones from Lindsey's brother. And by the way, you do realize you committed another felony when you bought that stuff from Nelson?" "What are you talking about?" He turned a stern gaze on her. "You purchased child pornography." Claudia groaned. "Oh, geez, that's my third strike." She counted off on her fingers. "I took the flash drive from the crime scene, withheld the DVD, and now this. I guess that makes me a career criminal." "Yes, it does. I'll have to think up a suitable punishment." A candle flickered in a frosted ginger jar on crisp white linen, sending shadows across Jovanich's face. He threw her a wicked look that made her shiver with anticipation before he got serious again. "According to what Earl Nelson told you, he and Lindsey were definitely blackmailing Redmond, which adds Redmond to the suspect list." Claudia looked at him in surprise. "I thought you weren't supposed to be working this case." "I told you I'm not letting go of it. I just have to do my investigating on the QT." He picked up his fork, ate a bite of baked potato, pushed a piece of prime rib around on his plate. Fidgeting, he laid the fork on his plate and cleared his throat. "Claudia, there's something I want to say. And, He trailed off, glancing away, made a quick sweep of the room. She wasn't sure if he was checking his surroundings out of habit or avoiding looking at her. He met her gaze and held it. "I know it's cliché, but this is the truth. I want you to know, you're not like any woman I've ever been involved with." Here comes the but. "I know guys say shit like this, but this isn't just a pickup line. Talking to you is like talking to someone at work." No, wait," he protested, coloring up when she burst out laughing in relief. "I just mean you're easy to be with. I don't have to watch what I'm saying all the time." He looked embarrassed. Claudia smiled with amusement. "Because a conversation about blood and guts over dinner doesn't upset me?" Jovanich ran his hand over his face, struggling to vocalize his feelings. "Look, what I'm saying badly is you're special. I know it's all been rough on you. Not everyone would handle everything that's happened as well as you have." It wasn't what she'd expected, and she was deeply touched, seeing how hard it was for him to say what he had said. She wanted to come around the table and put her lips to his ear, whisper reassurances. She wanted to show him how much it meant to her to be with someone who understood and accepted her, someone who didn't complain about all the hours she spent working or that she talked too much shop. She reached over and laid her hand on his. He took her hand and turned it palm up, pressed his lips to it. A silent promise settled between them. Chapter 36. After a night of raw, satisfying sex, Jovanich left for work, not knowing that a plan had begun to form in Claudia's head. He might be precluded from actively investigating the attacks on her, but she was not. When she phoned Dr. Bostwick's office and requested an appointment for a consultation, she did not expect to get in right away, but the appointment secretary, not recognizing her name, had offered a last-minute cancellation time. It must be fate. Or that's how Claudia justified the visit in her own mind. She was quite sure Jovanic would not be happy if he knew about her interference. Maybe he won't have to know. Bostwick's receptionist greeted her with a pleasant smile when she walked in. Recognition quickly dawned. "I have an appointment with Dr. Bostwick," said Claudia and gave her name. The woman nervously checked her iPad screen. "Why, yes, here you are, but for a consultation? I thought you were with the police." "Nope, I am definitely not with the police. At least no one could accuse her of impersonating a police officer." Claudia patted her flat abdomen. "I'm considering liposuction, and I've heard that Dr. Bostwick is the best." The woman looked doubtful, but as the type who went strictly by the book and the lady had an appointment, she ushered Claudia into a small, private, wood-paneled waiting room and closed the door behind her. Gold leaf-framed degrees and diplomas, articles, and photos covered a brag wall. An imposing 8x10 black-and-white glossy of the doctor in his younger days depicted him shaking hands with then-President Richard Nixon. Very Ivy League. In another, a somewhat older physician beamed at Ronald Reagan. A later photo showed the same handsome features, with hair beginning to gray, hobnobbing with George Bush Sr., then George W. The intimacy of the photos suggested that Bostwick must be a major campaign contributor. Had he put money into Bryce Heights' campaign? Claudia wondered. Jovanic could probably find that out. 20 minutes passed while she waited, enough time to question her sanity in coming. She was about to bail when there was a rap on the door, and Bostwick came in. Donna Reed must have failed to alert him, but he recognized her the moment he saw her. "What are you doing here? I told you everything on the phone. Or have you found Lindsey's boyfriend? I don't understand. Francis said you were a consult." "I am," Claudia replied, faking innocence with a bright smile. "Do you think liposuction would be a good idea for me?" Framed in the doorway, his eyes narrowed to suspicious slits. Bostwick seemed larger than life. "If you're here about liposuction, I'm Santa Claus." "Oh, doctor, is that how you dress up these days? I just saw you in a movie, and you were wearing considerably less than a Santa suit." Bostwick rounded the door in a flash, closing it with a snap sharp enough to rattle the window. "Who do you think you are, coming here with your veiled insinuations?" "Well, let's take the veils off, shall we?" Claudia's pulse thumped uncomfortably in her throat as she gave him the line she'd rehearsed while waiting. "Your home movies might not win any Oscars, but if the tabloids got hold of them..." She left the implicit threat unspoken. Bostwick thrust his face close enough to hers to catch a whiff of his lunchtime tuna melt. "Are you trying to blackmail me? Because if you are..." "If I am, then what? You'll get rid of me like you did Lindsey?" "Like I did Lindsey? What are you talking about?" Feigning cool, Claudia wagged her finger at him. "Come off it, doctor. I know she was blackmailing you." He didn't even try to deny it. "One thing has nothing to do with the other. She killed herself." "The cops know she was blackmailing you. Don't you think they'll put 2 and 2 together? Maybe even exhume the body." "Don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't find anything." Bostwick plucked a crisp linen handkerchief from his pocket and wiped a trembling hand across his forehead where beads of sweat had begun to gather. "I was glad when I heard she was dead. I won't deny it. I thought the extortion was over." "What about the boyfriend you told me about? Was that for real?" "All I know is what I told you." He removed the granny glasses and turned away, rubbing at his eyes. "I didn't do anything." "You supplied her with drugs for those little house parties in the desert, didn't you, doctor?" Bostwick stiffened. He spun around and lunged at her, pushing her against the wall. "You bitch!" he cried in a low voice. "You bitch! Are you wearing a wire?" His hands clutched at her blouse, tearing the rose-colored silk. Pearl buttons flew in every direction as he fumbled at her body, searching for a recording device. Claudia twisted out of his grasp and sprang for the door, but he beat her to it. "Get out of my way!" she shouted, and shoved against him as hard as she could. Taller than she and brawny, Bostwick stumbled, but he was still between her and the door. When he righted himself, Claudia saw a vein throbbing wildly in his temple. "I'm through paying," he panted, his face the shade of an overripe tomato. "You won't get a goddamn dime." Without warning, he drove her hard against the wall. Then his hands were on her throat, hot and heavy, squeezing. She knew he was going to kill her. She clawed at his fingers, trying to scream, but his grip tightened on her windpipe until she couldn't breathe. She kicked the wall behind her. A timid knock sounded on the door. "Doctor? Is everything all right?" Abruptly, Bostwick released his grasp. "Go away!" he shouted at the door. "Everything's fine." Claudia slumped back against the wall, gasping. The doctor stared at her as if coming out of a dream. He looked at his hands, which were trembling like those of a much older man. The color leached from his face as he realized what he had almost done. Claudia pulled her tattered blouse closed across the exposed lace of her bra. Her throat hurt, and the skin of her neck burned. Her knees wanted to fold. Only her back against the wall prevented her from sliding to the floor. She did her best to steady her breathing, but her voice was hoarse. "I don't want your money. I just want the truth, and I want the harassment stopped." He stared at her. "What harassment?" "My house has been broken into. I've been shot at. People have been killed. I want to know who's behind it. Did you send those lowlifes after me?" "Why would I go after you?" He seemed genuinely perplexed. "Lindsey's DVDs from the desert. I had them, but the police have them now." He stared at her for a long moment, desperation clouding the ice-blue eyes. "The police have them? I thought you were the police. Oh my God, this will destroy me." Bostwick sank onto a chair and dropped his head into his hands. When his eyes found hers again, they were glazed with tears. "I never did any of those things. I swear it." Was he telling the truth? He sounded so earnest. Claudia edged toward the door, more furious with herself than him. "If you cooperate with the police and tell them what you know, you might be able to make a deal and keep all of it out of the newspapers." Now that the balance of power had tipped in her favor, she could afford to be charitable. He shook his head despairingly from side to side. "I had no idea she was filming the sessions. Not until much later. She invited me to her condo and showed me the recording. Demanded money. When I said I wouldn't pay and demanded she give it to me, she laughed and said there was a copy hidden somewhere else in case anything happened to her." He kept his eyes downcast. "Why should I have to go through this? I didn't hurt anyone." "What about the drugs?" "She demanded them," Bostwick said in a subdued voice. "It was part of the blackmail scheme." Claudia opened the consulting room door, not bothering to hide her scorn. "Like I said, Doctor, make your deal with the police. Who knows? You might come out looking like a hero if you can give them something they don't already have." She massaged her bruised throat. "And as a bonus, I'll think about not having you charged with assault." For a brief instant, he looked cheered. "What if you talked to that detective for me? If you'd put in a good word, I could do something in return for you." He looked at her appraisingly, a spark of the old fire flickering. "A breast reduction, or I could do something with your nose." As if she would let him near her with a knife. Chapter 37. Do I need a nose job? What? Yovanich threw a questioning glance over the tops of his sunglasses. A day after her visit to Bostwick, his offer of cosmetic surgery still rankled. My nose, is it too big? He appraised her with a healthy skepticism. This sudden interest in plastic surgery wouldn't have anything to do with a certain doctor who just happened to show up at Wilshire Division, would it? Claudia managed to give him a look of surprise. Bostwick turned himself in? Maybe the sacrifice of her favorite blouse had been worth it. I thought it was pretty interesting how he seemed to know what we had on him. Out of the blue, he decides he should help the investigation. In exchange for consideration, of course. The day we were there, he must have realized you weren't bluffing. You came down pretty hard on him. What could she be charged with this time, she wondered. Witness tampering? What would Yovanich do if he knew Bostwick had attacked her? She'd had to wear a scarf to cover the marks his fingers had left on her throat. She decided to keep the visit to herself. Well, thanks to Bostwick, I'm back on the investigation, Yovanich said, grabbing two of Lindsey's boxes from Claudia's living room floor and hefting them into his arms. Claudia followed him down the front steps. How did that happen? Bostwick showed up demanding to speak with me. Not that he loves me, you understand. Damage control. Involve as few people as possible. I'm guessing he leaned on the chief. Being a big mucky-muck in the community doesn't hurt. What's he offering? He'll cop to writing illegal prescriptions and get a slap on the wrist. What a foul creep. Claudia opened the Jeep's back door, and he shoved the boxes inside. There's something else, Yovanich said. We got a break in Ivan's case. The crime scene techs lifted a good palm print and a partial thumb from the stairwell. A lot of people must have gone up and down those stairs and left prints. How many of them had Ivan's blood on their hand? Literally. Good point. She tipped her head to one side, contemplating. I wonder if it's the same son of a bitch who attacked Destiny and me. If he has a record, we'll get a name. He would have had to get medical attention somewhere. I know his arm was broken, Claudia said. Hey, if Bostwick hired him, he could have gone to him for treatment. She thought better of it. Never mind. That would mean either Bostwick is behind all the attacks or there's some kind of conspiracy. I don't think it's him. Why not? He comes on strong, but he's basically a wimp. You know how bullies are. When you stand up to them, they back down. You sure know a lot about the guy after just one meeting, Yovanich remarked, fixing her with a suspicious stare. She shifted uncomfortably, turning to shut the Jeep's door so she wouldn't have to face him. I got a look at some of his handwriting that day we went to his office. Sharp angles all over the place, strong right slant, super heavy pressure plus red pen. It all adds up to angry man with short fuse. Still, it just doesn't seem likely. He would have hired someone to do the dirty work. Maybe, but I don't think so. Which brings us back to our favorite candidate. Height. Yeah, or what if it's someone we haven't thought of yet, like Flannery? The church would be delighted with that kind of publicity after the whole molestation epidemic, said Yovanich sarcastically. I'm checking up on Height, but he's using his political clout as a shield. No one wants to say anything, and so far, all we've got is kinky sex, which ain't illegal. Someone's got to know something and be willing to talk. I'm working on it, and I'm going after his financial records. He ran a hand through his hair in a gesture of frustration, tossing it into a cowlick. No judge will give us a search warrant on what we've got. Claudia reached up and smoothed the errant hairs. What's that F. Scott Fitzgerald line? The rich are different from you and me? Yovanich finished the quote. They have more money. Right now, the word that's coming down from the top is to back off, but I've got a couple of angles I'm going after. He slipped his arms around her and backed her up against the car, cupping her rear and drawing her close. I'm going to be up most of the night, working. She leaned into him, tugging on his lapels until his face was close to hers. Why don't you come back when you're through? his lips pressed against hers, tasting her warmth, probing, lingering for a long moment, before he pulled away with a regretful sigh. Oh, if only. He called 2 hours later, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I've found Lindsey's pal, Preston Redmond." Redmond, the stunning Superman Earl Nelson had photographed molesting Lindsey. "So, give it up. What'd you find out?" "Have you ever heard of Jordan Stanwyck?" Sounds vaguely familiar. Who is he?" "He's a big-time children's advocate. You know, send your dollars to Timbuktu and feed a kid." "Yeah, okay. I've seen the commercials with that actress, the one who's holding some poor little raggedy kid, so you feel bad if you don't send money. What's that got to do with Redmond?" "Turns out his name is Preston Stanwyck Redmond." Jovanich paused, waiting for it to sink in. "Jordan's an alias." Claudia's hand flew to her mouth. "Holy shit! Are you telling me that a pedophile is a children's advocate?" "He got a legal name change 15 years ago. He's been operating a children's charity headquartered in Mexico." "Mexico?" "I haven't found any connection to Lindsey there yet. Still digging." "What about his wife?" "Drowned in a boating accident the year Lindsey started college." "Some coincidence, huh?" Redmond was the sole heir. "No shit," Claudia murmured, pushing her chair away from the desk. "His wife drowns. Lindsey drowns. Is there something wrong with this picture?" "I pulled the file on the wife's death. Looks like a clean investigation." "What about the blackmail? Could Lindsey and Earl have been extorting money from Preston all these years?" Before Jovanich could reply, she answered her own question. "But Earl didn't have any money. He lived in a crappy dump. There's no way he would have let Lindsey keep it all. Unless he sold Ivan the photos because he couldn't get any more money out of Redmond. The little bastard was quite the entrepreneur, wasn't he?" A sick, angry feeling that began in Claudia's heart worked its way down to the pit of her stomach. And Redmond is now Stanwyck, and he's involved with children? Joel, you've got to do something. After what he did to Lindsey, can you imagine? "Take it easy. As soon as we hang up, I'm heading over to SECU, the Sexually Exploited Child Unit." "What are the odds that he could have killed Lindsey?" "I don't know, but he's made it onto my list of suspects." Chapter 38. The news about Preston Redmond kept Claudia tossing in her bed that night, unable to rid herself of the images of children being exploited by the man she thought of as a charming monster. Dawn was breaking when she slipped into a sleep filled with unpleasant dreams of Bostwick's hands around her throat. She woke late, feeling panicky. Tossing back the covers, she sat on the edge of the bed until the feeling subsided. Taking her coffee outside to the basket chair, the combination of cool air and caffeine helped bring her fully awake. She was wondering whether Jovanich had pulled an all-nighter at the office, as he had expected, when right on cue, he called. "Hey, you awake?" His voice dragged with fatigue. "I was just wondering the same about you." "If I died at my desk, they wouldn't find me for a week under all the paper. Hey, I got a question for you. Does the name Nazrin Cardozian mean anything to you?" She frowned, concentrating on it, waiting in vain for a sense of familiarity to prick at her. "Don't tell me it's another alias for Redmond." "Nah, nothing like that. We got a match on those prints they found at Lindsey's. This guy's got a jacket 2 feet thick. Burglary, assault, dope, you name it." She sat up abruptly and set the mug down on the garden table beside her. "This is the guy who killed Ivan? Are you sure?" "Sure enough to pick him up for an interview." Jovanich turned away from the phone and spoke in a low voice to someone in the background. When he returned, he gave her the rest of the news. "You're going to need to come in and look at a lineup." "No!" she wanted to shout. He wore a mask. His features were hidden. The last thing on earth she wanted was to come face to face with the man who had attacked her and Destiny. But somehow the words would not come out, and the silence spun on. "Normally, we just use a photo lineup," Jovanic continued, filling up the space left by her lack of response. "But since you didn't see his face, hey, even if you could get a feel for his general build and height, it would help." "It's not enough to go on." Her tone was as begrudging as the words, but Jovanic persisted. "Come on, Claudia, do your civic duty. If there's any way you could identify him, it would help. The report said you noticed something about his hands." In her mind, she saw them again, those hairy paws holding the dull black gun, saw its deadly cargo aimed straight at her heart. They were like an ape's hands, hairy down to the fingers. "But you told me you've got a bloody handprint. Are you sure you need me?" She hated the pleading quality that had entered her voice, felt powerless to make it stronger. "A palm and a partial thumb," Jovanic corrected her. "We need to be able to link him to Ivan's homicide and the attack on you and Destiny." His voice softened. "At least take a look at him. He won't see you. He'll be on the other side of a two-way mirror." "I know how it's done," she said, resigning herself, but angry that Cardozian had forced her into this position. "I watch Law and Order." The next time the phone rang, Zebediah was calling about the Grangers' Halloween party. "I didn't know you were invited," said Claudia. He pretended to be affronted. "Darling, you wound me. How could it be a party without me?" "How do you know Lillian?" "Same as you. Met her at Lindsey's place after the funeral. She was bowled over by my charm, intelligence, and good looks." Claudia had to laugh. "You are one dirty old dog, Zebediah Gold. I have to admit, you have a way with women. Who's your date?" "I'm going stag. Lillian confessed she wanted single men who could dance, and I fit both categories. Just look for the god in the gold thong." Before she could crack wise in return, the call waiting beep sounded. She said goodbye to Zebediah and clicked over. "Our boys had a little trouble locating Mr. Cardozian," said Jovanic. "Slippery son of a bitch, but we got him." He sounded pleased, but Claudia felt the muscles bunch in her shoulders. "So, what do I have to do?" "I'll pick you up in 15 minutes. We're going downtown." Jovanic paused, then did his Columbo thing. "Oh, did I mention? Mr. Cardozian was wearing a cast on his arm?" Parker Center, the 50-year-old police headquarters on Los Angeles Street, looked cold and unwelcoming to Claudia. They took the elevator to the 4th floor, where Jovanic ushered her into a small room and introduced Paul Barnes and Mario Zuniga, the two detectives waiting there. Barnes was the older of the two, with the jaded look of a cop who had been around one too many blocks. His nondescript brown hair was arranged in a sad comb-over, and he could have used a few weeks with a personal trainer. Smoking was outlawed in the building, but a sprinkling of cigarette ash dusted his lapels. Zuniga was a tall, loose-jointed Hispanic in his 30s. In his short-sleeved dress shirt, he gave the impression of being all arms and waved his hands around when he spoke. He looked from Jovanic to Claudia with friendly curiosity. "Ready for the show?" She responded with a weak smile. "Oh yeah, give me a ringside seat." Barnes stuffed an unlit cigarette behind his ear. "I'm sure you know how this works," he said, indicating a dark two-way mirror that took up a large space on the rear wall. "We're going to bring some guys into the room on the other side of this glass. It's a two-way mirror. They won't be able to see you. We want you to look at them all and tell us whether any of them is the person who assaulted you and Ms. Cardoza." He leveled a stern look at her. "It's important that you understand the actual suspect may or may not be in the lineup, so don't feel like you have to pick anybody." He was wearing a mask. I didn't see his face at all. "That's fine," Barnes responded. "Please have a seat and keep in mind that it's better for a guilty man to go free than for an innocent man to be placed in jail. Jovanich went to stand with the other two detectives, leaving Claudia feeling isolated. She took an orange plastic chair that had been placed in front of the window and tried to keep her hands steady in her lap. The body holds on to past trauma and repeats the physiological response, even though the threat is past. That explained her dry mouth and rapid heart rate. Conditioned response, behaviorists called it. Psychobabble that meant she'd rather lie on a bed of nails than come face to face with her assailant again. Zuniga raised his brow in a question. Claudia nodded that she was ready, and he spoke into an intercom mounted on the wall. "Bring 'em in." In the room on the other side of the glass, the lights went on, and 5 men trooped single file into the room. Claudia stared at them, aware that they couldn't see her through the glass, but still feeling creeped out. She knew there were 4 fillers, as Jovanich had earlier explained the police called the innocent ones, and 1 genuine suspect. All wore short-sleeve shirts, and 4 of them had been given a sling to put on their right arms to match the 5th. At the far left, number 1 was a stocky African-American with a shaved head that shone under the glare of the overhead lights. The number 2 position was occupied by a brown-skinned youth slouched against the wall in baggy corduroys that hung low on his hips. A pencil-thin mustache looked as if it had been drawn onto a face that was fixed in a permanent smirk. Number 3 appeared mid to late 20s, around 5'9", 190 with an olive complexion and dark wavy hair. Dressed in a white crew-neck t-shirt and dark baggy slacks, as he had been on the night of the assault. The man Jovanich had named, Nazrin Cardossian. Claudia was positive of it. He gazed straight ahead, his face arranged into an apathetic expression, letting them know he was far away from his present surroundings. Number 4 was a light-skinned Hispanic with an acne-scarred face, around 5'11", medium build. At the far right end of the lineup, number 5 with a long ponytail of matted black hair hanging over his shoulder. Claudia made herself focus on their hands. The backs of number 3's hands and his right arm were covered in dark curly hair. "It's number 3, Claudia said, her mouth so dry she could hardly get the words out. "I'm going to ask them all to say what the suspect said to you," Zuniga said, not acknowledging her identification of Cardossian. "Please listen carefully and see if you recognize any of their voices." She closed her eyes to help her concentration. Zuniga spoke into the intercom microphone. "Step to the front 1 at a time and say, 'Hand over the fucking video.' Number 1, step forward." The first guy stepped up and in a bored, flat voice said, "Hand over the fucking video." "Step back. Number 2, step forward." Number 2 marched forward, yelled, "Hand over the fucking video, man. I fucking mean it." "Wise ass." "Step back. Number 3, step forward." The man in the middle sneered at the mirror as he spoke the incriminating words. "It's him," she said in a small voice, shuddering, even though she knew he couldn't see her. "Are you positive?" It was Jovanich who spoke up. "I remember his voice, and he's got hairy hands like a werewolf. None of the others are remotely close." "We need you to hear numbers 4 and 5 speak, to make sure," Barnes said. She got to her feet and pointed at Cardossian. "There's no point. Number 3 is the guy." Barnes flicked a glance at Jovanich, who said, "Ms. Rose, we need you to listen to the others. We don't want anyone's attorney saying we stacked the deck against their client." She plopped back down on her chair with bad grace and listened to numbers 4 and 5 repeat the line. After reconfirming her identification of number 3, she got to her feet again. "Where'd the other guys come from?" "Some come from the jail, and sometimes an undercover guy will fill in," Zuniga said, opening the door and standing aside. "Hey, JJ, you want to watch the interview?" "Wouldn't miss it," Jovanich said. He'd been denied the collar, but at least he could participate at this level. The privileges of membership. All Claudia wanted to do was bolt. Barnes said he would have Cardossian brought to an interview room. The room to which they escorted her was a typical interview room, tiny, furnished with metal table and chairs, another two-way glass. Through the glass, she could see a recording device on the table and a video camera mounted high up on the wall, focused on the chair where the suspect would be seated. The one bolted to the floor. Barnes came through the door, followed by Zuniga, and a minute later, Cardossian was brought in by a deputy who had to be at least 6'5", with the build of a bull. No chance of his running with that guy standing guard, Claudia thought with satisfaction. Cardossian cradled the cast-wrapped arm in his left hand and stared brazenly at the mirrored wall, repeating his behavior in the lineup. Jovanich's body strained toward the window. "Why don't you go in there with them?" asked Claudia. "More than two of us at a time makes it look like coercion. I'll have a crack at him later." Zuniga leaned against the door with his arms folded across his chest. Barnes hit the play button and spoke into the recorder, stating the date and naming all who were present. "Mr. Cardossian, at the time of your arrest, were you advised of your rights?" Cardossian kept his face blank and stayed silent. They knew from the arresting officers that the suspect had already been given the Miranda warning, but Zuniga proceeded to read him his rights into the recorder to ensure that everything was clean. Barnes wedged his butt on the edge of the table. "You know, Nazrin, okay if I call you Nazrin? We've got your bloody fingerprints at the scene of a homicide. It would go a lot better for you if you'd cooperate and tell us what happened." Cardossian's body twitched ever so slightly. Barnes, clearly in charge of the interview, became more insistent. "You beat someone to death, Nazrin. Third strike, man. With your record, you're looking at lethal injection." He turned to his partner. "I think the DA will see this as a third strike, don't you, Zuni?" "No doubt about it." "Look, Nazrin, we've got a witness who can put you at the building where you killed that guy. You got no alibi. You're basically fucked." Cardossian twitched again, more obviously. Claudia turned to Jovanich. "Who's he talking about? What witnesses?" "He's lying," Jovanich replied. "We hoped the guard at Lindsey's condo could ID him, but the flower arrangement hid his face. The guard assumed he was legit. There were tons of flower deliveries." Claudia gave him a look of withering scorn. "How many of them delivered at 9 o'clock at night?" "Yeah, well, we know he wasn't much of a guard." "You're not doing yourself any good keeping your mouth shut," Zuniga said, continuing to press him. "We've got you, Cardossian, whether you talk or not. We've got plenty of evidence. We don't need a confession to convict you." Cardossian, doing a fair imitation of a statue, met Zuniga's threats with stony silence. The detective softened his tone. "Listen, dude, we know you were working for someone else, that you were just doing a job. Give us a name. Maybe we can talk with the DA." Cardossian's dead eyes sparked with sudden scorn. "You think I'm crazy, motherfucker?" he spat. "I want my lawyer." Jovanich let out a groan. Shit. "What?" Claudia asked. "Once he lawyers up, we can't question him any further. These guys aren't about to jeopardize the case." "You sure you want to do that?" Zuniga was saying. "Once the attorneys get involved, we can't offer the same kinds of arrangements." "Get me my goddamn lawyer!" Cardossian roared. "I'm asking for my lawyer, and you gotta let me see him. Now!" Chapter 39. "He won't deal," Jovanich said, stepping out of his gray flannel trousers and tossing them over the back of a chair, along with his shirt. Friday evening, Cardossian's second day in Twin Towers, the men's county jail. Claudia took her Cleopatra costume out of its plastic bag and laid it on the bed. She peeled out of her stretch pants and t-shirt as Jovanich watched appreciatively. What are his chances of getting off? With his prints at the scene and your ID, he's going down. We know he didn't act on his own, but without him copping to who's behind the whole Megillah, we're basically screwed. Do you think he knows who hired him? There had to be a middleman. So far, Cardozian figures it's not in his best interest to spill his guts. DA's gonna have to come up with a damned attractive offer before he gives up anything major. It's gonna be tough to finger the top guy. He eyed his Mark Antony costume with a look of distaste and turned to Claudia with a hopeful glance. How about a quick shower? We showered an hour ago. I don't get any cleaner than this. Cleanliness was not my first concern. Jovanich reached for her, but she ducked aside and started working her way into a pair of pantyhose. He gave up and sat on the edge of the bed, tugging off his socks. Someone's paying Cardozian a lot of money to keep his mouth shut, and someone's paying a high-priced attorney to represent him. She slipped the white silk sheath over her head, following it with a long linen dress. The front was split from hem to mid-thigh, showing off her legs. She draped a collar of fake lapis lazuli beads around her neck and planted herself in front of Jovanich, back first. Who's he got? Robert Big-Ass Money Sanders. He fastened the clasp for her and held her against him for a moment, burrowing his face in her hair before releasing her. You sure we don't have time for a quickie? We board the barge in less than an hour, Mark Antony. But if you behave yourself, Cleopatra will make sure you are well rewarded tonight. Look at this thing you're making me wear. Jovanich grabbed the red tunic and threw it on, tugging it as low as he could around his hips. The hem stopped 4 inches above his knees. It's a goddamn miniskirt. Claudia whistled. Nice gams. That's supposed to be my line. She laughed and helped him with the clasps on the breastplate and cape. He checked out his reflection in the cheval mirror in the corner, scowling as she went into the bathroom to put on her makeup. How can Cardozian afford a lawyer who represents the biggest celebrity clients when they get their hands dirty? Robert Sanders is the next best thing to Johnny Cochran, Claudia called through the door. I hope the DA doesn't let him plead out. Not a chance. Hey, what are the odds that Senator Height's actually going to show up at this shindig? If he's still up for that presidential appointment with Lillian, he'll be there. Claudia stuck her head around the door and bounced her eyebrows at his reflection. Maybe if we get lucky, I can corner Height, and you can beat a confession out of him. Jovanich turned to her, his brow furrowed in a frown. You think it's a big joke, but I'm telling you, stay away from him. It's not your job. Throwing him a noncommittal smile, she closed the bathroom door and rummaged in the bag of Halloween cosmetics she'd picked up from the drugstore. She began by applying a coat of alabaster foundation, then dusted her cheeks with blush. Lush false lashes would help complete the illusion of an ancient Egyptian queen and prevent Bryce Height from recognizing her. Despite Jovanich's warning, she was determined to confront the senator. She would need to tread lightly. Ruining Lillian Granger's party was not part of her plan. Blatantly goading the senator as she had the doctor was not the way to go. Bared breasts and buttons scattered on the deck was more drama than she was prepared to handle tonight. The shimmery emerald eyeshadow on her lids brought out the green of her eyes, and thick strokes of black eyeliner ended in a broad sweep that made her eyes look enormous. She twisted her auburn mane into a ponytail, stuffed it under a nylon cap, and pulled on the long black pageboy wig. When she looked in the mirror again, Claudia Rose had disappeared, leaving behind an Egyptian queen. The makeup was every bit as good as a mask. She arranged the headdress of lapis beads over the wig and snapped a coiled snake bracelet high on her arm. When she entered the bedroom, Jovanich looked up from buckling his sandals and stared. Holy moly, Claudia! I would not have recognized you. and I'm a damn good detective. You look pretty awesome yourself. I just hope Hike doesn't recognize me. The scowl was back. Why do you have to insist on talking to Hike? Because he might say something to me that he wouldn't say to a cop. Are you sure you don't want me to wear a wire? She said it jokingly, half disappointed that he'd refused to put a recording device on her. I am a glutton for punishment. Jovanich fiddled with his cloak to conceal his shoulder holster. We've been through this 12 times. If you interfere, it could jeopardize the entire investigation. Give me a little credit, Joel. She said it mildly, knowing that if they got into an argument now, it would ruin everything. Got your sword? I'm not taking a goddamn plastic sword. My gun will do just fine. You're kidding, right? Who are you planning to shoot at a Halloween party on a yacht? My piece goes under the cape, or you can count me out. He flared the cloak and stuck the helmet under his arm. Let's get this over with. The parking lot was alive with guests in designer Halloween costumes, making for the Grangers' yacht, the Liliana. Claudia and Jovanich joined the crowd moving along the boardwalk toward the music and laughter that spilled into the moonless night. A string of jack-o'-lanterns glowed along the bow of the 100-foot vessel. Jovanich gazed at the yacht with frank admiration. I'd love to know how many million this baby set them back. 2 or 3, maybe? The party planning biz must be booming. Martin Granger has his fingers in several profitable pies. You checked out Martin Granger? It had not occurred to her to view Martin as a suspect that Jovanich would background. Remembering how he had behaved at Lindsey's funeral reception when he had clumsily stomped on her foot, she thought he seemed too ineffectual to bother. It's what detectives do, honey, he replied smugly. They detect. They had reached the head of the red-carpeted gangway where the Grangers were welcoming aboard their guests. Despite her small stature, Lillian managed to look commanding as the real Elizabeth I in a bejeweled gown, tightly curled red wig, and stiff lace ruff encircling her neck. Her husband, sporting a fake goatee, towered over her, decked out as Sir Walter Raleigh. He could pass for a giant candy apple in those puffy red breeches and green tights, Claudia whispered to Jovanich before Granger leaned over her hand in what he imagined was a courtly bow. A blast of ethanol hit her, which explained his unhealthy plum-colored complexion. Affecting a bad British accent, Lillian took Claudia's hand. Cleopatra, Queen of the Nile, I greet you as one monarch to another. I'm delighted that you could attend our little party. Thank you, Your Majesty, Claudia said, dipping her head. May I present Mark Antony? Wait a minute, I know that voice. Lillian dropped the accent and lapsed into her usual lazy drawl. It's Claudia, isn't it? Bless your heart, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't spoken. You make a fabulous Cleo. She greeted Jovanich warmly, and he unbent enough to exchange a few words. Leaving their hosts, Claudia and Jovanich went into the Grand Salon and found drinks, then went back out on deck and people-watched. Frankenstein and his bride, a roaring 20s flapper with a fat man in a hula skirt and lei, a pink orchid tucked behind his ear. A 2-legged black-spotted cow and milkmaid sauntered by. Claudia nudged Jovanich. And you were worried about wearing a tunic? He tossed back a swallow of beer and reached up to adjust his helmet. Hey, just because he's making an ass of himself doesn't mean I have to. That's a cow, not an ass. All the same. Come on, Columbo, lighten up. She planted a kiss on the edge of his mouth, then wiped off the smudge of lipstick. He rolled his eyes, but she knew he was smiling inside. I don't see anyone who looks like Hyde or Bostwick, do you? It's a costume party, Claudia. You're not supposed to recognize people. Jovanich jerked his head at a tall, black-robed figure standing by the railing. Edward Munch's terrifying scream face leered down at a Princess Leia beside him. What about him? Some little old lady on stilts, I bet. Maybe it's Bostwick hiding his face behind that mask in shame. His cell phone rang, and he grabbed it from his shoulder holster under the cloak. Seeing the excitement on his face as he listened to the caller, she knew, even before he ended the call, what he was going to say. Claudia's heart sank like an anchor. I'm sorry, babe. That was Zuniga. Cardossian's ready to deal, and they need me. She mustered a smile. You'd better hurry, then. We'll be setting sail any minute. I'll try to get back in time to pick you up, but no promises. Don't bother. I'll call an Uber. He wagged a stern finger at her. Promise me you won't try anything with height. The departure horn blasted, saving her from having to make a promise she had no intention of keeping. He delayed long enough to drop a light kiss on her lips. Then he was gone. Chapter 40. The yacht left its moorings and set sail into the channel. Standing alone at the railing, Claudia watched Jovanich, a receding figure, speeding back along the boardwalk to his vehicle. This was what she could expect from a relationship with a cop, she reminded herself, left at a party with no date. A man dressed as Merlin entered her line of vision, and Zebediah Gold's voice said, Ancient Egyptian suits you, sweetie. He gave her a friendly kiss through the long white beard and touched her armband. Nice asp. She looked him up and down. The costume suited him, too, with its rich blue velvet wizard's robe emblazoned with silver moons and stars and a tall pointed cap. Where's that gold thong you promised? I chickened out. Merlin beckoned instead. Well, you do know how to cast spells over women. You should know, darling. Don't push it, Zeb. The yacht rolled a little in the channel, and she lurched against him. Zebediah steadied her. I'm glad you told me what you were going to wear. It's a marvelous disguise. I wanted to introduce you to Joel. What have you done with him? You didn't see him take off like a bat out of hell? You got a call on this case, and that was that. He's thrilled to get out of that costume anyway. Forget about him. Let's walk like an Egyptian. Dance with me. Okay, but afterward, you have to help me figure out who Senator Haidt is. Can't you stop working for 5 minutes and just have some fun? Okay, let's dance. She didn't say that she had no intention of stopping until the senator's hypocrisy was exposed. On the dance floor, a handful of couples were dancing to the Monster Mash. Twisting her feet and shaking her shoulders, she felt like a kid again. The steps didn't matter, as long as you were moving to the beat. She was beginning to enjoy herself when Martin and Lillian Granger bore down on them and cut in. Claudia caught Lillian's look of pique and guessed she was thinking that she had invited the psychologist to spread himself around, not dance with his friend. Relinquishing Claudia to their host, he danced off with Lillian. When the music stopped, the DJ called for a slow dance. Claudia smiled at Martin Granger and started to walk away. He held on to her hand. Will you dance one more with me if I promise not to tread on your toes? Okay, last chance. Just remember, I'm wearing sandals. He glanced down at her feet, letting his eyes roam upward along the long split in her dress. Nice, he said. What happened to your date? We had to hold up the departure for him. He's a detective. He got a call and had to go. That's showbiz. Martin leaned back a little to look into her face. Anything to do with what happened to Ivan? Lil's been pretty upset about that whole sorry affair. Claudia raised her voice to make herself heard over the band. Yes, there's been a break in the case. He drew her close to him and leaned down, his alcohol-fumed breath hot on her ear. I saw on the news that they caught the guy who killed him. Claudia nodded and pulled away, putting a few inches between them. Martin Granger seemed to get the message. He dropped his arm and stood there, looking ridiculous in his green tights and red breeches, his forehead damp with perspiration. Reaching into a pocket for a handkerchief, he mopped his head. "Why don't we go out on deck so we can talk? It's a little warm in here." The music followed them as they stepped through the bulkhead. The marina was in the distance behind them now. They were sailing into the open water of the Pacific. Even without a moon, their lights left a golden wake trailing in the water behind them. A sight Claudia had wanted to share with Jovanich, not Lillian's husband in his ridiculous Sir Walter Raleigh getup. "Let's go below to my stateroom," Martin said. "That way we can talk in private." "I don't think so, Martin." Claudia went to slip around him, but he grabbed her arm. "You've got it all wrong. Lillian told me about Bryce, what you said about him." That stopped her. "You made some very serious allegations against a sitting senator, young lady." Claudia pried his fingers loose from her arm. "You're right, which is why I thought Lillian should know. I should have kept my mouth shut." No, you were quite right to tell her what you heard. But here's the thing. We've discussed it with Bryce, and he denies those charges." "It's on video, Martin." "Claudia, honey, you know we're in the entertainment business, and I'll tell you, for a few bucks, these videos can be dummied up, no problem. When someone gets to be as big and important in political circles like Bryce Height, it's pretty much open season. And the closer he gets to the presidency, the more his enemies are going to snipe at him. Hell, I wouldn't put it past him to hire a look-alike actor for those videos." He scratched his goatee. "Bryce is a deeply religious man, a family man. Believe me, honey, he never would risk everything he's worked so hard for all these years to do the kinds of things you thought you saw in some video." Claudia guessed that his need to protect the senator was more for Lillian's sake than Height's own. "Is he here tonight?" "He surely is." Granger led her back to the salon, his eyes darting from group to group. "Over there," he pointed. "See Abraham Lincoln and Mary Todd? You can't miss him in that stovepipe hat." He looked as proud as if he were the senator's campaign manager. "That costume makes quite a statement, doesn't it? Lincoln was the very first Republican president, you know." He laid a heavy hand on her shoulder. "Now, Claudia, I can count on you not to pester him, can't I?" Claudia flashed him a fake smile. "Martin, you have nothing to worry about." The band finished their set and took a short break. Back into the salon, Abe Lincoln appeared to be having a good time, always surrounded by an admiring group as he worked the room, laughing at something someone said. When the next slow dance started, Claudia elbowed her way through the crowd and moved in on him, confident that he would not recognize her from their short conversation at Lindsey's condo. "Mr. President," she said, making her voice a little deeper, a little breathier, "would you do me the honor of a dance?" Height turned, the smile set to charm already in place. "Why, Cleo, I'd be delighted." Excusing himself to his wife and the group they had been chatting with, he gave Claudia his arm. His hand felt warm and strong, closing around hers as they stepped onto the crowded dance floor. "Do I know you, Cleopatra?" he asked, expertly gliding her around the floor, keeping time with the music. The band was playing early Beatles. "I feel as if we've met." "Oh, the fact is, I have seen quite a lot of you, Mr. Lincoln." He leaned away, giving her a searching look. "Oh? And have I seen you too?" It took all her willpower to keep from pulling away. A seductive smile, a little shake of the head. "I don't think so." Interesting. Was it at one of my campaign speeches? Was it on TV? Playful now, getting into the mood.
You might say that.
Height bent her backward and swung her around. You're making me curious, you little minx of the Nile.
You've seen me, but I haven't seen you.
Over his shoulder, Claudia could see his wife, Mariel, staring at them, her face tight, and not just from plastic surgery. Swallowing her distaste, Claudia rested her head against his shoulder.
Even your Lincoln costume can't hide your wonderful physique, Senator. And I saw quite a lot of that physique in some of Lindsey's home movies.
Bryce Height's steps faltered. His hand tightened on her back, and he dipped his head close to her ear.
What do you know about Lindsey?
As close as he was holding her, Claudia hoped he couldn't feel her heart banging against her ribs.
She and I went back a long way. Is that so? And do you...
He hesitated.
Offer the same kinds of services that she did? That depends on what you're looking for. It sounds like you know what I'm looking for.
Yes, I think I do.
But what worries me is where Lindsey ended up. Lindsey was greedy, he whispered into her ear. But I'm sure you wouldn't put yourself in that position, would you?
It couldn't be this easy. He wouldn't give himself away just like that, would he? Claudia made a rapid assessment of the situation. Since she was not threatening him, he was less likely to attack her the way Bostwick had in his office. Not here, on a yacht in the middle of the ocean with 100 people swirling around them. She smiled up at him from under her thick curtain of false lashes.
What position would you want me in?
Height gave a little groan, and she felt an unwelcome pressure.
Your wife is watching, she cautioned, taking a step back.
He twirled her away from him, trying to impress her with his dance moves. When he reeled her back in, his eyes were dark with lust.
Let's go outside.
Martin Granger had been bad enough. The prospect of leaving the safety of the lighted salon and accompanying Height outside appealed to her about as much as swimming in a cesspool, but it was her one chance to probe him.
How do I know I'll be safe going outside with you, Senator?
Her tone was coy, but the words came from the bottom of her heart.
You have nothing to worry about, Height assured her with an arch wink. I'm not hard to please.
No, you're just plain hard. And Mae West was wrong. A hard man is not always good to find. Height led her off the dance floor and out on deck, clinging to her as if they were superglued together. He seemed familiar with the yacht's layout. As tight as he and the Grangers appeared to be, it made sense if he had sailed with them before. He would have the advantage if she needed to make a quick escape. To be on the safe side, she would make sure they steered clear of the ship's guardrail. Bryce Height guided her as smoothly as if they were still dancing, past life vests and deck chairs. Almost without her realizing how it happened, he maneuvered her into a small, dark alcove behind the aft gangway, his body blocking the exit. She could hear his breathing quicken with his mounting excitement.
Now tell me what you're going to do to me, Cleopatra. I've been a very bad boy.
Playfully, she pushed him away.
First things first, Mr. Lincoln. Let's talk about Lindsey.
What about her? His jaws tensed.
She's not in the picture anymore. Let's stop talking and get on with my punishment.
Before she could stop him, Height was on his knees, his face pressed against her crotch.
Will you be Mistress Cleopatra when we meet, or is there another name I should use?
Lindsey didn't kill herself, did she? She blurted, desperate to change the dynamic. There was a fraction's hesitation, then Height jerked to his feet. The tall Abe Lincoln hat hit the back of the staircase above them, setting it crooked on his head. What are you talking about? Who are you? It took every ounce of control not to show him how frightened she was. He was at the top of the list of suspects. If he wasn't himself a stone killer, he could well have given the order. The police have reopened the investigation into her death. They've got a suspect in mind. The waggishness vanished, giving way to a concerned frown as he digested what she had said. He had not risen to his present political level without brains. You're implying that the police think I killed her? That's outrageous. Height's face paled. What is this? Are you with the police? No. The media? I'm not with anyone. An expression of confusion and puzzlement crossed Height's face. Wait a second. You're that woman Martin told me about. We have met before, haven't we? It doesn't matter who I am. Just tell me what happened to Lindsey. It was a strictly business arrangement, he said brusquely. Nothing illegal about it. But blackmail is illegal, and her threats would have trashed your career. His sudden, bland expression made his face a blank slate. His voice modulated to conceal his emotions. The consummate politician. I assure you, I had nothing to do with her death. I wasn't anywhere near her that night. The alcove felt as tight as a coffin. Without another word, Claudia squeezed around him and stepped out onto the deck. Mariel Height stood there, arms folded across her pink and white striped Mary Todd Lincoln gown. She had the grim mien of a playground monitor about to take on the class bully. Claudia pushed past her, leaving Bryce Height to explain to his wife what they had been doing beneath the gangway. Chapter 41. Back in the sparkling Grand Salon, guests lined both sides of the buffet tables. Plates heaped with enough food to feed a third-world country. After her brush with Height, Claudia didn't have much of an appetite. The encounter had shaken her and left her confused. Was he just clever enough to put on a convincing act, or had she once again been barking up the wrong tree? She spooned a few items onto a plate and went to Zebediah's table. He rose with a smile and drew out a chair for her. There you are, sweetie. Come and meet Lady Godiva. The young woman in a flesh-colored bodysuit had arranged strategically long blonde tresses over a shapely body. In the days of old Hollywood, she would have been called a starlet. Zebediah made the introduction. Claudia Rose, Alicia St. John. Claudia got a brief nod from the actress, who had no interest in wasting a smile on another woman. She resumed talking about her latest film, a less-than-memorable B-flick. Zebediah waited for her to draw breath before inserting himself into the conversation. Claudia's a famous handwriting expert. Claudia kicked him under the table. Her head was still spinning, and she needed time to think about what had just happened and what it meant. Predictably, though, Alicia St. John's attitude did a supersonic 180, and she asked around the table for a pen. She was still pouting that no one could produce one when a tall, slender female, dressed as a fluffy cat, slid into the last empty seat. Good evening, everyone, she said in the voice of Lillian's assistant, Yolanda Palomino. Zebediah leaned over and whispered in Claudia's ear. Maybe you can grill her about Lindsey's boyfriend. That's what I was thinking, and I intend to, right after dinner. The meal dragged. Endless chatter from one guest about her 5 wonderful, talented, beautiful grandchildren. Zebediah told of his days as a prison psychologist, a tale Claudia already knew. With half her attention on the conversation, she fielded the standard questions about handwriting analysis. Does tight writing mean he's a cheapskate? What does it mean if eye dots are the shape of hearts? Can you tell if someone loves sex? The last question was Alicia's. The rest of her focus was divided between her encounter with Senator Haidt and longing to know what Jovanich might be learning from Nazrin Kardosian. He would have had to stop at his apartment first to change out of his costume, she thought with some amusement. Showing up at the Twin Towers jail dressed as Mark Antony was a no-go, even on Halloween. When the chocolate mousse and petit fours and pumpkin pie appeared and the coffee and conversation petered out, their table mates began drifting away, back to the dance floor. The band cranked up and Alicia St. John took the microphone. "You've got to change your evil ways, baby," she sang, husky and off-key. "That song was popular before she was born," Claudia said, making a sour face at Zebediah. He laughed. With a meaningful glance at Yolanda Palomino, who was preparing to leave the table, he leaned over and whispered, "Now's your chance. Go get her, Cleo." Claudia rose and moved around to the empty chair beside Yolanda. "That's a great costume. You make a fabulous cat." Yolanda's smile didn't quite make it to her eyes. She reminded Claudia of Dr. Bostwick's assistant with that look of a perpetual worrier, one whom life had dealt so many unkind blows that she had forgotten how to stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. Yolanda said, "You look amazing." "Thanks. I want to apologize for calling you at work the other day. I didn't mean to upset you." The tension went out of Yolanda's shoulders as she relaxed visibly under Claudia's gaze. "No problem. You caught me at a bad moment. One of my kids was home with a cold and had been calling all morning. I'm sorry I hung up so abruptly, but I was on a personal call every time Mrs. Granger walked by my desk. I hope I didn't get you in trouble." "Not at all." Yolanda took the leather gloves she had placed on the table during dinner and pulled them on. "Please excuse me, but I'm supposed to be mingling, making sure everyone's having a good time. It was nice seeing you again, Miss Rose." Claudia reached out a restraining hand. "Wait, Yolanda, don't go yet. I have a question. Did Lindsey ever mention a new boyfriend to you?" With a look of surprise, Lillian's assistant shook her head. "I didn't know her all that well. I don't think she ever mentioned a boyfriend at all." "When was the last time you spoke to her?" Behind the black mask, Yolanda's eyes brimmed. "It was the very day she passed away. We were talking about this party. She was telling me about her costume." She blushed. She was coming as a dominatrix. "Art imitating life?" Yolanda continued. "If I'd known she was suicidal, maybe I could have done something. She just seemed like her normal self." "You couldn't have known what was going to happen," Claudia said. "Besides, there are those who don't believe she killed herself." Yolanda's dark eyes grew round and large. "What do you mean?" "She may have been murdered by someone she was blackmailing." "Blackmailing?" Yolanda stared down at her hands. "She sounded fine when we talked on the phone, then—" "What happened?" Claudia prompted when she hesitated. "You've got to share anything that might shed some light." Yolanda heaved a resigned sigh. "A little while after we spoke, a letter was hand-delivered. It was from Lindsey, addressed to Mrs. Granger. I remember it came in a gas company envelope with a label stuck over the address. You know she always did that, reused old envelopes. It was marked personal, so I gave it to Mrs. Granger unopened." Claudia waited, hardly daring to breathe, certain that something important was coming. Yolanda glanced around with anxious eyes and lowered her voice almost to a whisper. "I'm sure this has nothing to do with it, but a few minutes after I'd brought her the letter, Mrs. Granger came out to my desk. I've never seen her so angry. She said to get Lindsey on the phone. Then she went back into her office and slammed the door. I could hear her yelling through the wall." Yolanda stared at her lap, shaking her head as though she couldn't believe what she was saying. "I've never heard her like that. She never raises her voice." Could you hear what she said?
No, but after she'd left for the day, I was tidying up her desk. I noticed a piece of paper on the floor all balled up, like she'd missed the wastebasket. I picked it up.
What did it say? Claudia asked, afraid that Yolanda would bolt like a scared rabbit if she pressed too hard.
It was Lindsey's envelope. I smoothed it out and read the letter. I shouldn't have. It wasn't any of my business.
Forgetting caution, Claudia took the other woman's hand and found it trembling.
Yolanda, tell me, what did it say? It said it was fun while it lasted. I put it back where I found it. I wish I'd never seen it.
Claudia stared at her.
Lindsey's suicide note.
Just when everything seemed about to fall into place, here was a new curve. What did the note have to do with Lillian? And how had it gotten in Lindsey's condo where Ivan found it?
I never thought he would do such a thing, Yolanda was saying. He always seems so devoted.
Claudia blinked in confusion, forced her attention back to the other woman.
What? Who seemed devoted? Mr. Granger. Lindsey.
Wait, you think Lindsey and Martin Granger were having an affair and she wrote to Lillian about it? Claudia knew her mouth had dropped open. Such an idea had never occurred to her. Now that Yolanda was suggesting it, she found it beyond her ability to picture Lindsey with Lillian's cloddish husband. As a paying client, maybe, but as the mysterious boyfriend Bostwick had told her about, the concept stretched the limits of her imagination.
Did you check out what I mentioned to you?
Yolanda's voice had dropped so soft that Claudia had to lean close to hear her.
About Mexico? I know that Lindsey had a condo in Ixtapazihuatanejo.
Claudia, sensing the presence of someone behind her, started to turn around. Yolanda leapt out of her chair as if she'd been seated on Old Sparky and someone had flipped on the juice.
What's going on here?
Lillian Granger's lips smiled at Claudia, but her voice was cold.
You two look guilty as sin.
Miss Granger, Yolanda gasped.
Miss Rose was just telling me, about a trip she wants to take to,
She stumbled over the lie.
Excuse me, I have to go, to the ladies' room.
Claudia stared after Yolanda, who took off like a rocket, then at Lillian, standing ramrod straight in the heavy Elizabethan gown. She forced a smile, trying to fill the gap left by Yolanda's hasty departure. I was just asking Yolanda if you've ever been to Ixtapazihuatanejo. Lillian stared at her as if she were speaking in tongues. Chapter 42. Are you all right, Lillian? Claudia asked, concerned by blood rising in her hostess's cheeks. Lillian Granger took a napkin from the table and fanned herself.
It's the corset under this dress. It's too tight. I feel a little faint.
Let me get you some water.
No, don't trouble yourself. I'll be fine. Martin told me your date had to leave, so I came to offer you a ride home.
She wanted to know how much Lillian had overheard, but feared landing Yolanda in further trouble if she asked. If Lillian knew what her assistant had said, would she fire her for breaking confidentiality? She would not want Yolanda's suspicions about Martin Granger and Lindsey known, whether or not they were true. Claudia weighed her options and made a decision. From the upper deck, the harbor lights twinkled in the distance, gradually growing larger as the yacht turned into the breakwater and the engines throttled back to cut the wake. The party was still in full swing, the music louder, the laughter shriller with every hour the bar remained open. Few other vessels were out so late in the evening, and the Liliana cruised into Fisherman's Village around midnight at a leisurely pace, tying up at the dock with a gentle bump against the stanchions. Along with a handful of other guests, Claudia made her way off the yacht, hurrying past the reek of salt water and fish. A family of brown pelicans, heads tucked under their wings, brooded on wooden pilings alongside the dock. Bypassing the line of waiting limousines and their napping drivers, she made a beeline for the south end, past the strip of stores and restaurants to the Shanghai Red's end. It would be a while before Lillian changed out of her costume, but Claudia hurried anyway. Shanghai Red's had already closed for the night, the valets having locked their key cabinet. The kitchen help cleaned up and departed an hour earlier. Claudia found the black Lexus where Lillian had told her it would be, in a far corner of the lot, flanked by a stand of oleander bushes. There was no mistaking the vanity plate, which read, abbreviated, Diamond Lil. Waiting under a street lamp in the moonless night, Claudia was acutely aware of how alone she was. Most of the party guests who did not have drivers had parked their vehicles closer to the gangway. She rubbed her arms against the chill, replaying the astounding conversation with Yolanda. The revelation about the note she had found, the apparent suicide note, had confirmed her opinion that Lindsey was the genuine author. The stunner was learning that for some reason it had been on Lillian's desk. 10 minutes later, Lillian arrived clad in a royal blue Prada tracksuit. "I have to get back before Martin misses me." She thrust a bottle of Moet Chandon at Claudia, the same brand Lindsey kept in the desert house. "It's only a couple of miles," Claudia said. "Take Lincoln to Jefferson, west toward the beach. What's up with the champagne?" "First bottle I grabbed." Lillian turned out of the parking lot. "I have a feeling we're gonna need it. We've got a lot to talk about, you and I." Chapter 43. Bishop Street was dark and quiet. The last television had been switched off, books placed on bedside tables, goodnight kisses exchanged, lights out. Lillian pulled into Claudia's driveway and killed the engine. As they exited the Lexus, a loud bark broke the silence. Marcia was working late and had left Flair tethered in the yard. The big dog bounded toward them, restrained by the heavy chain. With a small shriek, Lillian jumped behind Claudia, shielding herself. "What kind of idiot leaves a dog like that outside at this time of night?" "Flair's a good dog," Claudia said. She crossed the lawn to give the German Shepherd's big muzzle a rub. The dog woofed hopefully. "Sorry, buddy. It's too late to walk tonight." Claudia led her guest up the front staircase. "My neighbor works until the bar closes at 2, she explained. "After my house got broken into, she feels safer leaving Flair in the front yard while she's not home." "She'd be just as safe with the dog inside her house. I'd never have one myself. I detest the filthy beast." "Were you bitten as a child or something? Is that why you're afraid?" They entered the house. Lillian gave the room the once-over like a buyer on a shopping trip. "My granddaddy had Dobermans," she said. "I've seen them make mincemeat out of a rabbit." "That's a horrible thought." Claudia slid 2 crystal champagne flutes from the pine rack her brother had built for her and handed them to Lillian. "Give me a minute to change into some warmer clothes. Then we can talk." "Bless you, honey. You must be freezing. Hurry, though. I need to get back." Without the black wig, the heavy eyeliner and green shadow made her look like a ghost. Avoiding her reflection in the mirror, Claudia grabbed a pair of sweats from the dresser and pulled them on, trying to make sense of Lillian's connection to Lindsey. Lillian had specifically said that she didn't socialize with Lindsey. Yolanda's revelation made that assertion suspect. At the head of the stairs, she hesitated. Now that the moment had arrived to get some of her questions answered, she felt strangely reluctant. Lindsey was dead. Nothing anyone said could change that. If Lillian was ready to give up whatever secrets she had been holding, Claudia wasn't so sure she wanted to hear them. Her foot was reaching for the top riser when her phone buzzed in her pocket. "There you are," Lillian said, nursing her champagne on the sofa. Her smile was pure Southern comfort. "Sit down, dear, and drink up." as if she were the gracious host and Claudia the guest. Claudia took the glass Lillian had left for her on the coffee table and settled into an armchair. The bubbles tickled her mouth and went down smoothly. I'm not so sure the expensive stuff tastes all that different from the cold duck we bought back when we was just po' folks, Lillian quipped. That must have been a long time ago. Oh, yes, long, long ago. But I never let myself forget where I came from. A faraway look crept into Lillian's eyes as if she was staring into a painful past. I started with nothing at all. Daddy was a mean old drunk, and Mama took off when I was 8. I've worked long and hard to create what I have, to build my own little empire. She picked up the bottle and topped off Claudia's champagne, raising her own glass. To Lindsey, may she rest in peace. They drank to the toast. Lillian set her glass on the coffee table, and something changed in the atmosphere. All at once, it was as if a glacial wind had swept into the room. There was no hint of a smile left. Her eyes burned like twin bonfires. Let's get down to brass tacks, she said. I want to know exactly what Yolanda told you. What's the problem? We were just talking about a trip I'm planning. Claudia's ability to lie on demand had not improved. Despite her attempt to look innocent, she could feel the warm blotches spreading up her neck, turning it a dark pink. Don't take me for stupid, Claudia. Yolanda knows better than to talk about what goes on in my office. Look, if Yolanda said something she shouldn't have, it went over my head. The disdain and depth of anger on Lillian's pinched face went far beyond a reaction to a breach of confidentiality. You're insulting my intelligence, Claudia dear, and you're not even a good bluffer. The unfortunate fact is, you are now in possession of some information that you have no business having, and that disturbs me. It disturbs me a great deal. Like I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Lillian sat back in her chair, examining her manicure, short, squared-off nails on small, practical hands. She smiled, an unpleasant smile that made Claudia shiver inside. I'm disappointed in you, Claudia. You're a liar. Thanks for the ride, Lillian. Claudia set down her glass and crossed to the front door. This conversation is over. The other woman remained where she was. I thought you wanted to know what really happened to Lindsey. How would you know what really happened? Oh, that's the question, isn't it? The answer is, I was there the night she died. You were at her condo? Claudia returned to her chair, feeling like the rodent in a life-sized cat-and-mouse game. Okay, I'll bite. What really happened? Lillian's leg was bouncing with a metronome beat. Oh, come on, this is fun. Ask some more questions. You may not be a good liar, but you're very good at asking questions. I'm not playing this game, Lillian. Yes, you are, if you want to know the answer. Okay, fine. Was anyone else there? No. Was she alive when you saw her? Yes. The hell with this. Either tell me what happened or get the hell out now. A look of naked hatred poisoned Lillian's face. Claudia stared at her in shock. You couldn't let it go, could you? The coroner said she killed herself. Everyone else was happy with that, but it wasn't good enough for you. You had to keep on probing. Ivan hired me. You know that. Sure, but even after Ivan was dead, you wouldn't drop it. Lillian snorted inelegantly. For pity's sake, don't look at me like that. I had nothing to do with Ivan's death. Claudia took some folded papers from her pocket and thrust them at her. "Why don't you tell me the truth? You said you didn't know Lindsey personally." Lillian took the papers she had printed that Jovanich had emailed her. The color drained from her face, leaving it pasty white. She stared at them for a long time. "I never guessed she would save that." "It was you who went to her place in Mexico." Lillian's gaze slid across the room over Claudia's shoulder, refusing to meet her eyes. "I knew you'd put it together sooner or later. I'm surprised you would take that kind of chance with your career." "We all make mistakes. That was mine. Where did you get this?" She held up the letter from American Airlines, which detailed the items Jovanich had subpoenaed from the passenger manifests. The second sheet was a copy of a greeting card with a scribbled note from Jovanich, asking whether Claudia could identify the unsigned handwriting. She had immediately recognized Lillian's perfect school model script. The emphasis of form over substance concealed as much about the writer as the text revealed. "Another wild, wicked weekend. I never would have believed that kind of ecstasy was possible." The police opened her safety deposit box. "I guess she was blackmailing you too?" "Blackmailing me?" Lillian gave a contemptuous snort and dropped the papers on the coffee table. "She introduced me to many things, but blackmail wasn't one of them." "Then why did she keep your card in her lockbox?" "Sentimental reasons? Of course, that would assume Lindsey had a sentimental bone in her egotistical body." Something wasn't adding up, but Claudia was having trouble grasping what it was. Her brain felt mushy. "You went to Mexico with Senator Haidt. I know she was blackmailing him, but—" "Are you out of your mind?" Lillian stared at her. "What are you talking about? Go to Mexico with Bryce?" Was she tumbling down Alice's rabbit hole? "I told you he was her client," Claudia said. "She was a dominatrix and she was blackmailing him. I thought he had her killed to put a stop to the threat. But you and he—" Lillian threw back her head and laughed loud and long, as if she was hysterically amused. She topped up their glasses again and took a big gulp of hers. "Drink up, Claudia, dear. And here, I thought you were so clever. We've both made a very big mistake, and that's the only time you'll ever hear me admit it." Claudia recalled Yolanda's words in growing confusion. "Wait, not you and Bryce? What then? Was it Martin having an affair with her?" "Martin?" Lillian stopped laughing and stared at her. "My husband. Now that's from the sublime to the ridiculous. Martin couldn't get it up with a whole box of Viagra. Besides, Lindsey scared the bejesus out of him." Claudia leaned back against the cushions, trying to focus her mind. Why was she making so many mistakes? Just breathing in and out was an effort. For the briefest instant, the room swam and everything seemed unreal. Then the sensation was gone, and she remembered what Kelly had told her. Lindsey had been dressed for company that night. Oh my God, why didn't I see it? "You and Lindsey were lovers?" Even as she said the words, they made no sense. Lillian shuddered. "That's exactly what I can't have people saying. It would ruin me, socially, financially, politically. No, I certainly cannot have that." Claudia blinked. Lillian Granger, the devoted wife. Lillian, the church-going, oh-so-righteous evangelical Christian. Lillian, whose employees were required to live up to the rigid moral standards she had set for them. Lillian, the squeaky clean political hopeful. Lillian in a relationship with another woman? A woman who was dead. I was right. The note was in her handwriting. "It was fun while it lasted," Lillian quoted, mocking. How dare she think she could just blow me off that way? I decide when it's over. Her lip curled. I was just going to throw the paper back in her face, but making it seem like a suicide note was a nice touch, don't you think? She would have told everyone. I couldn't take that chance. Realization rolled over Claudia like a sledgehammer. You killed her. She did love her drugs. Lillian's smile was unbearably smug. That made it easy. I just slipped a little something in her glass, the way I did yours while you were upstairs. Of course, she was much bigger than me, like you are, but she was already halfway to oblivion by the time I arrived. We got into the jacuzzi, and it was easy to hold her under. It took a little longer than I expected, but not all that long. What did you give me? Claudia's voice sounded strange in her own ears, as if she was underwater. She closed her eyes on a sudden wave of vertigo. Oh, nothing lethal, just something quick-acting, enough to control you. She was aware of Lillian picking up the champagne flutes and carrying them to the kitchen. She could hear the faucet running and the crystal clinking musically as the glasses were being washed and replaced in the rack. We wouldn't want your boyfriend noticing you'd had company, would we, dear? She said in a friendly tone, re-emerging from the kitchen. Come on, Miss Claudia. It's time to go. I want you easy to manage, not unconscious. Go where? Her tongue refused to be controlled. The words came out slurred. Get up! Run! She tried to obey, but her synapses were firing sluggishly. Her head felt stuffed with cotton candy, her arms and legs rubbery. Whatever Lillian had used to spike her drink was strong, and it was working fast. You won't get away with it. Lillian smiled. Sure I will. I got away with killing Lindsey, and I will get away with killing you too. If they want to believe Bryce did it, that's okay by me. That note I wrote her doesn't prove anything. She couldn't think, didn't know, almost didn't care. She felt so weak, so lethargic. Sleep. Her brain whispered seductively, just give up and go to sleep. She fell back in her chair and closed her eyes. Lillian pulled her by the arms. Come on, Missy. You're going for a midnight swim, just like Lindsey did. But you're going in the ocean. Where had the little pistol come from? Like the woman holding it, the gun was small, but plenty big enough to do serious damage. Lillian jerked Claudia to her feet. For a petite woman, she was surprisingly strong for her size. With all the attacks you've been yammering about, one more won't be a surprise. Everyone knows you were being followed, which makes it so convenient for me. No one's going to believe. Lillian jammed the gun hard against her neck. Yes, they will. You went for a walk alone and someone followed you again. This time, they got you. She cocked the hammer. Get up before you pass out, you stupid damn bitch. We're going down to the beach. Some primitive part of her brain that hadn't yet begun to shut down told Claudia that she might stand a better chance outside. But reality had become a dream, and she could not be certain of anything. Lurching to her feet, she stumbled across the living room and onto the porch. The fresh night air hit her in the face and woke her just enough to make it down the long staircase. Lillian was silent, the gun pressed against Claudia's back, threat enough. In the yard next door, seeing her on the stairs, Flare whined. "Flare, come!" What she had intended as a shout emerged as a thin whisper, but 300 million canine olfactory receptors instantly analyzed the smells and reached a conclusion. The big dog's friend was in danger. Flare growled low in her throat. She bounded across the grass, yanked back by the metal stake in the ground. Low-pitched barking warned the enemy to back off. "Get in the car," Lillian hissed. "Hurry it up." On a mission to protect, Flare's primal need to defend her friend was stronger than any other imperative in the canine brain. The dog leapt again, straining hard against the stake. The barking pushed up to frantic. Once, twice, 3 more times. At the bottom of the staircase, Claudia weighed her chances. The drug was clouding her mind, slowing her reactions, but if she had to die tonight, it was not going to be in the cold surf. With an abrupt twist, she shoved Lillian to the ground. The gun flew out of the other woman's hand and landed under one of the hydrangea bushes surrounding the house. Lillian scrambled to her feet, cursing, and dove for the weapon. Next door, Flare sprang again. And again. Marcia's lawn erupted in an explosion of soil as the post that held the dog's chain broke free. The mighty German shepherd vaulted across the lawn. Turning her head, Lillian saw the dog coming. She jumped to her feet and froze. On hind legs, the shepherd was as tall as the petite woman. Powerful muscles rippled along the dark fur. Flare sprang at her and knocked her to the ground. Lillian rolled to her side and hunched in a fetal position, her panicked screams lost in the fierce volley of barking. The massive, slavering jaws were bared mere centimeters above the woman's throat as the dog continued to bark. Claudia had no intention of releasing her until she could call for help. But her phone was upstairs in the house and her legs refused to support her. She dropped to her knees, consciousness ebbing away. She began to crawl toward the staircase. Headlights swung around the corner, lighting up the tableau. A jeep screeched to the curb, then a line of police vehicles, their light bars flashing red and blue. Jovanich was out of his vehicle and running. Officers poured from the black and whites, weapons drawn and pointed at Lillian Granger, whose screams vied with the barking. "Claudia!" Jovanich knelt and wrapped her in his arms. "It was her," Claudia whispered. "Lillian killed Lindsey." Then she puked in the grass. Chapter 44. The barbiturates Lillian had slipped into her drink left Claudia with a major hangover, but no other ill effects. After sleeping on and off for 16 hours, she awoke on Sunday afternoon, her memory for the events of Friday night fuzzy. Jovanich, sitting at her bedside, closed the book he was reading. "So, you've decided to rejoin us?" He leaned over to kiss her. "Oh, Excedrin, please. Extra strength." Claudia yawned and stretched. "What happened? I remember Flare barking like a maniac and Lillian screaming her head off." "You heaved your guts up and told me she'd killed Lindsey and tried to kill you. I took your word for it and had her prissy ass hauled downtown. Your pal Lillian now has her very own accommodations at Sybil Brand," he said. "Not as plush as she's used to. Martin will bail her out, won't he? You don't get bail for murder 1 and attempted. Even with the biggest lawyer money can buy, she's going to be sitting there a while." Claudia's face creased into a broad smile as she closed her eyes again and dropped back to sleep. 2 days later, they sat together at the kitchen table early in the morning, going over everything for the 25th time. "Your facts got me on the right track," Claudia said, glancing at Jovanich over the rim of a mug of strong black coffee. I recognized Lillian's handwriting on that note as soon as I saw it. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it was a big red flag that Lindsey had put it in her lockbox. Did the handwriting tell you she was a cold-hearted killer? No, it couldn't do that, but it did show that she had a lot to hide. If you hadn't shown up when you did, I'm not sure I would have made it to the top of the stairs in time. Flare might have taken out her windpipe, said Jovanich, as if he would like to have seen that. What's happening with our buddy, Nazrin Cardozian? The DA made an offer he couldn't refuse. You were right all along that Height was behind most of what happened to you. Everything except Lindsey's death. That was a bizarre coincidence. Since Lindsey was no longer on the scene, Height decided to take advantage and retrieve the DVDs she'd used to blackmail him. When he sent Cardozian to the condo on the flower delivery pretext, he thought it to be empty. Unfortunately, Ivan was there. He was just packing up Lindsey's belongings. Poor Ivan. Wrong place, wrong time. Cardozian claims he didn't mean to kill him. He fingered Height? No, but he did give us the middleman, and when we squeezed him hard enough, he copped to making the connection. Once Cardozian started talking, he couldn't spill information fast enough. A slow smile spread over Claudia's face. So, is Height in jail too? The arrest warrant is being prepared. I'd say his political career is in the tank. Jovanich got up and got a coffee refill for them both. As for Brandy, we got her into a program. She's a tough little chick, but I think she'll be okay. He drew Claudia into his arms, loosened her robe, slipped his hands inside. Let's talk about something more pleasant. The insistent heat of his hands burned through the silk of her nightgown. Her arms went around his neck, and she pressed her body into his. It felt right. Was she falling in love with him? Maybe. And for now, anyway, Claudia had neither the strength nor the desire to resist. The telephone rang, a party crasher. Don't answer it, Jovanich whispered, his lips warm against her ear. Claudia pulled away with a smile. She answered in her business voice. Claudia Rose speaking. My name is Edward Andrews, the caller said. I'm an attorney in Washington, D.C. I've got some handwriting I'd like you to take a look at. He started reeling off the details. As she picked up a pen to make notes, Claudia caught the disappointed resignation on Jovanich's face. Mr. Andrews, she interrupted, could I call you back? I'm right in the middle of something urgent. This has been Poison Pen, Forensic Handwriting Mystery Book 1, written by Sheila Lowe, narrated by Anna Crow. Copyright 2016 by Sheila Lowe. Production copyright by Sheila Lowe.